like bring you to my side. I don't care if you believe whatever you want to believe. You can believe whatever you want to believe, dude. I'm telling you that our position are these three questions.
I like really appreciate the conversation, and I'm not leaving, but like I wrote down, like, as somebody who like actually takes care to like try to understand other sides. I wrote down all three of your questions on a notepad document on my computer just so that I could remember
Thank
them.
you.
So like I wasn't being an asshole. I've never
No,
tried
I
to be
didn't say
somebody
that.
who's ducking out. No, I've been trying to understand like the other side or your opinions, and it feels like we've just been wishy-washy all over the place, and it feels
It's
like kind
only
of
because
like
of your dialogue in the conversation is
of course
defending
I'm
your position.
confrontational. If you can't handle me,
No,
then get out the
listen.
kitchen. I'm
Have
just
you
an
go
asshole
back and listen to the conversation?
sometimes.
Go back and listen to it. It's recorded. It's on YouTube. So you can go back and
Same.
listen and you can find out whether or not I was being confrontational or if I was being, inquiring into your answers to our questions. Honestly, the entire time that I've been talking to you, I've been trying to at least level with you, not trying to confront anything with you. I want
And
you
have I
to be
not
able to
been
come to the
also somebody
conclusion on
who's
your own.
leveling with you? Like, you have to do the same sort of charity, right? I haven't been
You
somebody
aren't doing
yelling
the
at
same
you.
sort of
I
charity. You're
know,
not
like,
leveling
I
with
might
me.
get a little,
You
yeah,
act like I don't know your religion already. You act like I haven't been taught
religion.
that the earth is a globe in the vacuum of space, and you act like I don't know all of those things already.
I just don't know what to say to that.
You're not being charitable to me like you want me to be to you. You're acting like I don't already know the things that you're already saying.
I'd like to ask Mr. Frosty a question.
Yeah, give her.
Am I
I'm
coming
here.
through? Okay. Have you ever succeeded in convincing somebody of something?
Yeah.
Okay, what was that?
Probably something to do with 40K. I'd imagine.
How
Or
much of
I
that do you think
40K.
requires somebody to be willing to be convinced?
Probably about 40%.
Yeah. So if Earth is flat, would you really truly want to know for 100%?
Yep.
Okay. Then you need to go the other 40% yourself.
Okay, I've tried. Again, like that's why I'm here.
Yeah.
I'm literally here listening to people and not judging anybody. I might be a little bit like Steel Manny, where I'm pushing back a little hard, but again,
Hey, it's cool, man.
I'm
It's cool. Don't
open-minded.
worry.
Nobody knows that I'm just
Look,
listening,
from our
trying to
standpoint,
figure it
we
out.
did our 60%. We did 60%. You've got to go the 40% and be willing to convince yourself.
But I haven't heard the 40% yet. There's been very few people so far in this
That comes from
conversation that have
you.
been
That
able.
comes
No,
from you,
no,
my friend.
no,
That comes
no,
from within yourself.
no, no.
Yeah.
It's the convincing.
Just
Like
like just
I
like
can.
the instance that you described. Hey, excuse me. Just like the instance you described where you claimed that you were about 60% responsible for helping somebody to see things your way. The other 40% came from themselves, from within. We're asking you to turn inward and look at that 40%. And this could take a while.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that could come up that like I would agree for the 40%. However, as so far in this conversation, I haven't even gotten the 40%. I'm looking for it, and maybe something would convince me. Again, I've been here for a little while, and when it comes
Yeah,
to
but
like
don't expect that from
no,
us.
I'm not. But like again,
We're not going to give it to you. You have to give it to you.
I don't fucking know
You're
if the
the
world is fucking
missing
flat or
factor.
hollow. Again, I even said hollow Earth could be possible. Again, I'm still
No,
Yeah,
here.
buddy,
and
Just
on the
that would
flat Earth,
still
we got cave
require
systems.
curvature.
open. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, we got cave systems, right? There could be massive expanses of underground caverns all over flat Earth.
True. So maybe both are plausible. Again, I don't know. When it comes to flat Earth, it's something that's interesting, and I wanted to hear perspectives from outside people. But when it's like I'm getting browbeaten over and over again on
No,
whether or
buddy,
not, like,
Yeah.
no, you've been
you,
I
browbeaten.
want you to go
Stop,
figure it
stop.
out.
No, I'm still getting browbeaten over like
no,
my
you were
ideas
the
on
one
being
that
like
were
trying.
you were defending
Here we
the
go.
position.
Same. Like
No,
I'll just
you
get
were
my beaten
defending.
brows beaten again.
You're not being browbeaten. You were defending the position without actually knowing the position that you hold.
This guy's a crybaby.
Well, I mean, I'm not even upset. I'm just here trying to defend like my own beliefs. Like, what? Like, I'm not upset. I'm sitting
You
here with.
aren't
I thought you just said you
understanding.
were either way, and then now you just said you're defending your beliefs.
I'm
Yeah,
Which is
we're
a
talking
either way,
about your
and
belief.
defending my beliefs are they're not mutually exclusive. I'm sorry.
Your beliefs are something that we already have encountered, had, and overcome.
I have an
Okay,
idea.
yeah, that
Why
was
don't you
like
try hanging out in here, for the next 2 weeks and listen to our discussions with other people? And you can evaluate for yourself what you think.
well, again, that's like why I was here in the first place. So it's like this is a big conversation with a bunch of people. I'm super glad to just be in this convo where I can hear a bunch of different opinions, and I'd love to hear like a bunch of other ideas on what like could convince me that the Earth is flat or like whatever is going
We're
on
not trying to
XYZ.
convince.
No, it's not like again. See, you keep jumping in. I don't care. It's just like let's hear what's going on, and I'd like to judge my opinion based off of people who obviously in this conversation specifically have beliefs that they've like done some research on, and it's like there's a bunch of people here who I'd like to just hear like more ideas on like how XYZ works or what they believe that is like pushed it forward to the point
Okay,
it could be that again, but it's not browbeating. I don't like
okay.
you just keep beating me over the head with like you're
You
dumb.
just keep
Like
talking. Just don't say so many things to say something so simple.
I probably could narrow things down to a more condensed version of my opinion and
Yeah,
hopefully
exactly.
I
That's
can
what we
convince you.
ask. That's honest. We don't need you to. You're the one beating us over the brow with
True,
your
probably. I'm a little bit
overcomplicated.
opinionated, yes.
Yeah, okay. So you are actually projecting on us what you're doing.
I'm not projecting because you haven't shut up the whole time.
I imagine the audience is just very much over this
I have
dialogue. I'm
muted
just
myself
saying
every
in the dialogue right now.
you talk,
You
Frosty.
haven't stopped talking though.
What are you
All
talking
right.
about? I've
We
been
might
letting
need
you
to move
talk.
on to someone else. I think this conversation has kind of run its course. It might
It
be truly benefit to Mr. Frosty here if he hears our panel engage other people on this topic.
Agree.
Wait, you don't want to engage me on the other next topic? Like, what is that? Am I too confrontational?
No, I think it'd
And
be
dude, you're
helpful for you to
quicksand.
hear other conversations.
You know you're doing it deliberately. You're just stultifying the dialogue.
Yeah, I kind of did try to move the dialogue, but you're right there. But
So our
again,
claims are simple, man. When we see a sun set, it's because the sun is setting, the sun moves. When we see distant mountains, it's not because they're refracted behind curvature and they're not really there. You're actually seeing those distant mountains as they are. The globe has you convinced that everything that you see is the opposite of what you experience. And I want you to consider that.
So like just as like somebody like who's like out of the loop here, the sun rises in the east and sets in the west. How do you deal with that like fact? Is it
The
something
sun moves in the
Oh,
sky. It's that simple. The sun
okay?
moves, not Earth.
So the sun go. I don't know.
Yeah,
the
just like the
sun
stars move.
moves, not the earth.
So
You
what are
can
the
measure the
stars?
sun's movement.
Like when I look up in the sky and see like northern lights, what are the?
You see the sun move, you see the stars move, you see the things in the sky move. You don't see earth move.
So
So
this is
then,
about bringing your senses into alignment with your thinking. The globe has you convinced through your mind that the opposite is happening of what you are directly experiencing.
so in the like philosophical sense, like I think, therefore I am, right? How does that like
Ew.
take into the
Ew.
interpretation?
Irrelevant.
Do
What
that.
does the Chito have to do with geodesy?
Because like if I see the sky,
That's
then
disgusting.
how is
I
that
don't
like
want to
again?
hear your philosophical
Oh
outtake
no.
online. Can we
Of
just
course,
talk about
no. But
reality?
like, we can just talk about like we can flate each other over and over. But it's like when I look up in the
Yeah,
sky,
but don't
what is going
like
on?
philosophically puke on all of us, please. I
Okay,
don't
I'll
want.
I'll stop with the philosophical puke. But like, how else am I supposed to like look at the like what is without like some sort of like lens of philosophy?
Yeah, this sounds like
Like, there's
excuses
no.
for denying what you know.
Yeah, we can just talk about what we observe,
Okay,
and,
so let's
and
listen to like. Oh wait, is there
we
anybody
all
here?
do it together. It's not like we can just disagree on what we experience. We experience the stars moving. We
Okay,
experience the
so
sun moving. We
who is
experience the
who is
moon
some
moving. We
again?
don't experience the opposite.
Who could I like anybody here who's got like a good rundown on how like the flat Earth works, and like is that something that I can believe in?
Okay,
I
buddy.
love like
Look, you
again.
want
I'm not
us
being
to
no
give
no
you
no no. I'm not being obtuse. I
replacement.
actually want to know if somebody here is like
Yes,
able
I
to like
It
know.
give me.
You
works the way that it's actually experienced. It's that simple. We know how it works, and you do too.
Yeah, exactly. And there's some questions about it. It feels like it should be up to scrutiny, and like a lot of people
We
here seem
don't
to.
need a replacement for the things that you think are happening. You don't need a replacement for it. You just experience it like we all do.
Foster, your question is so broad as to be
I
not
Yeah, you're
rational.
right. You're right. You're right. It is, but like the problem is that I can't bring it down to like the grainy individualist perspectives because it's so hard to pin down. I don't think there is something I could do with that. Again, I have to use generalities
Be
because
that as
there's
it
not.
may, your inability to make a concentrated question is your fault.
Shows. Yeah, yeah, you're right there. But again, in this audience, there's no way that I could even bring that up. I'm just trying to go with the flow, but it's not working for me because, again, I have a different perspective when it comes to my belief system.
I
Okay,
went
so
out.
next.
I went out to a beach today. I took my camera out there with a tripod, and I was just trying to see what I could take photos of with the horizon. You want to see what I got?
What
It
kind of
doesn't
camera
doesn't.
you use?
It's a Canon 70D, a DSLR camera.
That's nice.
Yeah, it's all right. I really want to go back out there and like do it again and just sort of like just change variables with it. But I'll put some of the results up in the side chat if you want to check it out.
You know, if you hit up right when the sun comes up, you can get really lucky with the green flashes. I think a camera of your caliber would probably be good with that. You could find some really cool
Mhm.
shots.
So I'm in I'm sort of like, well, this was north of Brisbane in Australia, Queensland, and that second picture that I put up there, that's looking across to Moreton Island. I'll show you like a Google Maps like position of where I was taking the photo. So that's it there. It was called Warrum Beach. I'll put it in the side chat. Warrum Beach on Bribie Island. And you can see the suggested scale down the bottom there. How it's like in the Google Maps thing, it says that that's 10 kilometers. That little stretch on the scale. So across from where I was standing to Moreton Island, that's probably I'm going to say about between 15 and 20 kilometers, perhaps.
How's it going, Flat Earthers? Not good. No worries. Any Flat Earthers here? Any non-Flat
Yeah.
Earthers here?
Yeah, Flat Earther here. What's up, dude?
Mr. DAZ Studio. Oh, I see you're from Australia. So why do you believe in a flat Earth?
It's measured flat.
I don't understand. What do you guys mean by it's measured flat? Who measures something flat?
We do.
How? How do you measure something flat? Explain.
They measure like a table flat, yeah? Or
Yeah.
so it's measured flat. So it's
Yeah,
measured
so
using
you use
elevation angles.
elevation angles to the celestial objects in the sky. If you're doing that, you don't know their actual distance away from the Earth, so you use the linear attribute of an elevation angle instead of the opposite angle or the opposite side of an angle.
Have you ever heard that it's the Earth is so big that it looks flat?
No.
You really?
Yes.
Which implies that it's unverifiable, that curvature is unverifiable.
So you want to tell us
You've
that
never.
it's over
It's
yonder?
verifiable.
Yeah, we don't
David.
need to hear that.
So
Do you guys at least believe in gravity?
How would you believe in
Yeah,
gravity was the point of
to
that?
believe in it. That's the problem. You would
Which
need to
kind?
believe.
So
Which
what,
kind
you
of
think
gravity?
gravity is fake?
Just a description of it.
Yeah,
So,
we're not trying to
there's
there's
believe.
no
Right.
evidence of it, to be honest.
How else would you prove a force that you can't see?
It's not a force.
It's not a
It
force.
is gravity is a force.
Like you.
Yeah, but
you
do you
see
know? Hold on. Do
objects
you know how small of a force it is? Do you know on what scale compared to the other forces is? It is pretty much
We
not a force.
9.8.
talk-
9.8
No. I'm
kilograms.
talking relative to the other quote
Yeah,
forces.
seem to
Do you,
have
do you
an
know
example.
do you know how powerful it is compared to the other
What other
forces?
forces? What other
Understand that
forces?
we're not talking about your red herring.
Go look it up and see how powerful gravity is.
Okay,
Okay,
I don't.
can you tell me what other forces there are? Because you said other forces. I don't know what other forces are.
The strong nuclear force.
No, he's
What's the strong
probably.
nuke?
I'm just
Do you
saying.
believe in
Like
that?
I can already sniff these people out. It's just. It's not
What?
even a.
What are you sniffing out? I'm genuinely concerned. Like, how do you think the Earth is flat? Like, I have like no knowledge about how to prove the Earth is a globe,
Okay.
but I just know it's a globe. I
Okay.
want to see if
How
I
do
can
you know?
defeat
Know
guys.
it. Okay.
How do you know?
How do you know it?
Because there's literally photos. It's literally there's a
On TV
Does
screen.
gravity
Then
exist?
you're gonna believe photo.
Listen,
believe-
buddy.
Yeah,
Experimental stuff.
just start on one thing.
Stop
Man,
talking,
And a
everybody.
helicopter.
Shut up.
You wanna
Okay.
talk?
Shh.
Go talk.
Hush. Do you think that everything you see on your screen is true?
Not everything.
Okay, so there's room to think that there's no truth on the screen, right?
There is room, but not for something on the planet that we live in, like that type stuff. Like that is a very
Oh,
big,
so as long as
statement.
it's something like that, you're willing to just
No. Like there's a lot of things that
look
are like
anchor.
like doubt and stuff.
Hold on,
But
buddy.
come on, It's
How
the
about we
Earth.
just
You live on this planet. How can you think it's flat when it's literally a globe?
you've only seen
Because it
images
looks flat,
as
dude. It's really basic.
Alright.
It literally looks flat. Where do you see the globe? Where do you see the curve? What are you talking
you
about?
only see
So
on the
wait. Is
you
there an
literally
edge? Is there like an
see
edge?
screen and you're arguing for the screen right now. So why don't you tell us where we can see it in reality, and we'll take whatever you say like it's the gospel promise.
Yeah,
What about the people that live on the International Space Station? Do you think they see it like a
Do
flat
you think
Earth?
that they're seeing it flat,
they're
or
actors, dude.
no? Do you know that they're seeing it curved, or do
You're
you
seeing
know?
you're
You know
seeing a
they take photos, yeah? They
you're
take
seeing
photos. They
you're
see
seeing a
the
movie
globe.
made by NASA.
They
It's just a
see it.
movie, dude. It's the
How,
most
no,
Okay, so you
it's
guys,
one of the best movies ever because
you
people think
don't
it's
know
real.
actually how they see it up there. Yeah, if they're even up there, do you even know? Do you even know?
yes, I
Oh,
know
you
they're
know.
up there because it's
So
on their
give us
website.
the
On NASA's website, there's
okay.
a live
So
camera.
No,
You can
there's
see
not.
them.
information we
You
don't
can
need.
see them.
No, you cannot see
The
them.
tracker.
You cannot see
You
them. There
can
is no live camera inside the space station. There should be, but there's
Oh,
not, dude.
not inside from the outside. There's a
hush.
camera on the outside looking at the Earth.
Okay, there's a camera on the outside. Okay,
And you
so
can't see the whole Earth, buddy. They never show the whole Earth. Sorry about that. Go pull up the live stream right now. See what you see, because I guarantee it's going to be jack shit. I'm going to do it for you because I love when I pull it up and it's nothing.
I'll just go.
Alright, go ahead. And also, you know how like I remember from like let's see, I don't know, some science stuff, yeah. You know, like when there's an eclipse, yeah, an eclipse can only happen with a globe. I'm pretty sure
You
it can't
have
happen
no
with a flat.
idea what an eclipse is to even
I
say
told you
that
already. No,
would
before I started,
only
I told you.
occur
Wait,
on a globe.
yeah, go.
Hey, buddy, did you hear me?
Yeah.
Even know
No,
what it is?
continue. I did. Wait, I
You
told you
don't
at the
even
start before I walked in here. Before I joined this, I have zero knowledge on both these topics. I want to see if I can repeat you guys.
tell.
Because
Yeah,
literally, like, it's very obvious the Earth is a globe. I just want to see like how
Oh, it's so
intellectual
obvious.
flat
So
earthers
give
are.
the obvious reason why it is. We would love that.
You have like trust issues. Like, how can you not trust like 10 billion people saying it's a globe? How bad are your trust issues?
So
Hey, listen, hold on. This is how bad, no, hold on. This is how bad my trust issues are. You said there's a live stream of the space station. I went to NASA's website, clicking on the live stream. I posted the link. You can click on it yourself. Right now, it says this stream is unavailable. So you're full of shit, dude. You don't even know what you're talking about.
It's probably down. It's not working right now.
Oh, why not?
I know there is one. I know there is one.
Why
Oh, my
isn't it
fault's not
working? Why isn't it working?
Oh, my bad. Let me just call NASA right now and ask them. You have their number.
Well, maybe you should. Maybe you should double check things before you. Maybe you should double check things before you say shit like that because it's just you're nonsense.
I'm not lying, am I? I'm not lying. There is a live
You're
stream.
not
It's just
lying.
down right now.
You're not lying. You're just uninformed because I literally went to the website. What you should have done and posted a link and said, "Here's the live stream video. This is why it's real. This is why blah 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 blah." But you didn't do any of that. I searched it for you, and there's nothing that you can prove.
Yeah, but
It's not my fault. It's not up. I told you there's a live stream.
But here's my point. Here's my point: is that you're wrong on this one. There is no live stream. So what's your next point?
Bro, there is a live stream. It's just not working right now.
Okay,
Use your brain.
cool.
I told you.
Yeah, and you know what? There's a unicorn in my room, but it's just invisible, dude. What are you saying?
Oh my god, this guy's retarded.
You're retarded. You're believing something that does. You're believing something that doesn't exist right now. You said it exists. It does not exist.
I thought we simmered down and engage in a dialogue. How about that?
Look, I was trying to do that. I got interrupted.
Yeah, Flatsy. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So, all I was asking you is if you could validate any of these things that you see on the screens with experience, like firsthand experience. That's all you need. You don't need somebody's like testimony this way or that. It's not a testimony. It's anyways. You would need to be able to validate it on your own.
Mm-hmm. So you know how people, what do you call it, sailors and stuff, they used to use like what's the tool called? I forgot what the tool was called to navigate and stuff.
Sextant.
Yeah, that thing. Yeah, that thing.
Yeah, we
You need the
know.
Earth has
We
to be
already
round for
know.
that to work.
Okay, so you're bringing it. You don't even know. You clearly don't know because
I
you
told
didn't
you I
know
don't know anything.
it
I'm just
was a
gonna say
sextant.
something. I want you guys to see if you're repeating. I'm
Okay,
just gonna
then
say
why are you
stuff.
arguing it? Why are you
I
arguing it?
told you I
I
have
can
zero
read
knowledge.
it
I don't see. I want to see if I can beat flat earthers. I'm testing
Oh,
myself
well,
here.
you can't because I already know all about celestial
Go ahead.
navigation.
Can you explain that one for me? Can you just explain it for me? Because like, let's say I have zero knowledge.
Oh,
Explain it to
you
me.
want me to explain it to you? Are you kidding
Yeah.
me? Your claim.
Go ahead.
No, it was your claim.
Yeah, I'm saying. Okay, I told you I don't know anything about this. I'm just gonna say stuff. I want to see
only
if you can
needed
refute me.
that to prove my point, buddy. Why would I go further?
No, because I just told you I don't know what I'm saying. I want you to explain
No,
it to
you
me.
don't. I just proved it.
All right, so you can't understand English, can you? That's what I understood from this.
Oh, you think that I can't understand English? What would make you?
Yes. Well, what is this photo this guy's sending?
That's not
I don't
me.
understand what's
Why
going
are
on
you
with that.
talking about me and then talking
Not
about?
about you, or whatever the other person's sending. What's this guy's
Yeah,
name?
well, it seems to me like
Donato.
you're talking about people instead of the topic.
So, Flatsy, do you think
What?
the Earth is curved?
I know it's not curved. What are you talking about?
Then why do things disappear into the horizon? Why then get further and
Things
further away?
disappear into the horizon on a flat surface.
They don't. They just go smaller and smaller till
I
you can
can't
see
hear.
them, but they don't disappear like vertically.
What's the color? Are you hot miking?
You're hot.
Flat Earth. When things go far, they get smaller.
Yeah.
On a
That's
curvature,
okay. Yeah, that's not curvature. That's things
they
getting
start
smaller with
disappearing.
distance. Hold on, buddy. You're jumping to conclusions. You just described something that
What's the
happens,
color? You're hot miking.
and you're not demonstrating that it's curvature. You're just saying something that happens optically, and you don't have to include curvature into that. Thank you. We appreciate that concession.
What do you mean you don't have? Wasn't you talking about
You
senses
didn't
and
do
what?
that. Did you include curvature?
What?
You
I'm telling
didn't
you, on
include
a flat
curvature.
Earth, something goes far, it gets smaller. But on a
Yeah,
curvature,
that's not curvature.
things disappear like vertically.
Yeah, well,
You
Yeah,
can
I
see
know.
Because
their
the
It's
air
on a
density is
surface.
higher the lower you are, dude. You can't see forever. There's a visibility factor and everything. You're not looking through nothing.
look through it, or do you mean?
Look, okay, a 1-inch wave is gonna magnify itself if you're looking at it from close up. It's gonna obscure everything behind it that's taller than it.
Yeah, something closer to you that's
Why is not like
So like a
object?
lot
Why you
closer.
can see the
30.
object, but see the top of the object when it gets farther?
because like a wave, dude, a swell will obscure the whole bottom half of it, and especially if it's not right next to it, if it's halfway in between you and the object.
Okay, check this out. You simply have a misconception. You have a misconception that if the surface of the Earth is horizontal, or the surface of any given surface is horizontal, then you won't see a progression of bottom of disappearance as you increase the distance. It's simply false.
Yeah, because there is a vertical, like attenuation that you have to deal with in your Rayleigh criterion.
So it's a common misconception that people are often stuck in. It's presumption. When you see bottom of disappearance, and you can't see the entirety of the object at the distance, that strongly indicates or necessarily indicates that the surface is curving and therefore obstructing the object that's behind the curvature. It's just not necessarily the case, nor is that even strongly indicative of the Earth being curved, because you don't actually see the
You don't
object
even
curving.
see
You just
something.
infer the object is curving and obstructing the object in the distance.
Yeah, and if you're able to see the curvature straight on at that distance, the whole horizon should be many times longer than that distance that you're looking out, and that should be curved as well. You can't have a flat level horizon and then somehow see curve
You want to do
within
the?
that.
Do you want to do the slope-a-dope right now? Hollywood.
What's
Do you
up?
know the slope-a-dope?
No.
Okay. The slope-a-dope argument is if horizontal lines are derived from the horizon, that means all horizontal lines are parallel to the horizon. And they're derived from the horizon. How do you have a zero slope, which is what we do see and derive horizontal lines from the horizon, by the way? We use the measurement of flatness to derive horizontal lines, and you want to say that, not you, but the royal you, wants to say that the horizon is curved. That's a paradox. You need to be able to reconcile that paradox before you make a definitive statement either way. And flat earthers can absolutely defend that horizontal lines are always parallel to the horizon.
Does that have to do anything?
Zero slope on the horizon means that there's no rate of change of slope. So you can't have a horizontal horizon and a globe Earth simultaneously. That's a paradox.
Listen, when you bring a big sphere, then you infinitely zoom in into one place. Eventually, it's going to become flat.
Yes. Okay, but can you infinitely zoom out from your perspective?
I'm just taking infinitely just as a.
I know, but I'm just saying, can you apply your same logic to your personal perspective? Can you do the opposite? And can you see the flatness? Can you go anywhere and zoom out far enough where you can see the curvature based on that criteria?
No.
Yeah.
So therefore,
if you're on a flat Earth, if you're on a flat,
therefore that whole concept is invalid because you can't test it.
Even if he could, let's say he was able to infinitely zoom into a particular spot on the surface, it's just irrelevant. It's just irrelevant. Listen, it's just irrelevant. It has nothing to do with actually verifying whether the surface is curved or not. What you're appealing to is presuming, in principle, the surface is curving. You just don't see the curve because you're in a particular position where you just don't see the curve. So the only reason you're appealing to that is because you're trying to account for the fact that you don't observe curvature while you still sustain the premise that the Earth is a ball. So by your example, you're necessarily implying that you cannot verify or have not verified that the surface of the Earth is curving.
But at least this man admits that it looks flat and it must curve at some point, compared to the other guy who he cannot conclude that somehow.
No, that honestly, that was a very beautiful segue to where we need to go. And you don't actually observe it. You just have to believe it's there somewhere where you can't see it.
Yeah, and that's really unfortunate.
We can prove curvature via experimentation.
Yeah, go ahead, show us.
Okay, so you're gonna bring one guy on a helicopter. Helicopter is gonna get distance from the
Back
guy.
up. We
and then
haven't
give
observed. All. Dude, do you
Are
eventually,
you telling
let
us what can be done, or are you going to tell us what
let's
has been done?
let's hear his experiment.
Hang on. Are you
helicopter
telling
is
us
gonna
what
start.
can be done, or are you telling us what has been done? Hello, can you hear me?
It has
Hello, I'm asking you a question. I said,
has been done.
are you telling us what can be done to verify the proposition the surface of the Earth is a ball, or are you telling us what has been done? Because I was asking you to show us what has been done.
It has been
Hopefully
done.
both. Okay, so let's hear it. Helicopter. Yep. What?
Eventually, the helicopter is gonna start getting farther and farther away, and it start disappearing. So as soon as it hits the horizon, like from the perspective of the viewer, then we're gonna count the distance. We're gonna measure the distance. Two distances. The first one is the height of the helicopter at the moment where the viewer is seeing it as it's touching the horizon. Second distance is the distance from the viewer to the helicopter. And after
Has
that,
this been done, or
He said it
you just
has
telling us
been,
what
but let's hear it out. Doesn't sound like it.
then you can end up with a triangle. The
No.
angle of the
No.
viewer, you can multiply the angle by the certain amount. So you can repeat that.
Passa på att fylla dina sommarfavoriter med upp till 50% rabatt
So for
på
instance, if you
utvalda
get like
produkter.
2 degrees, you
Och på jula.se.
can
Inget
multiply
kan
that
skapa dig mycket.
by the factor that you're gonna need for the distance.
you need to fix your microphone, cutting in and out.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yeah, somebody mute the hot
Basically,
micer.
You can do to
You're
fix your
gonna
microphone.
multiply
Either you make it closer or something.
Hello? Can you hear me now?
Are
I
you
heard
on
that,
push to
but you need
talk
like
or voice
increase your
activated?
volume.
Turn your threshold
Voice
down
activated.
lower.
Closer.
Put your threshold lower or something.
Okay. Hello. So you're gonna end up with a triangle and an angle and a distance. If you bring up that distance, you
Yeah,
get
that
how
doesn't
much
require a
repeats
curved
for
surface.
the.
It requires a flat surface.
Wait! I didn't finish talking. Why are you talking
Yeah,
over
but
me?
you're also talking about the grid system that is planar based.
Nah, this experiment just proves that there is curvature.
Didn't do that. How?
Dude,
How did you disprove
dude,
it?
just be concise. What are you saying? A helicopter goes and it flies away, and what distance are you taking? The distance to the helicopter above the ground? The
Take two
the
distances.
ground distance?
First distance is the height of the helicopter. The second distance is the distance from the viewer to the helicopter. Then you're gonna end up with a triangle.
A right triangle?
Right angle triangle, we get it. Okay, an elevation. Yeah, okay, we agree with that. Yeah, what about it?
Yeah, that proves that it's curvature. Like
No,
curve.
it doesn't, buddy.
Dude,
It really
If
doesn't
you
at all.
continue calculations, you can
Continue
find like the
calculations. You still can't
radius of
derive
the Earth.
a right angle triangle with a curved adjacent at all.
So let me get this straight. You have your position, you have the chopper, and then you have the position under the chopper, right?
Yeah.
Distance, yeah.
He doesn't know the
Okay, so
difference.
how does that prove the Earth is a ball? How do you go to therefore the Earth is a ball?
He
Yeah, but
calculated
he
it.
doesn't
You can
understand
prove
different.
this one. You can prove the
You
curvature.
gotta let him
Once
wait.
you prove
Just
the
let him
curvature, you can
answer me.
prove the. I'm answering you. In order to prove it's a ball, you need to prove it's a curve. After proving it's curved, you're gonna calculate the distance, like
Do you mind drawing
You
like
go
a
around the
picture
whole
on
globe.
paint for us?
Just let him finish his answer to me first. Hang on. Okay, so your answer is just non sequitur.
What's the word?
Your pattern of reasoning is just patently non sequitur. It doesn't follow.
I have a
Getting
reason why
the
the Earth is
distance
flat.
to the position under the chopper is not at all indicative that the surface is curving.
I have a reason that the Earth is flat.
Yes.
So,
My
in
English is not
pictures
that
of
good.
the
That's
Earth,
not.
sorry,
Go ahead, Buster.
yeah. So, in pictures of the Earth, right? What is the shape of the camera lens? It is round.
It doesn't matter. You're talking about pictures of something that we can't experience, test, or verify. So you would need to be able to verify that first. And then we can scrutinize it. But until we can verify the curvature that they show us here on Earth,
The experiment that I just
not
told you verifies the
that's
curvature. I don't know why
there,
you deny that.
then we don't even have
No, it
to.
doesn't. I just refuted that.
Yeah, we don't
Getting
even
the
have.
position under the chopper with a right angle triangular relationship between the 3 points does not indicate that the surface is curving.
This
Our
doesn't.
eyes have a
It
curve
does,
in them.
dude. Since the horizon is hiding what's under the chopper has height.
Yeah,
But you
well,
can't see
Okay,
the
again, we
height.
just refuted this
You can see
appeal.
only.
to
We
figure
just
out the
refuted this
height.
appeal. We just refuted this.
Yeah,
Right?
but you
How
can
did
also.
you do
Leaping
it?
to the presumption. You're just leaping to the presumption that
Yeah.
because you don't see the entirety of the object, that therefore it's obstructed by the water hill that is the oceans wrapped around the ball. You don't actually see that. You're just weakly inducing to that conclusion. You can
Well,
have
they
bottom up
all
appearance
appeal to
on a
math.
horizontal
And
surface.
they're getting the math wrong in this instance. So
Then why is the chopper touching the ground from the viewer's perspective? Well, it's clearly floating from the pilot's perspective.
Angular acuity.
Dude, it's like, have you ever watched an airplane fly overhead? It rises and it sets, but it's always overhead.
Angular acuity?
Angular acuity. The closer you are to the chopper, the wider the angle between the chopper and the ground. The further away you are, the closer the angle between the chopper and the ground.
Get that!
Can you repeat that, please?
The
Closer you
closer
are
you
to the
are to
chopper.
the chopper is at the same height. The closer you are to the position under the chopper, the wider the angle and your perspective between the ground and the chopper. The further away you are from the chopper, or the position under the chopper, the more acute or the smaller the angle between the chopper and the ground.
And at what point do you derive curvature? What point do you
Very good.
calculate? What point
So
do you?
listen. Sorry, to calculate the sphere, like the Earth's sphere, I'm not going to calculate the curvature for now. I'm just going to find out. Like you can see the height of the chopper go to the zero, but you can clearly see the chopper by its size. Like if the chopper is 4 choppers high, you can't see the 4 choppers, but you can see the chopper itself.
Dude, you have
know
to
what I mean?
show a demonstration of this. Now you're just kind of making shit up.
There is a demonstration in this. I can send a picture, but I'm not allowed. I don't know why.
Well,
It has been done before, 2014.
Find a video or something you can link, dude. What are you trying, no excuses. Play like a champ. Find something. There's one picture that proves the globe that you can't post. I doubt that.
It's for you to find out.
Dude, the problem is it just doesn't sound like, literally, regardless if it's curved or flat, right? It doesn't sound like anything changes based on your observations. If it's a ball and it's so fucking big that it looks flat, nothing's going to change if it actually is flat.
No, it's gonna change. I told you
What
what's gonna change.
what
If it's
changes?
flat, you're gonna see the helicopter get smaller and the height get smaller together. But since it's spherical, the only height starts disappearing till you see the helicopter standing on the horizon.
So
Understand
you
what I
have
We
mean?
addressed this.
so hold on. You
We
have a
already addressed this.
the only way you can demonstrate this properly
Yeah,
would
I
be
told
over
you.
a large body of water, right? Because otherwise you have terrain and objects on that terrain interfering with your horizon, correct?
Yeah, you can
Okay,
say
look,
that.
we already addressed this. We don't need to keep repeating the answer to this appeal. Okay, we already addressed
I
this.
replied to you.
This is not indicative of the Earth curving. You're not seeing the acuteness, the angle between the ground and the chopper decrease with distance because the Earth is curving. You're seeing the
That's
angle
why it's decreasing.
between
It's an
the ground
illusion
and
or
the
something.
chopper decreasing because that's how your perspective works. And that's how
Then why
you
does the
observe things
chopper get
even on a
smaller?
horizontal surface. That's how you observe things even on a horizontal surface. So why do you keep repeating this? We just addressed it. This is not indicative of the surface curving.
You're
If you
ignoring
have
my
an
thing. I
angular
told you
relationship in your
the chopper gets
perspective,
smaller.
you increase or decrease with distance. You don't need Earth curve.
Wouldn't it be easier if you could actually just see the curve instead of have to do all this bullshit workaround? Isn't that the crazy part? Is that you're literally trying to calculate and prove something that you can't see?
So check this out. So you believe the Earth is a ball. So you have a dilemma. You have a logical dilemma that you cannot escape from. I'm going to tag you, show you here in the open chat.
We're talking about the curvature here.
I'm aware that's what I'm talking about.
You said ball.
Yeah, balls have curved surfaces, dude. I said it's
Not
correct.
every curved surface is a ball.
That's a truism distracting from the point, dude. You're just
Are
being
you
annoying.
are you saying the Earth is not a ball?
Don't even
Sorry.
bother. All right. So you already know full and well that you affirm the proposition the Earth is a ball. So stop with the annoying obfuscation. You have a dilemma. So there in the chat, you can't miss it. I tagged you. You should see a big yellow box on your screen. All right. So if the horizon is an intrinsic aspect of visual perspective, then the horizon is not the fixed summit of the convex slope of the ocean. If the horizon is the fixed summit of the convex surface slope of the ocean, then we observe farther than what would be possible on the spheroid, and the horizon is not the fixed summit of the convex surface slope of the ocean. Either the horizon is an intrinsic aspect of visual perspective, or the horizon is the fixed summit of the convex surface slope of the ocean. Therefore, the horizon is not the fixed summit of the convex surface slope of the ocean. Okay, so there's a dilemma that you have for your position that you cannot escape from. Check this out too. So here's the deductive proof of horizontal geodesy, that the surface of the earth and oceans is horizontal. Every solid and liquid has a surface. Every surface is either curved or level. The earth is a solid. The earth is a solid. The oceans are liquid. The surface of the earth and oceans are not curved, hence the dilemma above. Okay? Therefore, the surface of the oceans and the earth are level. Rule of inference, natural deduction.
Exactly. If the oceans and the waters that make up most of our reality is horizontal, you best believe that the earth will conform to that at some degree. Even with topography.
Gravity?
Even with topography.
Gravity?
No, you say gravity, but what do you mean by that?
Universal gravity.
Okay, well,
Universal gravitation. What
Yeah.
about it?
You believe in it? You believe the
In the
law
sense of
is
mass attracting mass? No. More in the
Hey,
sense
if
of
you
theory of
ask
general
us if
relativity.
we believe something, sorry, Gregory. If you
That's
ask us if we believe something, you're already off on the wrong track. We're not asking to believe something. We're asking for validation of things. So you already
I'm not here to do any playing with
you
words.
just
I'm
gave
just saying what I think about. My English is
no,
bad, by
but
the
you
way.
also just gave us your
Not
position.
my first
Whether
language. I'm just
you
pointing
just
out.
believe, you just believe, not know for certain.
So no worries. Don't worry about your English. It's okay. So,
thank you.
Like I said to you, universal gravitation in the sense of mass attracting mass? No. Nor in the sense of theory of general relativity. I have refutations for both of those. Those are asinine metaphysical doctrines. Now, why did you mention gravity? Crazy.
Because a spherical Earth, gravity denies these things that you're saying. Like,
say again?
Surface is either curved or leveled. Earth is a solid. The oceans are liquid. Surface of Earth and oceans are not curved. It denies this.
I deny gravity.
It don't particularly deny it, but it gives it a.
You have no proof of the idea that you're trying to propagate. You don't even know the idea
Have
to
proof.
the
I mean,
extent.
it's
You
just
don't
I
even.
can't put pictures in here.
Yeah, but you're saying
You-
something.
You can't even name one object with gravity that's discernible.
Yeah, you don't have any kind of extent of knowledge about something that you believe in, because you even said it yourself. It's a belief. You have to believe in something is something inward that would make you stick to a ball in the vacuum of space. But all of that isn't tenable as any way of existence. We have actual physics and laws of nature on our side, and you are thinking that we're denying something like that.
So let's clarify, because I don't think I caught your reason for why you mentioned gravity. Why did you mention it after I said the refutations
Reflex.
above?
He said in order for this to happen, like in order for the Earth to be curved and have water surfaces in it, there has to be gravity.
That's not necessarily true.
I believe that's what he said.
Not necessarily. There's no logical or metaphysical necessity for there to
No,
be mass attracting mass, nor TGR, the curvature of space-time, for there to be
Instead of
spheres.
up and down, inward and outward instead of up and down.
Was I breaking up?
Nope.
Okay. So did you catch that, Crazy? It's not necessarily the case that the necessary antecedent, it isn't as though you need gravity in order to make a ball, or in order for there to be a ball. It's not necessary.
I'm talking about how the fluids stick to the ball. I thought that was the problem when you bringing that out.
Oh, can you make any fluid stick to a ball?
Earth.
So no, you cannot, right?
That's special pleading.
Well, why even digress to that when you don't have a ball in the first place?
No, well, he can have a bunch of balls on Earth, and he can try this whole methodology out and realize that
because
it's
you
not
are
real.
in a ball. Earth is a ball, so you have to leave
But,
the ball.
but we just refuted that. But
or
we
you're
just
just
refuted
begging
that.
Yeah,
question.
we're sure.
I just showed you the logical dilemma that your globe geodesy is inescapably caught in, and I just showed you the deductive proof of the surface of the Earth and oceans being horizontal.
Okay, I'm drawing something right now. I'm gonna send you that.
You should look up a special pleading fallacy while you're looking stuff up.
I'm not looking stuff up. I'm drawing.
Yeah, okay. Or
Doing things now.
sure.
That's cool.
Why does this deception have to be real?
It doesn't have to.
Why is this deception real?
Because many prefer to believe lies rather than the truth.
Damn, how much unknown do you think is being hidden, or do you think this is all just like a power play just to control people's minds, and then that's it?
It's both. Plenty of unknowns, plenty of things that are hidden, and plenty of efforts throughout the entirety of human history to try and manipulate a given individual or a given people.
But do you think it's more of trying to hide the unknown from the public, or I guess how do I put this? Or is it mainly to just confuse the public into believing whatever you tell them?
It's both. The confusion is used to hide the truth. If you can't just prevent the information from being promulgated, then you multiply lies so that you bury the truth in a crowd of lies.
At some point, this whole thing's got to break down, right?
It is.
I mean, I'm just thinking logically that at some point, like, I don't know, air travel or something just becomes more prevalent, and exploration, and people can go places, or maybe that will just be restricted forever. Because, like,
That would help.
let's say 100 years ago, Yeah, I guess there was flight 100 years ago, but what was it compared to now? Now you can have one guy in a private jet go, pretty fucking far.
George, can you see the DMs? I sent you a small diagram that I drew just right now to illustrate what I'm trying to say.
Oh, me, Gregory.
Gregory. Yeah, my bad.
Okay, you're a journeyman.
Can you send that to this chat text messages so people will feel free to talk about it?
I know that the server mods can promote you without you having to just wait for the bot to do it. I don't know if the
No, I'm
channel
asking for your favor to
give you
to
perms. No, I'm just telling you.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Yeah,
Do you know
so
any server mods?
so you can contact one of the server mods, see if they can
Do you know any
promote
server
you,
mods in the
or
channel?
perhaps one of the channel mods in here can promote you also.
What do you think if public sentiment changes enough and it just starts becoming a tsunami of awakening? Do they flip the table and do something crazy to the world again, or like they must have like a contingency plans, right?
Perhaps. More likely, they would just try to stay hidden as much as possible because they've already invested too much in the hidden hand conspiracy. Unless they just say, forsake this. I'm just gonna lash out with indignation.
I mean, essentially, all they have to do is keep it under somewhat of wraps for 100 years at a time until the people that know are gone. As long as they keep the percentage of people knowing the truth, they'll have the maintain control, right? It's a long game. And they start early.
Anybody anything say about the diagram?
Well,
diagram is that.
Well, let's say we don't go to the moon in the next 50 years. That'll be 100 years of not going to the moon when it has been done before. Like, at what point do people just actually question it? Just out of pure curiosity.
Depends person to person. You have to be in the right
Maybe
mental
none of
state
us
to
will
be
be
critically
around.
considerate and self-scrutinizing.
I mean, you would think it's already at that point, though, right? It's 50 years already. It's
Not
insane.
necessarily.
Maybe it's the end of the West.
It's not contingent upon the circumstances. It's contingent upon the mental state. If you're not in the right mindset, then you're not going to change your mind. You're
Yeah.
not going to be zetetic.
Really true. You have to really want to know the truth. Fucked up. You don't care, you'll never know. Yeah, this guy said they're already propaganda cover up the fake moon landing. It's so true. Like they've already addressed that it could be fake. And honestly, one of the saddest moments I had was when I was at the in Houston Space Center in front of a Q&A with an astronaut in a crowd, and I asked him why no one's gone past low Earth orbit so long, and he gave me that, oh, it's time and money, and then he goes, and I was like, okay, well, when are we going back? And he's like, well, maybe never. I was like, holy shit. Cause I was like, even if I was fucking back in believing it, that would still be just depressing. And honestly, the best part of the interaction was some kid raised his hand after me and was like, what's the scariest part about being an astronaut? And the fucking fake astronaut goes, answering questions from you guys. And then some moderator lady came in and stopped the Q&A.
Sounds like
I have a question. If all the weather sites list like maximum visibility at 10 miles, then how can you even perceive horizons beyond that?
What?
Even at elevation?
So your question is, if the max visibility is 10 miles, how
How do
can
you?
you see the horizon further than that?
Well, how can you see anything past that?
You can't. I mean, if your max visibility is 10 miles, you can't see anything past 10 miles.
Because anything beyond 10 miles behind the curvature of the Earth.
No, but are they listing visibility at ground level? Well, because if you go up into a large building, you can see farther than 10 miles, right?
Not if your visibility is from 10 miles. Like, if it's foggy, right? If it's foggy and there's like a, say, a 3 mile limitation, it doesn't matter how high up you are, you will only see 3 miles.
I know, but my issue is most websites, I don't know, you can do this for me. I just searched 2 random places just to verify again, but usually the max visibility on weather forecasts or live forecasts is 10 miles. But I can see further than 10 miles. Can you guys search what your visibility is in your area right now and see if it's anything greater than 10?
I never heard about visibility. It's the first time I heard about it.
Well, just go look up your weather. It should list visibility as well.
Oh, okay. Let me see. You got infinite visibility of this page. You can see everything. 16 kilometers. Is that good or bad?
I'm looking for any forecast that shows visibility above 10 miles.
Have you seen like things that you recognize to be further than the actual visibility? Like mountains, specific places.
Hold on. I'm just gonna Google this real quick. Why it's limited. It says, incidentally, when visibility is reported as 10 miles in the US, this is normally a stand-in for, quote, unlimited visibility. The sensor cannot accurately measure the air to be any more, quote, clear than it already is.
You driving a vehicle?
Yo, what's up, my nigga?
Yeah, guys, the Earth is not flat. The Earth is not flat.
Earth is observably flat. Thanks for flying.
It's a oblate spheroid. That's the shape of the Earth. It's an oblate spheroid.
That's ridiculous because for years you've been telling us that it's a perfect sphere and that you've got equal altitude lines in the north and south, and along comes Smoking DeGrasse Tyson and says it's a fat ball, and that just totally destroys your spherical coordinates, doesn't it?
Well, even man like Newton theorized it could be an oblate spheroid, which did not have empirical evidence. Now we do based off gravity observation, electromagnetic dynamics, the atmosphere dynamics. Shit.
Sorry, you're a bit low.
I said we have new science technology. We have new methods. We've seen it. We've tested it. Look,
Okay.
there is even
How?
footage of military fighter jets flying at 25,000 meters above sea level, and you can see curvature. There is no fisheye lens, none of that. You can see curvature. You just need to get a little bit more high up. You won't see it on a passenger plane, of course, but the higher you go, the more evident it is. It's been disproved many times. It's an old theory which doesn't stand anymore, you know. Once a theory is disproven, it's no longer a theory, it's just a baseless belief. There's no argument to it anymore. It's a lost cause.
Can you post that video? Do you have a video of that fighter
Oh.
jet at 25,000 feet or whatever?
Yeah, no problem.
Was it 25,000 feet, did you say?
2100, 500 meters. 21,500 meters from sea level.
From sea
Yeah, going
level.
at 2,500 kilometers an hour, yeah. I don't know
And is
how
it dipping its nose to go around the curve?
it doesn't have to.
Why not? There's a curve, isn't there?
No, it doesn't have to because of aerodynamics.
Because of aerodynamics?
Indeed.
Okay. Tell us about it.
I'd rather just send you.
Because as far as I understand, the plane flies nose up because it needs to attain lift. So it's nose up, not nose down.
Well, even at cruising, it flies nose up. Even at a steady altitude, it flies nose up. It does not fly in straight. Right?
Well, it flies straight, but it's slightly nose up to get lift. But it doesn't dip over a curve.
Well,
that's what I mean.
It doesn't have
It would need to constantly dip.
It doesn't.
Pilot needs to constantly dip the plane.
It does not have to.
I know it doesn't have to because it's flat.
When people have believed the Earth is flat for many years, you know, they have a deeply rooted emotional connection to the belief.
It's not a belief.
When it's
practically used as flat Earth, man. Everything is in the manuals. You need to read more. Do some research, please.
It's not flat.
Don't just throw out tantrums, okay?
I've done my research.
No, you haven't.
Would you like to see scientific investigations based with math, or do you not believe in math?
I don't care about math.
Ah, see, so
Yeah. You believe in math as reality. That's your problem.
math is a partial reality, yeah.
It's abstract. You need to prove it in reality. Anyone can make an equation, or formulas, or model. Anyone can do that. It doesn't prove reality. Yeah. Keep yawning.
Then you have
Flat and stationary, non-rotating Earth. There you go, in the manuals. They all type it. The agencies, governments.
No, this is a baseless belief. You don't have any evidence for that. Would you have some
Like I said, you didn't do your
guy who was fired
like I
from
say
NASA
like I
said
say
the
you
Earth?
didn't do your research, so it's your problem, not mine.
I've done more research than you have, old man.
I'm not an old man, but okay, young guy, kid, whatever you want to be called.
Have you heard about the horizontal coordinate system? It's so our celestial body is divided by two hemispheres, the southern and the northern, right? And from there, from different hemispheres, you can see the moon in different, upside down, let's say, right? You'll see it upside down if you're in Australia, and you'll see it the other way upside down if you're in Russia. Celestial horizon is defined as a great circle on the celestial sphere whose plane is normal to the local gravity vector, although many or all flat earthers deny gravity, although it has been proven many times, right? Empirically, not just baselessly. Flat earthers don't have an explanation for tens of things which can, not even science, not all of them. Things such as history, geography, there's a whole list on it. In order for flat earth to be right, correct, astronomy, physics, geology, seismology, aerospace engineers, GPS, cartography, refraction, astronauts, meteorology, anthropology, climatology, satellites, radar, telescopes, government funding projects, engineering and surveying, and other things, they all have to be fake. They all have to be wrong for flat earth to be true. And in order for flat earth to be wrong, the only thing that has to be wrong is flat earth. Or
You
flat
keep
earth.
yapping. Where's the proof?
Yeah, you're spazzing out, bro.
If I had image perms, I
Oh,
would
if
send
only
it.
I had image perms, I could prove the globe.
Well, you guys are not open to changing.
No, the problem
your
is there's no
please don't
curvature.
interrupt.
You have no
Please don't
curvature, so it
Well,
doesn't
we
matter
prove
what you think
we
about
prove
any of these things. No, there's no curvature.
there is.
Okay, who measured that?
Well, even man like Oakley has, proven
No, he's never
curvature.
measured curvature. Try again.
He's never measured it, but he's proven it.
So no one's measured it.
People have measured it, yeah. People like
Okay.
MC Toon.
MC Toon measured it. How did he measure it?
I'll just give you a link to his measurements and his math.
Well, just explain the example. What did he do?
He waited for the what's it called? The peak day, the longest day. He measured the sun when it was directly above him.
The
He measured the
sun?
shadow. He measured the
I thought you said he measured the curve.
he measured the curve, but he measured to
Okay,
measure
well,
the curve,
tell
you
us
need
about
to
the
have
curve measurement,
different
not the
things.
sun measurement. I want to hear about the curve measurement.
Whatever, this is useless. I'm gonna go do something productive, man. You guys keep believing your
Oh,
delusions. I
rip.
don't watch with it.
Giving up
Yeah,
already, rip.
go do some better research, kid.
That was a quick spiral.
Yeah.
MC Toon did it, guys. Forget NASA and their $1 billion funding. It was MC Toon all along. These kids.
What was his name? Forgot.
I didn't see it. Retard Glober number 5,671. Something like that. Globies need to step it up, get it together. Can't be saying MC Toon's the proof.
What did he say? He said Oakley proved the curve. Did I hear it right?
Yeah.
How? What?
Give
Any example?
You know, they're triggered when they're talking about Nathan.
Yeah.
Yeah, they've got no clue. MC2. Tell us Mr. Beast proved the globe. Mr. Beast did it on YouTube in 2021. Amazing. Well, you'd think with all the funding and all the hardware that NASA would be the obvious globe proof for them, but it's never NASA. Never the PhDs, planetarium directors like Neil deGrasse. Some random dude on YouTube. Or an ancient Greek from thousands of years ago. Any other globers in? Don't be shy.
Perhaps elusive. I don't know. I haven't seen him speak yet.
Speak. Say your piece. Don't let big globe silence you. Your day going quick, so you alright?
Yeah, I'll go.
Good.
Just the usual, I guess.
There was some super drunk, unintelligible guy in earlier who had all his friends around. I don't know how that ended, but Flatsy and AJ were talking to him. Did you hear any of that? Frosty something, maybe?
Yeah, I caught a bit of that. That was a bit of a train wreck.
Yeah, man's fully bricked. Imagine doing that with your friends sitting around you.
Yeah, I was thinking of a funny scenario, like when a glober starts going off and losing it. I imagine that they're at like a family dinner, and at the start they're just sort of in the corner, just quietly talking. But as they get more and more angry, like all the guests sort of turn and looking like, who's he talking to? And then
Like the
before
far end of the
he's
table.
swearing and stuff, and he's totally oblivious to what's everyone around him. I just had a laugh at that.
That was funny. That was funny. At Thanksgiving dinner, he's just like raging at the end of the table and no one knows what he's going on about.
Stop talking to flat earthers, Bob.
I do wonder how many people have been told by their parents or their wives or something, get off that Discord. It turns you into a total asshole retard. Coming downstairs all pissed off that you weren't able to prove the globe.
I think Ranty Flat Earth, I think his wife probably had a lot to say in his, switch.
Oh, really?
She probably said, hey, look at all these anti-flat earthers making all this money. You better get on that or I'm going to leave you. He's okay.
Yeah, he's kind of out of the scene now, isn't he? I don't really follow it, but she's still uploading.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Apparently got into ghosts and goblins and that sort of stuff.
Ghosts and goblins. There you go.
Conspiracies and ghost videos and stuff like that.
Yeah.
which I really enjoy anyway.
Yeah, that's not bad. Ghosts and goblins, why not? I want a flat Earth, of course, but
Some of these videos on YouTube, these ghost videos, scare the crap out of me. It's awesome.
yeah, YouTube's really saved the whole ghost industry, really.
There's this video, it's in South America, and there's like 6 heavily armed special forces dudes checking out this noise in this house, and they hear this, boo, and they just run. These dudes have got machine guns and stuff, and they just fucking ran.
Nowadays you never know, like, I mean, especially on YouTube, and can make up all kinds of shit, but definitely a few of them which seem pretty legit there. Strange.
Haunted dolls, they're very creepy.
I wonder if we can get the ghost topic. I mean, seems like the kind of thing we could get on the flat Earth point and get those globers who are believing in ghosts. How do ghosts work in a vacuum? What's containing a ghost?
Yeah, how do they work?
Do ghosts go into space? So when a ghost dies on Earth and it's in that location, once the Earth has moved on, does the ghost just spawn in space? Or is he stuck to the Earth? And if so, how is he stuck to the Earth? Is it gravity? Does gravity affect ghosts? There's a lot of questions.
Does gravity affect ghosts? Yeah.
Because if ghosts don't have mass, you know, you need to think of new angles for these globies. They're getting shy. We're going to infiltrate the ghost community. Because ghosts make way more sense on a flat Earth. Let's be real. They call it the spirit realm, right? Realms are flat. So he's gone to another plane. Yeah, the astral plane, the spirit plane. Come on.
Gravity is like religion because religion says that something in fourth dimensional, if you like, spiritual realm, can affect the three-dimensional physical realm.
The space.
That's exactly what gravity says.
That must be where the ghosts are hanging out.
It's the same thing. Space-time spirit world influencing the physical world. That's just religion.
Well, we'll leave it to the Globers because a lot of them claim they're non-religious.
Exactly. The rock and say, no, I'm not religious. No, I hate religion. You're like, really?
Up, fellas.
Hey, what's up?
How y'all been doing? Chilling?
Good. We're trying to figure out how ghosts work on a globe.
How ghosts work on a globe? That's a good question.
Yeah. I'm saying, like, if they die on a spot on Earth, but then the Earth moves like 1,000 miles away, are they going to respawn in space, or are they stuck to the Earth? And if so, what's keeping them stuck to the Earth? Is it gravity?
Yeah.
If they don't have a mass?
Yeah.
How does that work?
How do they stay haunting the house? Because the house, like, is millions of miles away from, like, where they were when they died. So, like...
Yep. So we need some ghost-believing Globers to come in and explain it to us. What's containing all the ghosts? Are they getting sucked off into space?
Well, how about the aliens? Like, when they come here, do they have to, like, aim at, like, where the Earth is going to be and, like... Cause, it's like a moving target. You know what I mean? Like, how do they hit it?
I'll lead it. Probably what happened at Roswell. They were no good at leading it. They just smashed right into it.
So I posted a video in the chat that I just saw, and it's funny. So Brian Flat Earth Tests, he was on Earth Awakenings talking to McToon, and McToon is like, it's not literally something, a force rising up, it's just equivalent to a force, right? So the idea that if you're in an elevator and it's going up, because you're in the elevator, you can't tell. It's just like a gravitational force, and that's the equivalent principle. He goes on and on, right? So Brian tells him, hey, dude, no, that's not what it is. What they're saying, it's actually is a real force, that when you're on the surface of the Earth, there's actually no gravity, according to general relativity, and that the Earth is rising up, pushing you. He's like, no, no. And so in this video, he shows like all the physicists, all the freaking bullshit that's on YouTube, all saying no, that gravity is basically an illusion. That there is no force. The Earth is rising up, pushing you up, like because flat Earth society, whatever. That's actually a global argument that comes from Einstein. So what is MC Toon's reaction? Oh, I don't believe that. I'm not talking to you anymore. It's so funny. McToon, dude, like when he gets proven wrong, what he just like literally aborts. He just I'm not talking to you anymore. Because if he continues, he's gonna create more and more evidence that he's a freaking Bundy zealot.
Yeah, they just get to pick and choose with their lawyers. I don't believe that. It's optional for them.
Yeah, well, I mean, because it's so ridiculous, right? They've been like, you've heard it yourself. You think the Earth's accelerating up. No, you think the Earth's accelerating up. But they try to like pin it on us to say, this is a ridiculous idea. This isn't possible. This is some crazy flat Earth stuff. No, that's why they don't want to own it. Because they don't want that absurdity pinned on them. So they just say, oh, we don't actually believe that. They just try to pretend that that's not their globe. No, dude, that's your globe. When you talk about black holes and freaking gravitational lensing and gravitational waves and all that crap, you have to incorporate that because that's what it is, right? That's all special and general relativity. And you have to have an upward accelerating fucking Earth, and there's no gravity on the Earth. Sorry, you can't just like cherry pick what you want out of a so-called theory.
So that's the thing that gets me about the gravity discussion, because it's so theoretical when you get into their concepts that they feel like they can just pick and choose. Like each one of them has a slightly different variant on what gravity is. Peter's got to the point of saying he doesn't even believe in gravity anymore, but he still believes in a globe. I'm like, what? They just want their cake and eat it too, gaslighting us, saying you guys believe this shit. It's like, nah, this is your dumb shit.
I mean, they have to have gravity. You're upside down on a ball.
Yeah, it's like, okay, well then there goes your entire cosmology, universe, Earth, everything, but you just want to still claim it. But no mechanism for any of it to come about anymore. And then these people like McToon are held up to be, I don't know, these intellectual titans. We just had a guy in here before you joined saying that McToon's the guy who's measured the curve. Somehow. He's going to link us to his website. It's like, okay.
Oh my goodness.
Like, that's how low the bar is for them. I still remember.
Well, I mean, where else do they have to go, right? Like, it's like,
yeah.
You got the ridiculousness of Neil deGrasse Tyson or the ridiculousness of Brian Cox. Like, where do they have to go, right? They don't have, like, there's nowhere to run to.
Well, that's what I point out. If it's not NASA, they're claiming, if it's not some, if you're a normie, you're just thinking, well, it's NASA, it's the government, it's the space agencies with the billions of dollars and all the technology. They have to be the ones who've done it. If you're going for anything else, it means you've looked to some degree, realized that NASA's a fraud, and now you're spiraling just trying to grasp onto any branch that's hanging out, like McToon or Simon Dan or something. Because if you're not just going for NASA, I mean, or at least a university institution with some backing, I mean, you're just disingenuous in my mind. You know that the guy who proved the globe isn't some YouTuber from 3 years ago. It's supposed to be done already.
You know, Simon Dan, McToon, Flight to Flat Earth, they should open like a strip mall, right? One of them's gonna run like Flight to Flat Earth. They'll run the comic book store. Simon Dan will run the freaking NASA freaking memorabilia with like Lego ISS store. McToon will run the Star Wars action figure store, right? These are clowns, man. Because if you watch the videos, man, every single one of them has toys in the background or comic books or something like that. I like that stuff too, but it's not in my house.
Yeah, like their pride and joy is like their 80s Transformers action figure collection. Are you gonna take this guy seriously? The guy who never grew up?
I mean, it's like a grown woman having like stuffed animals that she had when she was a little girl and Barbies and stuff. Like, that's just weird, man. Like, that's like psycho stuff. Like, I'm not like touching that. Like, other than like a one night stand, and then, but I'm never giving her my real name or real phone number if she's still got Barbies and stuffed animals.
Yeah, it's like that meme where that guy is going home with that girl, but then he sees these photos of the Apollo moon landings on her bedside table, and you just see him leaving.
Yeah, I gotta use the bathroom, crawl out the window.
Yeah. I don't know. What do we expect?
Hey, man, but it's all gonna be solved, man. They're gonna they're gonna just go get some freaking ice, and that's gonna prove the globe. They're gonna go stand on some ice and look at the sun, and
Yeah.
they're gonna debunk flat
And,
Earth.
and even that, isn't that just a concession that they haven't actually proven the globe? And now they're like, well, now we're going to prove the globe. Right.
It's a good point.
Isn't this supposed to already have been done? Like if I
only flat earthers, right? And only flat earthers, the globers are gonna finally catch up, right? They're like the flat earthers already proved the globe. Now the globers are gonna catch up by going to Antarctica.
Yeah, they want to have at least some people that they can name when asked who proved the globe. They're tired of naming flat earthers. But yeah, I mean, if I was like convinced that the Earth was a globe, you wouldn't get me saying we need to go to Antarctica to prove it. So to me, it's just ladies protesting as usual.
Well, I don't think it's ever gonna actually happen. They're gonna pull some. Oh, we couldn't get enough people to book it because the flat earthers wouldn't go, so we have to.
Yeah. It'll be our fault that they're incompetent.
I think they have to book like a package with the company, right? So you have to have a certain number of people. So that's what I think. I'm almost 100% sure that's what they're going to pull. They're going to say we didn't get enough people, and that's why they wouldn't book us.
Well, next time they say, "Oh, we're going to go to the moon, we're going to go to Mars," we'll be able to point out that they couldn't even get to Antarctica. The chance of that.
That's funny. Yeah. Don't go. Is that freaking Hollywood? Like the other Hollywood? The freaking Hollywood. What's up?
Hollywood.
What's happening?
Antarctica Hollywood. What the hell, dude? Hey, did you sign up? Did you sign up for the final experiment, man? They're doing what you've been planning for half a decade.
I love how you guys are latching onto that with me still. Fuck.
Because, man, you kept harping on that shit, dude.
No, I was just interested in seeing what's outside of Earth.
Yeah, but now they say they're going to Antarctica, right? So surely you're all about it.
Who and what and where and when?
Oh, you're not up on current events?
No.
Oh man.
Oh man.
Well, let me tell you something, man.
Well, I got
So,
shot.
the Globers, some rich pasture globehead that's pretty much a compulsive liar, but he's like got loads of money. He was I don't know how to characterize. He's a broker, right, for high wealth individuals. He has lots of money, and he's funding. What say that? What?
I was going to say just quickly, and you know how much the Globers trust rich pastors, so.
Yes, that's right. It's the Protestant Christian that's going to prove the globe to the atheist globies. So he's created something he dubbed the final experiment, and he's invited I don't know, with 12 flat earthers, what he called prominent flat earthers. One of the people he invited I never even fucking heard of, but in 12 Globers to go to Antarctica. He's going to pay for the whole thing, and they're going to go see the 24-hour sun, and that's going to be the final experiment. It's going to prove or disprove the globe. Now, I don't know why you didn't get an email, but yeah. So that's like current events. It's a big deal in the Globey world because they think it.
I'm at their website right now. I just clicked on it. I mean, the problem is like this is not something that cannot be done already. This is not novel, right?
No.
Like I can go to Antarctica without this group, right?
No,
Yeah, and they have like a special camp or something that they do their little tour in. So you're going to get to go to their camp, right?
I mean, I'm more interested in flying from one station to another.
You'll get
across
to
the center.
Fight the flat Earth,
If anything at all, you know. I mean, this is all.
In the flesh. They might even let you carry their inhalers.
Yeah, but the whole point is the whole point would be to go across it, not to go to it.
Well, they're going to go and they're going to see a 24-hour sun, according to them, and that's going to prove it. What do you think about that?
I mean, I don't know. I don't know what that all means. I don't know this, you know, like that. Maybe there is a 24-hour sun because the fucking sun's reflective or some shit. I don't know.
Well, what's supposed to happen is because the Earth is spinning and orbiting the sun, right? You're going to go to a big piece of ice and they're going to stand there and they're going to spin in a circle and the sun is going to stay still. And they're going to see the sun from their point of view go all the way around them, but it's not going around them. They're spinning in a circle over the course of 24 hours. So they're doing like a really slow pirouette. This is what they think. And they think if they see this, then it's a globe.
And they'll all leave all flat Earth discussion and channels immediately, I'm sure.
It's like it's kind of sad that that's all they can do, right?
It's telling me.
Well, I'm just glad they're finally in agreement that the globe isn't actually proven. And they at least are at the position to say, well, it's not quite proven, but if I go to Antarctica and see this thing, then it's proven. It's amazing NASA aren't stepping in and saying, guys, we've already proven this. Look, here's all the measurements. Here's all the data. They're just kind of letting the globies flagellate themselves.
Yeah, I don't know about this one.
Yeah, isn't it funny that they're now propping up some like mega church pastor as the globe guy? The vehement atheist.
That's typical.
They hate religion unless it's going to take them to Antarctica to prove the globe.
This guy actually invited McToon to his, I don't know what you call it, church, rectory, whatever, and he gave a presentation on the globe to his congregation.
Oh my god.
Oh, you didn't know that? This is after he
No.
claims it feigned not knowing McToon at all.
Did they release that video of McToon explaining how he knows it's a globe?
No, I think there's just like a couple photographs of him like at the lecture
Why wouldn't they
talking.
film that? What
He's not
excuse could they have
photogenic.
for not filming that? That would have been
He's
hilarious.
probably like 4'9", dude. He probably had to like stand on a box to see over the lectern.
I'd be more interested to see what happens if I go and then I take a piss on the ice and see what kind of authority comes after me for doing that.
See, we're talking about Antarctica. I joined at a good time.
Yes.
They were talking about the
Did you
many
get your
islands.
email, Crypto? Aren't you
Sorry?
going? Didn't you get your email to go?
What, to piss on the ice in Antarctica?
Yes.
Yeah, I did actually. Yeah, I got it this morning.
Take a piss from the ice wall.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah, I was just saying how it's funny, like.
But apparently it's so cold that the piss would freeze. Oh.
Yeah, it's called a piss sickle, right? You piss off the ice wall, it freezes in midair, and they call it a piss sickle. Yeah, the background on this pasture guy, now I'm going to give out information which is 100% accurate. So he retired or quit being a broker and became a pasture. Now, why he did this, I don't know. But when he quit, and he has 3 pending investigations for fraud, and he had 2 previous ones. One was settled for $200,000, and one was settled for $10,000 with no admission of wrongdoing. But the current ones are still pending. You can't just quit and get like it just goes away. Don't work like that. They're not stupid. And my theory is, or hypothesis, speculation, is that he accumulated a bunch of assets and money through fraud and then said, how can I keep this shit? And he said, well, I'll create a church and donate it to that church, and then it can't be seized. Yeah, so this is what I think he did. And I said this shit to him on X. And he never replied to it. He never said anything afterward, going back and forth about how the final experiment or something. But when I brought this up, well, he said he never said he didn't know MC2. And then I posted the video of him saying it. And then, he vanished.
Well, you would like to hope that the person the Globies are going to trust with the final experiment, the final proof of the globe that they've been waiting for all this time, you would like to hope that he's not going to have multiple pending fraud lawsuits against him. But I guess that's too much to ask.
They're not even, well, I don't know if there's lawsuits. So if you have a broker, so brokers are regulated, right? You have to get a special license and all that crap. So like an insurance broker, a securities broker, he was a securities. Insurance is a security at the level that he's selling it at. This isn't like insurance salesman level. He's selling like insurance to high net worth individuals. So it's a different kind of regulation. Okay, he's a securities broker and they're regulated. So people filed a complaint against him for fraud, right? So that fraud goes through the security commissions, like it's a whole different thing. It's like you have like a choice, right? You could sue in regular court, or you can basically file this complaint, and it's kind of like an arbitration, right? It's different than it's more it's like an administrative justice versus like jury trial, that type of crap.
Well, at the very least, you'd think it would place a question mark on his record of honesty, but I guess if this is who the Globies are electing, the millionaire pastor, that's up to them.
The very least, they could just, fund giving an astronaut a camera and just have him turn it on when he goes in the rocket ship and start recording and just give us all the raw
They
footage.
did that. They did
What?
that.
What?
The fake camera shut off at when they got to a certain altitude. So if you go on my
I know.
YouTube channel, I got STS. Space. It was a space shuttle mission. They all start with the STS acronym. So it's STS-2. So it was the second. Maybe it was one. It was STS-1. Well, one of them had a camcorder and they filmed out the window when they launched. And it's on my channel. But the Earth is flat during the launch because it's only like it's sped up. He showed sped up footage, so it's like 30 seconds. It's probably like freaking 11 minutes or 10 minutes of real time that was sped up to like 30 seconds.
I know, but
I'll post that shit real quick.
I'm trying to find it. I mean, it's just like it's such a. It's like you don't need any crazy hard drive or anything to record this because it's literally like a few minutes, like you said, from launch to orbit, and then just keep the camera rolling and then just point it outside and stuff, and it's like that is the fucking easiest thing they could ever do, and they won't. So it's just nonsense, all this other stuff. Like, oh, let's go to Antarctica and do all this shit. It's like, how about you just make a good video of the Earth and getting to orbit?
Yeah, I posted a video in the chat. It's actually 1 minute. I think I got a link to the original. Yeah, so one of the people, so the first space shuttle launches, there was only 2 people on it. And one of the people that was on it filmed out the window and gave a presentation and showed his video during this presentation at some place. I don't even know how I found this.
Up it goes. What year was STS-2? Do you have any idea?
Probably sometime in the early 80s.
Oh Lord! So it's been 30 years since they.
1981.
See this video. Flat Earth. Space shuttle.
And then it goes away, of course. You think they're ever gonna? I mean, like, if you're Elon Musk, aren't you going to space at some point?
That's the funny thing is, why doesn't he go himself, dude?
It's beyond me. I mean, I could understand his whole okay. It's got to be like tested before I get on it because I'm so fucking useful to the world that I can't die. But at this point, it's like, dude, you built a rocket ship. When are you gonna go on it? You fucking idiot.
Same with Bezos, right? He doesn't go on his. Elon Musk doesn't go on his own product.
Bezos literally went on his with his brother. Like,
Okay,
what are you talking about?
yeah, but the funny thing about Bezos and Branson is they couldn't even build fucking rockets to go to space. They have bullshit.
Elon Musk went to space.
Okay, I'll
They have-
remind you.
They have
Bezos
bullshit.
has
Hold
been
on. Let me
his with his
remind
brother.
you that his doesn't go to space, dude.
What do you call space? Sorry.
I call it going up.
above Earth.
I call it going up and staying up there, dude. Like a fucking spaceship.
Elon Musk has never gone to space, dude. I don't know where
No,
you got
no,
the
no. But
idea
he thinks Bezos has gone to space.
Wait,
That's a
you
joke.
really so when you
Hold
define
on.
something so passionately, why don't you just give me a height, like off the Earth's surface? Like, what are you doing?
Let's just
Goofy?
say the Kármán line, even though that's not really space, it's a political designation. But Kármán
Right,
line.
so there's an oxygen up there, so you can't stay up there for long. And the more you want to stay up there, you have to have more weight for the supplies to stay up there, and it makes the cost of the
Yeah.
ship more expensive. And this is
That's
why
a cool story, but
listen,
it doesn't
yeah.
address the issue.
Yeah.
simple.
Okay, listen. It's a cool story, dude. But you know what? How
Well, it's
long?
just physics,
hey,
and-
listen. How long does it take? How long does it take to get to the space station? Or let's say, how long does it take to go around to Earth once when you're in orbit?
Well, I think you still have a problem with defining where the hell exactly space begins. Like
No,
yourself.
Kármán
Dude,
line's
hold on. You have a
100
problem.
kilometers.
But you have a problem with understanding what they're doing. Like they're not. They're
They haven't expressed that at all.
But
in this conversation.
they're simulating zero gravity in orbit. They're giving you an experience to make you believe that you float in space when literally you're just on a parabolic flight. Like you're not floating in space at all. There is no weightlessness other than you falling back to the earth in your aircraft. There's no difference other than if you were to go on a 0G airplane and do that, right?
Okay.
It's just an extended version of that for rich people.
Well, there's a lot of words you've given to what you know. I would imagine more people in the internet knows more because it's just on there. So the idea would be
all you're
do you
doing is
imagine
imagining.
do you imagine gravity increases, stays the same, or reduces as you get further away from a planetary body?
This is all theoretical, dude.
Okay, so
Hold on, I'm talking about real life stuff. So here, so they went to, so they
why don't
built.
you answer the question in that case, since you want to be real? Which of them is the
You
case?
can Google what Hollywood is saying and confirm that he is spitting out the mainstream narrative.
I don't waste my
He's
time
not making
Googling
it up.
things I know to be wrong. So,
Okay, so in what way do you know it to be wrong?
well, I'm trying to work through that, but then you're entertaining what?
No,
what
I
are
want you to
doing? I'm
just
trying
don't
to
talk like let's not have a meta conversation. In what
Well,
way do
then
you know
why
it to be
don't
wrong?
you pick which person I talk to and not two at once?
Why can't you talk to two people?
It's gonna be okay,
Wrong with
man.
you?
Because you're pulling me in a different direction than he is on purpose or something weird. Like what?
No,
having
I'm
a
talking
conversation.
about specifically what he was talking about. Okay. See, this is a meta. This is a tactic because you just talked out your ass, so you're trying to.
Why don't you
divert
take the lead then
attention.
and tell me where this goes? Since you think this is meta, you take the lead.
Okay, because you're talking about talking and about what the
You
conversation.
have the
is. So
lead,
yeah,
sir.
let's take the lead.
Yeah.
The Kármán line is well-defined place. Okay, it's 100 kilometers. The Kármán line is where the United Nations says space begins. Okay, all the countries agree to it. That's where space begins. Elon Musk has never been to space. Jeff Bezos has never been to space. Richard Branson has never been to space.
So above the line. Wait, has anybody ever been above that line or any object, sir?
Probably.
Oh, okay, so why don't we just
Political designation.
we don't have to. It doesn't have to be a certain human. It just has to be proven that you can do that, right?
A camera.
Yeah.
It's a political designation, right? That line it has no scientific meaning, basically.
Yeah. Where do you want to put it then? That's the thing.
Well, I mean, that's the thing. It's poorly defined. What I've seen it defined as in the International Terrestrial Reference System is the altitude at which your aerodynamic control surfaces stop working.
Oh,
so
why is that?
I mean,
Why is that?
What do you mean? Why is that? Why do they stop working?
It's the line where conventional
I
aircraft
think we're going to
stop
get back to
working.
gravity if you get my drift.
What do you? What? I didn't
So
hear
you brought up gravity when we were talking about
you
space.
said stuff stops working when you get further away from Earth.
Aerodynamic control surfaces, meaning the air is not thick enough for whatever your control surface is to change your path.
Yeah, why is that? Well,
He just said, dude.
Yeah, because the air is not thick.
you detailed the air isn't thicker. I'm asking why isn't it thicker up there than down here?
Okay, so why would it be? Why would it be?
You
All the
just
gases are
isn't
created on the surface of the Earth.
Give us proofs.
I'm asking you
Lines
guys
like
to
the
answer.
Aurora Borealis.
Dude, you're asking like why is the bottom of the ocean have more pressure than the top of the ocean?
I didn't ask that question.
It's the same question.
Nah, the ocean is limited. The space
Well, then
is
why
not.
don't you answer
How do
phenomenally
you know,
why
how
it's
do
the
you know
case?
space is not limited?
Let him ask his question, Dade.
You
Have
keep
you found the
avoiding. Yeah, you guys don't have anything.
Are you asking why is there a gradient of
Yeah.
density?
What's the phenomenon that causes it, to be precise?
So two
Temperature.
phenomena. So
Just
two
temperature.
phenomena. No, two phenomena. Third time I said that. Temperature's one. Where the gas is produced and cycled is the other. So 99.9% of the Earth's oxygen is produced by phytoplankton in the oceans. It's produced down here, then disperses upwards, but because it gets cycled, it comes back down. Other gases go through this, like nitrogen, which is also produced at ground level, disperse upwards, but also gets cycled down. But a lot remains up in the atmosphere. The reason why it's gradiated from this production area is because of temperature. That temperature is given by the sun that heats the surface of the earth and evaporates the waters, right? So as the temperature rises from the surface, it heats the gas. As the gas rises, it cools. If you have higher amount of energy in the gas, like heat, you'll get more pressure because the gas is excited more. Less energy than the gas is less excited, so less pressure. So two reasons why we have a gas pressure, well, three reasons. One is because the gas is contained. A fixed volume of gas that is heated and produced at ground level, it then disperses upwards, and because of the energy that's in the gas, it's graduated.
Oh, what if it wasn't contained as much?
Then what do you mean as much? It's either an open or
Well, it's not a black and white thing. Nature doesn't work this way.
It does if we're talking about, in this instance, a thermodynamic system. Now, there's three types of thermodynamic system. One is hypothetical. That's an isolated system. And what I mean by a thermodynamic system is energy and matter. In this instance, the matter is liquid and gas and solid. But the liquid and gas have energy, especially the gas. If you uncontain gas, it fucks off. This is a closed system as opposed to an open system. The two types of systems that we can definitely demonstrate. A closed
I have a
system.
question.
I haven't finished.
He's going to go into
A
exhaustive
closed-
detail so I can forget my place.
Okay. A closed system will not let matter escape, but will let thermodynamic energy, like heat, leave and enter the system, like heat in a can of Coke. Now, an open system will let thermodynamic heat exchange and the matter leave the system. Open a can of Coke and open any container. And if the pressure inside is higher than the one outside, the gas inside will leave the system. This is a thermodynamic system, the one that we're talking about. You can't have this type of system, gas and energy heat exchange, without it being closed. Because if it's open, the gas will fuck off.
Okay, a lot of detail. You keep skipping this middle part. So when you have this and that, you don't have this just flipping binary. You have a gradient. So you can have a semi-permeable topology or container. You can have a permeable, plastic containers, glass containers, ceramic, containers that flex with pressure, containers that don't as much. So I'll ask you again, what type of container are you assuming? Because this black and white like kind of conception, there's something in between that. That's the thing.
Something.
So temperature, temperature is one. That's thermodynamics. It's a dynamic, and there's other ones like gravity. You skipped gravity as well, so you're skipping the middle part and gravity on purpose. Why are you doing this?
I think we should focus on gravity and just destroy that real quick because you're locked in on that.
Well, I know you're avoiding it, so why wouldn't I?
No. We're not avoiding it. We're just thought you.
Biggest thing you just don't mention.
Hold on, we'll kill your gravity in a second.
There's no point talking about gravity yet because he's already made an assertion that's completely false. There is no semi-container. It's either
I said semi-permeable. Do you know what that term means?
But you're implying that it's a half container.
No.
You know what semi-permeable means? I have a plastic bag on my desk. I can demonstrate.
Finished. Thank you. So you've either got, as Jedi very eloquently stated, an open system closed system or an isolated system. Isolated systems are philosophical and don't exist. So your choice is closed system or open system. Pick one.
Well, I think
Okay, since I have a plastic bag on my desk that defies what you just said, I think you need to like wake up, bro. Get in the reality that I live in.
I think he has a fair point about different types of closed systems. Is that incorrect?
Did you hear about the plastic bag on my desk that's semi-permeable?
No, you just
what?
made another claim. You're now claiming how so? Your
Okay, when a grown-ass man denies a plastic bag is semi-permeable, I think we can stop here, bro. This is it. So I get off the ride.
system or an open system?
Semi-permeable's open.
First of all, is his question a true dichotomy?
There you go.
Is a plastic bag a closed system
There's
or an
open and closed systems, hybrid systems. There's like 50 different classifications. Acting like there's only two is also silly.
No, you're wrong. You're just wrong about that. Sorry, Jedi, carry on.
No, you're fine, man. I mean, I said my piece. He seems to think that if you have a semi-permeable system,
It's a term. You should Google it.
It's a term. Awesome. It's a term.
Yeah, it's also a phenomenon. Like plastic bags, when you put stinky food in it, you can still smell it outside because, gas can escape. Wow.
Yeah,
it's semi-permeable. Look how simple it was to explain. A 2-year-old can understand.
Yeah, but I guess that means it's open, doesn't it, technically?
No, it means it's semi-permeable, which would make it a hybrid system, not a open or closed system, because the barrier is actually somewhat of a filter. Stay in school, man. Stop LARPing.
But by being hybrid, isn't that...
Yeah,
okay, he left.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
We got you, Crypto. Go on.
Well, I don't know if he's still here. If he's not here, there's no point talking.
Yeah, he's not.
Oh, well, fucking hell.
It's sad when they run.
It's an open system. Anyway.
I mean, it sounds like by default, if it's hybrid, it technically is open as well, right?
There's no such thing as a hybrid system. He made that up.
Yeah, but his semi-permeable does ring a bell, though, does it not?
Yeah, but that's not a system classification.
Probably not. I have no idea.
No, he just made it up.
Specified it.
Unfortunately, it seems like he tried to pick one slight angle and run away.
Yep.
And that doesn't really do it for me, Well, and he kind of ran away before we even got to his gravity because he knew that was going to fall.
Yeah, but what he was trying to imply is that you can have an open system that's closed.
Yeah, exactly. That doesn't really make sense.
Right, and that's why you need to nail them on, is it open or is it closed? Because they will say, oh, yeah, well, it's closed in the sense that the gas doesn't fuck off, but it's open in the sense that rockets can go to the moon, right? So they want their cake and eat it too, and you can't let them have it.
I just really wish he had more of a backbone, because it doesn't do it for me when people act like they know something and then they run away before defending it just because they think that one of your definitions or something is slightly different than theirs.
It's cringe. You didn't know anything about systems at all, and it's basic stuff, really basic stuff. It was like one of the first days in Flat Earth. I think Indio might have even told me about systems, and I was like, "Oh, that's interesting." It's like a 30-second Google, and you're good,
Yeah, I think he just came here to, reaffirm his own stance. Oh yeah, thank God I am right, and these guys are not.
A lot of these guys, they come in expecting us to be dribbling retards, and then when we turn out to be way, way more informed than they are, they go, this is too much effort, and they just leave.
I literally think that's what happened when he said it himself, when he's like, now you've given me this long-winded answer and I've lost my train of thought or something. Dude.
Yeah.
What?
He clearly wasn't listening to Jedi at all, and that's even more frustrating as well.
That's when he turned his brain off and then he decided he was done.
Yeah. He's like, oh, have you ever heard of a plastic bag, bro? Oh, jeez. Come on, man.
His he ran away on the point of a plastic bag.
I was going to apologise to Jedi for stealing his kill, but I mean, he was already a zombie, so he was like brain dead anyway. So
Oh no, I beat the crap out of him and hung him up. It was up to you what you did with him after that, man.
it's like you held him and I just punched him, sort of thing. But he was already brain dead, so there was nothing to kill. Do you know what I mean?
I mean, he just got a little bit of more pushback than he was expecting, and he fucking fled the battlefield.
But it's not even pushback. I think it's not just. Sorry, just one sec. It's not even just pushback. It's that they realise how incompetent and how ill-informed they are, and they don't want that to continue.
Yeah.
So, well, I was gonna say, if the Earth was flat, right, as I think some of you believe, then why doesn't the Earth appear the same? Well, if you look at the sky in different places on what I would assume to be the Earth, then, well, if you look at the sky, for instance, then why does it appear larger and smaller in some places?
What do you mean by larger and smaller?
The Earth?
The sky.
So I'm in Australia, and the sky appears quite large, and I think that's a factor of Australia's really flat place. So we have the visual perspective of the sky being larger. But if you're in the UK, for instance, or some other place, the sky would appear smaller because they're not as flat as some other places.
Well, yeah, you've just pointed out the
like
obstruction
buildings and trees.
Yeah, you've just pointed out the obstruction of the horizon and how that obstruction, where the floor seems to take up more space, makes the sky above look bigger because there's more floor in your sky. That's what it is.
Also, there's also another factor that I don't think you're considering. How far you can see is directly proportional to how much humidity there is. So Australia is exceedingly dry, and the UK is exceedingly wet. So because of the amount of water vapor in the air, your visibility is limited in distance.
Do you know what?
This isn't my opinion. This is mainstream stuff. This isn't like some flat earther opinion. This is well known.
Yeah, but reconciling that with the proposition of there being like a flat Earth, wouldn't you consider the sky to be some sort of a container mechanism, like not particularly spherical in nature, but more like all half spherical, containing a flat plane? And then how would you reconcile that with
the sky is a flat plane?
No, I mean like the sky. Well, you kind of go for like the snow globe model when you're describing.
I mean, that's not really. I would say the current hypothesis of how the sky works is that everything is based upon your personal perspective, right? So no matter where you are, if I'm in England, if I'm in frickin' Australia, the sky appears to be like you're in an upside down dome. And as you move around, right, the sky appears to kind of like rotate around you. But you always appear to you, from your perspective, to be in the center, right? The way it appears versus the way it is, two different things.
Well, I'm an object separate from the Earth because the Earth isn't a sentient thing, I would say.
I mean, some people think it is. You start talking to the stones, quick and see if they talk back.
But and then I would then move into
it's
like
called a personal
GPS.
dome of vision. Just so I clarify, it's called a personal dome of vision. So there's a difference between. So we look at terrestrial objects and we have distance cues to tell like how far away they are. But when we look at the sky, we don't get those, right? So all the stars, you can't say, hey, that star's farther away than that star, right? Because there's no distance cues from which to tell how far away any of that stuff is. Whereas on the ground, right, I could say this tree is close, this tree is far away based upon how big it is in my vision. Plus, I can see the ground ramp up, I can see the horizon. I have all these other distance markers to tell, hey, this is how far away it is, right? So the visual perspective is just different. I wouldn't call it an optical illusion. I would just call it, you just can't tell just because of the way it is. Like the sky, like nothing in the sky acts like anything terrestrial as far as vision wise.
And it's
Which is like-
unverifiable, more importantly.
It's just like it's a lack of visual clues, isn't it? I mean, it's funny because we were talking about this the other day with that cringe guy, Jesse. What's his name? We were talking about the Moon Terminator illusion. I don't know if you are aware of that here. And he just denied it. It was like, oh, I've debunked that. And I was like, well, that's interesting because Vsauce has a 12-minute Cope video about the Moon Terminator illusion. And you're saying it doesn't exist. So, I mean, Globers need to pick one. They can't say it doesn't exist, but if it does, then we've got to cope for it. Like, pick one or the other. But anyway, in that video, he says about the lack of visual clues being the reason for the Moon Terminator illusion. And so that if that applies to the moon, it would surely apply to the stars as well.
Yeah, and it's also in so there's a published book called the Oxford Compendium of Visual Illusions and the Moon Illusions in that. So it exists.
I would also suggest, like, if you were in one position and you moved forward in the same position for a period of, like, an amount of time, you would end up back in the same position as you started. Then if you traveled in, let's say, a position parallel to the position that you started and you did the same thing, you'd end up back in the position that you started at. So isn't that how you determine the nature of, like, mapping? You know the size.
Okay. So you need like an external, like you need, naturally, just naturalistically, people will walk in a circle, right? Without any outside clue. So when people get lost in the desert or the woods or anything like that, they think they're walking in a straight line, but they actually walk in giant circles, right? This is known, and this is, when people get lost, this happens.
So you need some flying circles as well.
No, you need some. Yeah. So, you need an outside spatial reference to know whether you're going straight or not. You just can't do it by, hey, I think I'm going straight, right? So if you're in an airplane, there's crosswinds that'll throw you. So you'd actually, when you think you're flying straight, there'll be a crosswind, right? So you have your course versus your heading. So you'll have a heading where your plane or your boat pointed in their direction, but that's not your course. Your course will be, there'll be some crosswind, or in the case of the ship, water motion, which will be pushing you sideways, right? So you take your heading plus the motion of the fluid pushing you sideways, and that will give you a course, right? So it's like the addition of two vectors, and then you freaking will go in another direction. So it's hard to tell if you're actually going straight or not. So what we use is a compass or something, right?
Yeah,
so
a compass.
But in a flat Earth conception, right, that the magnetic compasses point north, right? So you would just end up going in a circle anyway.
East or west is a circle around north. Doesn't matter.
It's only a difference of what the circle is, right? So in your idea, you think the circle you're flipping over, right, going in a circle, and we think you're just going left or right.
Well, you are going in a circle that's just around the circumference of the Earth.
No, that's east or west or up north.
That's not what he means.
A straight line is just bending around an object.
If you were to follow, sorry,
that's not what he.
Sorry,
that's not what he means. So think about it this way, right? Is everyone here in the chat familiar with chaos theory?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Right. So, you know how you put, say, 10 leads in a box and they're always tangled? It's not like a 50-50 between tangled and not tangled. It's which kind of tangled are they? Right? The reason for that is that there's infinite ways that they can become tangled, or not maybe infinite, but millions and millions of different iterations of them being tangled and only a few ways of them not being tangled. So the way that works in terms of probability is that it's 99.99999% chance that they're going to end up tangled. And so how that applies to this is that you could be bearing left or you could be bearing right, but there's actually many different iterations of bearing left or right, and there's only one iteration of not bearing left or right. And so if you apply chaos theory to this idea, then it's way, way, way more likely that they're not going to be bearing perfectly straight just based on random chance.
When you're saying you're going in a straight line and you're going to be using the compass, you'd follow a latitude line, wouldn't you? Yes, no? No, yes? Okay. That was a question. People always talk about coming back from where they started, and we're trying to explain that, that's east or west. No, that's the circle around north. And if you
can't bend a bullet.
Yeah, but if you're to travel on a latitude line, that's just a concentric circle around north or magnetic, or true north, which you have to declinate for and change because it's not true magnetic north. Following latitude lines in a circle, this would be straight, like the equator. That's 0 degrees, where underneath Polaris the GP is 90 degrees, and all of the degrees in between that are latitude circles around the GP of Polaris, like the equator. They're just circles around north.
I have a question. So on a sphere model, you have like the equator, right? You wouldn't need to turn to go around, right? If you're going around the circumference, right? The absolute circumference. But if you're on a different latitude, let's say halfway between the equator and the North Pole on a sphere, then you would actually have to turn in order to go around on that latitude, right?
Yeah, I know what you're pointing out. On a sphere, if you go around the equator, you're not actually bearing left, you're just going straight.
So what you're trying to say on a flat Earth, if you go straight, you're not gonna end up in the same place ever again.
Well, going straight is like, you gotta determine what straight is. If you're following your compass and you're going west, you'll constantly be going straight west, but you'll be going in a circle.
But yeah, if you could actually go straight, then yeah.
But if you go straight, if you go straight on a sphere, you have to go around the entire circumference. You can't go less than the circumference, or else I'm trying to think, you have to turn then, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Do you think that
I just want to point something else about straight, just real quick, is that the Euclid's straight line in Euclid's Elements is the only axiom that's never been proved. Whether a straight line even exists. It's never been proven that a straight line exists in mathematics. In geometry.
What?
Yeah, it's called the parallel postulate. From the parallel postulate, you have to be able to direct, like the axiom of the straight line is not been proven. This is like that's why non-Euclidean geometry exists in the first place. It's under the axiom that there's no straight lines.
I heard somebody mention
there are straight lines.
There's no straight lines in spherical geometry. They don't exist.
2 points can form a straight line. What do you mean?
Yeah.
Can
it's
you
not
deny
that
the
simple.
existence?
No, I said you can't prove it. You're just saying that, right? You cannot prove that
Yeah, it's
mathematically.
imaginary. Yeah, it doesn't exist in the physical world.
Yeah. So give me a
That's for
proof.
sure.
Give me the. You be the person that solved Euclid's parallel paths. Go for it. Go now. Let's hear it.
Here, what I just told you, a line is like 2 points, nothing more. So
A
if
line
you
is
don't
2
believe in a
points.
line, you don't. Yeah.
A line is 2 points as a claim. Okay. First of all, I want the rigorous proof, dude. The proof, the mathematical proof, dude. That. We all know conceptually, ideologically, what a straight line is, but whether you can prove one actually exists is another thing. They're two different things.
You're demanding an existence of something that we supposed to exist just to help us. That's what you're doing right now.
Would you? Do you know? Okay. Do you understand the difference between like a mathematical proof and a social construct?
I'm struggling with this. So go on, carry on, Crypto. Maybe this will help me.
Sure. So, I mean, what Indio's saying is that you need to prove it mathematically, right? And he can go into that because he's more familiar with the parallel postulate than I am. I've heard of it, but I couldn't sort of go into detail on it. But a social construct is just an idea understood by a group, right? So you can't use a social construct in substitution for a mathematical proof. So that's what Indio's trying to tell you. It's just because we all in this room understand that a straight line is the shortest distance between 2 points. We understand that idea socially. That is not substitute for a mathematical proof. Hopefully that's getting you to understand what the difference is between what he's asking for and what you're providing. Yes, no, maybe.
Isn't it the same thing? Like the social thing. We call the mathematical thing the social thing.
Yeah, well, a
Use
social
mathematics.
construct is an idea that.
Is geometry the social construct then?
Am I lagging or?
A little.
Okay, sorry.
It's all right. You're just chopping it out.
Yeah, I mean, look.
I get what you're saying.
So a unicorn, the concept of a unicorn is a social construct, and you can't mathematically prove unicorn.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah, you can also prove a line.
No, but ignore the line for the second, because you need to understand that. Like, you can't mathematically prove unicorn, can you?
No.
No, but we all understand what a unicorn is. So this is what Indio's telling you, is that we all understand that a straight line, philosophically, is the shortest difference between 2 points.
Well, I'm trying to
But that's
understand what
not a
mathematics
mathematically
to do with unicorns.
You want me to prove a unicorn physically?
Okay, so
a line doesn't exist physically.
These guys are so
We live
slow,
in a 3D
man.
world.
Yeah, you're either slow or dumb as fuck, dude.
I don't want to be slow, but within mathematics, we've got geometry and we can draw triangles, right? And we describe that geometry is like straight lines between points, and we use those straight lines and we measure distances between these points in mathematics. So how can we not prove this mathematically? I'm confused.
Maybe I lack the knowledge to answer this question.
I think I would ask, how would you explain all the benefits of space travel? Well, in terms of the science experiments done aboard the International Space Station that have contributed to scientific outcomes, or in like usable real world applications, how would you
Like which
explain that
ones?
if space wasn't a place where
Can
we
you give
could
us an
operate?
example?
What's that? What's
Can you
that
give us
got
an
to do with
example?
blind? Sorry,
Nothing at all.
I'm still struggling with blind shit.
Yeah. Can you give us an example of something that was invented in space?
You can pull up multiple examples if you'd like me to.
Yeah, please.
Well, I'd like you to give me one off the top of your head. No? Okay, fine.
Don't you think, Judas, it's a problem that you just made a statement of something you think exists, but you don't know exactly what it is, and you would have to go look for it?
Memory foam, air thermometers, freeze drying, camera phones, water filters, invisible braces.
Wait, you think thermometers were invented in space?
Phenomenon.
Satellite
Freeze drying was
navigation.
invented in space?
You think freeze drying was invented in space? Why would that be necessary?
Dinner.
You think we couldn't freeze dry shit on Earth before they sent a rocket to space?
No,
Come on, dude.
Well, we wouldn't have them without space travel.
Yes, we would. What are you talking about?
Well, they were specifically invented in the process of achieving space travel.
That's phenomenal.
That's a claim.
That's what innovation is for.
Okay, so you're just stacking claims on top of each other right now.
Why do you think we have? Well, you wouldn't say we have satellites, but we can visibly see them.
So you're just
orbiting.
claiming. You understand? You can't make a statement that's a claim and then instead of backing that claim with verifiable evidence, just make more claims. You can't do that.
I can link you to the Google search if you like.
Yeah, I know what Google is. Sorry, go on, John.
That's why he was laughing when he said that. Do apologise for interrupting, but I could hear him giggling when he said that. That was funny. Doesn't even believe his own words.
This is the theater of the absurd right now. Do you think they invented Velcro for space too?
Ballpoint pens.
Don't know. It's not in the list, so.
It's not in the list.
It's not in the list you googled. Oh yeah.
If the list said they invented condoms in space, would you believe that?
Right.
Oh, imagine a used condom. Imagine a used condom flying around the ISS and they're all trying to dodge it. Like,
I don't understand how condoms would be like a scientific application in space, but or maybe they derived like certain properties of it in space, but I don't see how it would be invented in space.
I don't see how anything you've said would
Unless
be
they were
invented in
having
space.
like nocturnal activities on the space station and they needed something to protect them.
Well, they got space herpes, so maybe they got like leakage. So they put the condom on with a rubber band so that, you know, little chunks of herpes virus aren't flying around.
But I'm not saying these items are specifically made within space, but the applications of the technology were made in space. So they were brought back to Earth and then they were applied to real life things like camera phones, water filters, invisible braces, and solar panels, and etc.
Because
yeah, I mean,
like spending all
That's
this
what
money.
scientific experiments do. They see the real world applications for things and then they implement them.
It's called research and development. You don't have to go to a vacuum that doesn't exist to do research and development. With lots of money that you've got because you're not going to a place that doesn't exist.
Well, also you have.
Okay,
It's not just
invisible
entirely a
braces.
vacuum; it's the absence of less gravity.
Wait, how do you know?
Okay, hold on. I gotta correct something.
Does
I gotta
North
correct
Korea exist?
Yeah. Fucking, does your mom exist? Or is it just two lesbians in a chemistry set? Anyway, invisible braces weren't invented in space. They were invented by a company that works with NASA. Are you sure you're reading the right list?
I didn't say they were invented in space. I said
several times.
The application to make them was invented in space.
Okay, what was that process? Describe it to us.
And you specifically said brought back down as well. That was weird.
Using material originally incorporated into missile tracking devices. 2 companies working with NASA invented translucent ceramic braces.
Okay, so they were tracking missiles in space. Like, what does or were they tracking missiles on Earth?
Well, the
where's the space
material originally incorporated into missile tracking devices, which are, I would suggest. Oh, well, they might have satellites in space. They might have satellites in space that they use to track devices, well, such as missiles. Then they derived the.
Are you making this up as you go along?
They derived the translucent ceramic braces from the material they used to craft those devices,
Imagine having
which
a
were used
worldview
for
where you
space
have to
exploration.
fill in the blanks of your worldview as you go, because you don't know anything. It's crazy, dude. What you guys?
But
It's crazy. Do you understand how nuts you are?
Yo, Judas,
Well, I could use the same insult
No, I
to
don't
you.
have to
You
make it
seem
up as I
nuts to
no.
me.
I don't have to. No, I don't have to make it up as I go along, right? So you believe
Well,
all
I'm not
these
making
things,
up as I go.
right? You
It
have
seems
this
like
belief.
you are making up as you go along as well.
Yeah, what did I say? What did I make up as I went along, or even close to that?
That you
Just one
believe that
thing.
the Earth is flat. It's coming.
No, that's not made up. I can literally just go down the street to the ocean and see that the Earth's flat.
So the ocean is the determining factor in whether or not the Earth is flat or not.
You got it.
Yo, Judas,
You got it.
I want to ask, yo, Judas, I want to ask you a couple of questions. Yeah, keep giggling, but I want to ask you a question when you've decided to grow up.
Well, how do you have tidal effects within a?
Yeah, I want to ask you a question, Judas. So, at the moment, what we have is you've made a few claims. We've asked you for evidence, and then you've just Googled the answer to the claim that you made. If I was
isn't that what most people do?
I hadn't finished. I haven't even started actually, and you're already interrupting me.
Well, I'm just asking.
Yeah, I haven't even asked the question. I told you I was going to ask a question. Let me ask the question.
Yeah.
Right? So, if I was, say, a Muslim, for instance, or a Christian, or any other kind of religion, let's just say Islam, just because it's a very specific example, and I said to you, well, I believe that, I don't know, Muhammad went to the moon on a bike, or made up some shit, whatever. And then you said to me, oh, I think that's a bit of a far-fetched claim. If I then just Googled the passage in the Quran where it said that, would that be good enough evidence for you to then just go, yeah, that sounds legit? Or would you
There's
say,
a difference
no,
between.
or would you just say, no, that's just written in a book?
Well, I think there's a difference between a real-world application and Muhammad going to the moon on a winged horse.
Answer the question. What would you do?
Well, I'd ask for evidence.
Exactly. So when we're asking you for evidence, and you're just reading from the Bible, in this case, or the Quran, or whatever, i.e. NASA's
There's
website,
a difference, but
i.e. NASA's website, that's not evidence. It's just a
well, it's not
repeating.
NASA's website.
Dude, why are you talking over me? I haven't finished.
I'm just correcting you.
No, you haven't corrected anything. Now, all you're doing is, by this process, repeating the claim. We don't want you to repeat the claim. We would like evidence of the claim.
Have you got a camera phone?
Oh,
Is your
God.
evidence?
Yeah, obviously. Everyone has a camera phone.
Okay. I think there's a difference between a religious claim and a claim based on.
No, he's talking about
real world
in this
application.
case,
Sorry, it doesn't matter.
you haven't given the. Hold on, Jedi. I want to point something out.
Yeah.
You haven't given the evidence of the real world application. You're not at the evidence part yet.
I did. I linked to Google.
No, that's the claim
Jesus
again.
Christ.
That's the real world evidence.
That's
A computer screen is not evidence.
Dude, you're literally not even being genuine anymore, so you've
Yeah.
lost me.
That's pretty ironic.
The fact that you laughed about that, sorry, man.
Well, it's not. It's just
So
genuine
Google.
laughter
Did you not
from
get the analogy?
frustration.
Google in this case is like the Koran or the Bible. Okay, and you said that That's not good enough. That you would need real world evidence. And your real world evidence was the Quran or the Bible. You're doing the same thing. Google is the equivalent of Quran or the Bible.
What do you want him
How
to
is it
do? Go
Would
experiment?
you rather me use ChatGPT?
No.
Where else am
Oh,
I meant to
Jesus
get my
Christ, dude. You had another
information
brain
from?
cell with dying in loneliness.
Am I meant to get it from like a specific site that you want me to read it from, or
No,
am I
that
not
was
allowed to look it up for
repeating the
myself?
claim. It doesn't matter what part of literature or where you get the claim from. You're just repeating the claim. That's where the claim comes from. Whether
It
it's the
seems
Bible,
like any time someone
Yeah.
specifically
Makes
links
a
or
claim.
provides you evidence, then you
no,
Provide
you
evidence.
don't really look
Not
at the
evidence.
evidence.
You provided evidence that a claim exists somewhere, right? When you said you claim the Earth was flat, I gave you the evidence the Earth is flat. I said go to the fucking ocean. That's evidence, right? I go out there, I look, I see something.
Well, that's just
evidence.
equivalent of what I did.
No, it isn't.
Isn't it?
No.
You just tell me to go to the ocean.
I didn't Google, Judas. I didn't Google is the ocean flat.
That's the equivalent of what I
No,
did.
I didn't Google is the ocean flat. Right? If I Google the ocean flat, listen. If I Google
The ocean isn't flat.
Yeah, it is. Anyway, if I Google the ocean flat, it
But
is
why
the
does
ocean
the ocean
flat.
have waves?
Stop fucking interrupting me.
Dude, he
Okay.
doesn't care anymore. This is a joke. now.
Okay.
Stop interrupting.
If I Googled the ocean, is the ocean flat? Right? And I said, hey man, I Googled the ocean's flat. That would be a claim. That wouldn't be the evidence of a claim. The evidence would be how Google reached the conclusion that the ocean is flat. That would be somebody went down to the fucking seashore and looked at it. That would be the evidence. But we want your evidence. We want your evidence for what Google said, right? Google said some shit. What's the evidence that Google uses to say that shit?
Well, if you actually looked at the link, you would see that it says from sources from the web. You click on the memory foam and it gives you sources of why and how.
Like what?
So tell us, what is it? What does it say?
Trusted sources.
It explains what memory foam is.
Does it? What
It's
does
a
it say?
polyurethane with additional chemicals that increase its viscosity and density. Memory foam, an open cell polyurethane silicon plastic, was first developed by NASA in 1966.
Wait, what are you claiming right
memory foam,
You're
perhaps
claiming,
the most widely.
Are you
it
saying
gives you-
memory foam proves the globe?
You know
No,
that
I'm
NASA
thinking-
does not
Oh
develop
my
this
God.
shit. It buys the patent, Judas. You know that, right? So someone
Sorry?
else makes it, and then NASA says, hey, we could use that, and we're going to buy that. So if you look at the
No, it
patents
was
NASA
invented
owns,
by
they're
NASA.
all, listen, it wasn't invented by NASA. They can claim that because they buy the patent.
No, well,
So if
they
you look at
funded
everything-
researchers.
Yeah, but they didn't invent it. NASA
What
can't
is-
invent things.
But what does memory foam have to do with anything about the shape of the Earth?
It's invented in space.
So if you look at a patent, right, it'll say the inventor, and then it'll say patent assigned to, right? So there's an inventor, and then they assign the patent to NASA, meaning they give away their rights. They
Just
sell
like
them.
satellite navigation, GPS. But I don't
What
think
about
you
it?
think GPS is real.
It
No,
is real.
GPS. Yeah, there's something called GPS. How it works isn't the way you think it works.
Yeah, go
Because you have no fucking clue how it works.
Judas,
It's just a magical fucking box you look at, and it shows a little fucking arrow on it, and you're like, magic!
It must be from the sky.
Well, it is in the sky.
Okay.
It might be. It might not be though. Who knows?
No one denies the military technology that they openly admit is in the sky. No one denies the technology that NASA have that's in the sky. The stuff that's on balloons, the stuff that they openly tell you is happening.
Yeah, could be airplanes, balloons, any other aircraft. But Judas, like you said, if you go use Google, your favorite little tool, and go search any
You
of
use
your.
Google too.
I said you should go use Google and search a GPS satellite and go look for evidence of them existing. All you're going to get is CGI images of visualizations and diagrams of what they look like.
And why would they be CGI representations?
No, the real question is why aren't they real photos? Why don't any of these satellites have cameras on them? Why aren't there any remote evidence of these things existing.
But here's the roadblock: is anytime any evidence is presented to you, whether it be picture or video, you would dismiss it as CGI or AI or anything that you would come up with.
No. You can say that
actually exists. So,
look, if anybody could say that, it shouldn't be you because you haven't presented evidence.
Yeah, that's the
now,
whole
if you're a
point, dude.
person that
Well,
presented
it's pretty
evidence
hard
that
to
got
present
dismissed,
evidence when the first thing you say is that's CGI.
Dude, I'm literally
yeah,
telling you
but
to go look
listen,
for a
but
non-CGI
you are not in a position
image.
to say that, Julius,
Exists.
because you haven't presented any evidence. Now, maybe someone else could say that, but you sure can't.
At least
But
show
what's
me.
the evidence you presented that it's CGI?
I'm telling you.
How do you know that it's CGI?
Googled
Because
GPS
it depicts something that's physically impossible.
Dude,
are you a CGI analyst?
Okay, listen. Go Google.
No.
Dude.
So I know things that are physically impossible
Not
in
even-
the world, right? And if you take a picture of something that's physically impossible, like an upside down house, right? I don't need to prove that that's CGI. I know an upside down fucking house is impossible, right? I don't need to prove it's CGI.
Well, not
Things that
technically.
curving
I've seen
ocean-
houses move from one place to the other.
You seen NASA what?
I said upside
if
down
you see
house
a
isn't
house upside
impossible.
down, you assume it's fake.
No, an
Yeah, why
upside down
would you take
house.
it
So
at
you have
face value?
a house with an A-frame peak, and instead of it being, it's resting on the peak, right? It's perfectly balanced, resting on its top. You know that that's physically impossible. I don't need to prove to the person taking the picture that it's CGI. Okay, I know it's physically impossible. So when you take pictures of curving water, I know that's physically impossible.
It depends on the case, dude. Some things we see and our eyes.
Okay, but in this case, if you go search for a satellite, you are going to get a cartoon image on Google that is undeniably a cartoon image. It's not even like, okay, this one might be, might not be. You can argue, is this CGI, is this real? They're literally, go find me a fucking image that you think is real that don't even exist.
Well, what is this whataboutism? Why don't you understand that he doesn't take it at face value, which any critical thinker should, right?
What do you mean?
What?
What do you mean by that? Hold on, what do you mean by that?
You don't take it at face value. What is being
What does
given
that mean?
by media?
What? Take what at face value?
Whatever's being presented. Prime experience is a thing, isn't it?
Nah, that's got to be CGI. That house.
You have to think about this. Who's taking a photograph of the satellite in space? Is that another satellite?
Could be.
It could be. So this should be the first question. Who's taking the photograph and where's the photograph?
Another
of the
satellite.
being taken from?
Okay, but we're talking about something that doesn't exist, you guys. If you're going to say there's a satellite picture, let's see it.
I could produce you a picture of a satellite with a
Okay,
laser.
let's see it.
What do you mean by satellite?
I'll make one with a laser.
I'm pretty sure Earth-based telescopes can take pictures of satellites in space as well.
Go and get me one of those then.
So let's put it this way, right? So if I was to watch, I don't know, the latest King Kong movie, right? You got a lovely big, moving image, video of a 50-foot gorilla. Do you think that it would be a bigger claim to say that that gorilla is real or that it's CGI? Which do you think is the claim?
Well, the basis isn't coming from whether. Well, they're not presenting it as real.
It doesn't matter how they're presenting.
Yeah, they are. Yeah, they are. It's a movie. They want you to believe that's real, dude.
They're presenting a fictional story. They're not presenting a non-fictional story.
Doesn't matter.
They're attempting to suspend your disbelief.
Hollywood is
Hollywood, dude, let him talk. Like
Sorry.
you're falling from the base.
Can we get back to the actual question? Do you think it's more reasonable to say that that gorilla is real or that it's CGI? Very simple question. Any answer?
I don't think it deserves an answer.
Oh my god.
What? So, last chance to give an answer. Do you think it's more reasonable to say that a 50-foot gorilla is real because it's on a TV screen?
Of course not.
Or that it's CGI?
course it's CGI, bro.
Of course it's CGI, right? That is because nobody on the surface of the earth has ever seen a 50-foot fucking gorilla. So we're saying to you, well, you've got the claim of the 50-foot gorilla, and you're presenting images of this 50-foot gorilla, and we don't believe you because nobody has ever verified the existence of 50-foot gorillas.
Listen,
And then when
you
we
wanna
change
verify
50,
I haven't verified the existence of you, therefore you're not real.
hadn't finished. I don't know why this happens all the
AI,
time.
guys.
Haven't finished. Haven't finished.
That's AI.
Haven't finished. Wait.
The AI is
So
just
when,
fucking,
yeah, I haven't finished.
Stop
Haven't
interrupting,
please. Still haven't finished. I haven't finished. So just wait. So when we swap out 50-foot gorilla for satellite, do you follow the logic?
Here's the issue with that. The people who are making that 50-foot gorilla acknowledge that it's fake. The creator of that knows it. Yes, it does. That's a big difference. Whereas the people who are putting these satellites out there, allegedly to you guys, believe they're real, or at least me being a globe card, believe they're real.
Well, you
that is
gotta
not-
have
no,
the
it's
same
not.
respect for him when he's talking. You can't just say I haven't finished and then do the exact same thing to him.
Because he made the statement and I then challenged the statement.
I think that's very fair.
How are you so dishonest?
It is a false equivalence.
No, it isn't.
These are not two comparable
not.
things because the creator of that fake gorilla
Who
knows that it
cares?
is fake.
Who
Whereas
cares?
it presumed
Why
by
does that
us
matter?
That
Nate,
matters
tell us
because
why
the
that
creator.
matters. Why does
because
it matter? Why does it matter what the creator claims? Why does it matter?
Because they're the person who literally
Does
made
it
it.
change anything? So what? How does it change anything?
How does it change? Oh my gosh, I can't give you the critical thinking to figure that out.
Yeah, because there is no critical thinking. You're not using critical thinking. You're not using anything rational. It has no bearing on the truth of the matter, what they fucking claimed about the image. No bearing at all.
Our stance is that the
say the
people
same
who are
thing
putting
for
the
religion.
satellites out there believe that they're putting the satellites out there, right? That's
Who
the
gives a
globe
fuck
card
what people believe?
stance.
Who gives a fuck what people believe?
Okay, I can't do this thought.
Why does that? So people's beliefs determine truth. That's your argument.
That is not my argument whatsoever.
And what is your argument?
There's no belief to person saying that, like they literally created the CGI thing. That is not a belief.
The
That's just a fact.
intention.
Okay, there's people that.
intention
Okay, let's
doesn't
use
matter.
Bigfoot then. Let's use Bigfoot then.
No, because our
It's just people claiming a Bigfoot. Is that Argo's real because the people that say they're real claim they believe them?
That is completely different as well because they did not create.
Why is that different?
Bigfoot. Unless there's the person creating a fake image of Bigfoot, then they'll know it is.
So belief is a determining factor whether or not something
Hold on.
works.
You don't need to carry on. As
But
soon
the
as you said that.
assumption from our side is that they are not like they know that it is real. At least to us, they know it is real that they are putting these GPS devices
No, they
out
don't
there.
know anything. They don't know anything, dude.
They think.
How do you know that?
Just like you, they think it's real.
Because I
just like
talk to people that think they put satellites in space.
And
when I ask them,
I've seen
how do you know
plenty of
where
accounts
it
that
is?
they have.
Yeah, that's cool. When I ask them, how do you know where it is? They say, they tell me where it is. I say, who is they? NASA's Deep Space Network.
So ignorance of something
Who's
in one
that?
person's account disproves it? Is that what you're saying? Being ignorant of
No.
something and one account is just evidence.
Not all
No,
accounts.
lack of
Because there's people who
evidence
claim that they are
disproves
out there, and I could find people that say, like, can give me
Yeah, but they
information.
don't know that. But they don't know
How do you-
that.
I don't know about that.
What's their method of
disagree.
knowledge? How does a satellite know where it is? How do you know where a satellite is? How do you know? What is the
I mean,
information?
I haven't researched how to locate
Tracking
satellites.
systems to.
But you think there are people that know, even though you have no idea how they would know, or any methodology, or what the evidence is, or anything.
I think the fact
global,
that we are all
tracking systems.
Oh, they
That's how you
believe it
determine
though.
whether-
That's enough, right? So your argument is they believe it, so it's true.
Well, they don't believe it. The system they built shows them where the satellite is positioned.
They can't tell the difference between that and a simulation. This was admitted by fucking Ed Krantz, the director of Apollo, way back in the day, that they have never been able to tell the difference between the real mission and a simulation, because all their missions are running simulation first, and all they do is say, "Now it's real." That's the difference.
How do you think they track asteroids?
Oh God, they don't.
Don't start him. They're gonna say asteroids are fake.
No, So, Strongman, that's the best deal you guys got. Are these
How do you say? How do you say? How are you going to
these
claim
sad, fallacious
are real?
argumentations, dude? This is really sad that this is the level of intellectualism right now.
Well, moving
Strongman,
station
fallacious
objects.
arguments, beliefs are true, bullshit.
You're misrepresenting what I was saying. I was saying that was a bad argument that whoever that other person was making, because it's a false equivalence. These are not two equivalent things, because on our side of things, we believe that the people who are putting those satellites out there know that they're putting those satellites out there, whereas a person who is creating CGI in a movie knows that they are putting CGI in a movie. They know it is fake. The creator. That's what I was pointing out. I'm not saying just because someone believes something it makes it true. That's just a misrepresentation of what I was saying.
So because somebody, right? Because you believe that there's people that put satellites in space also believe that what they're doing is authentic. That's somehow different than people that make a movie that don't believe what they're producing is authentic.
I was just saying it was a bad example.
Difference.
Somehow
there's a difference.
There is somewhat of a difference in that comparison. That there is a difference. Yes.
No, there's not. Their subjective belief about what they did or what they're doing is irrelevant to the fact. Okay,
I think
because
what he's trying to tell you that the purpose
this is
of why they make the movie.
This photograph is an accurate. This visual imagery is an accurate representation of reality, or it's not. Their belief in whether it is has no bearing on that fact.
I also think that
your belief in what they believe has no bearing on that fact.
Someone's ignorance on something doesn't disprove it as well. Just because you don't know how something was taken, like how a certain picture was taken in space. I'm just saying I've heard that argument before. People believe that, well, who's taking the picture of this? That's not an argument for why something isn't true. I think that's an argument for ignorance. I'm ignorant of it, therefore it is disproven. I think for a lot of things, we are ignorant on a lot of scientific principles and mechanics, and because of that, people have to fill in the blanks, and I don't want those people to fill in the blanks. I want people who fully understand the whole picture to tell me what's right.
That's based.
Yeah. Why don't you figure out what's right on your own?
I could, but I also have a full-time job where I'm trying to figure out my own life, right? Like, I have 8 hours to do this. I have my own hobbies. I don't think anyone has all the knowledge on everything in terms of space and understanding whether or not it's a flat Earth or a globe Earth or whatever. So, I mean,
so you outsource
it? You just reject it.
We only have a limited amount of knowledge, and I think filling in the holes because we don't understand something is what happens to make you a flat earther. That's my belief.
You've been convinced. No, hold on, dude.
It's like Joe Rogan's saying, I don't understand this.
You're projecting your ignorance on us, dude. That's not cool. Because you don't know things, you're assuming we don't know things.
Right,
so
I could have said that a little nicer.
So you're a typical glober that thinks these flat earthers don't know the globe. That's why they don't believe it. But if they knew more, they'd magically believe it all of a sudden. No, dude, we know more than you about this, and that's why we don't believe it. Okay,
listen,
because none of know what it is.
You got to hear
none of
that.
us have gone through countless years of schooling to understand this. I don't think anyone in this room has.
Nate,
what are you fucking talking about?
We've all learned what you learned, dude. Like, you think you're different than us?
No, I'm not. That's exactly what I'm not saying. I'm not saying I am different from you guys. You guys probably know a little more about this than I do. I acknowledge that. But what I also acknowledge is that no one in this room, and probably no one who's a flat earther, has gone through the schooling that are globe earthers. Like, globe earthers have gone through much more schooling in terms of physics and understanding this stuff.
Dude, that's
they
incorrect.
Understand those little holes that we cannot fill in.
That's an ignorant statement. Do you know how I know this is ignorant statement?
I don't
that's
flat
because
Earth
you're
truthers
ignorant.
go out of their way to indoctrinate themselves into the flat Earth religion.
Yeah, cool. Thanks. That's a great social commentary, but nobody gives a fuck.
Just said a very logical thing. None of us in this room actually has the knowledge to prove or disprove.
Yeah, that's an ignorant statement.
Normal people.
Ignorant statement. You don't know what you're talking about. You literally don't. Both of you two. Don't know what you're talking about.
Even the cognitive dissonance is flipped back on you guys.
Listen. You don't know what you're talking about. You have a bias. You think flat earthers don't know as much as some other globe earthers. And that's why. Are you going to listen or are you going to talk? You going to listen or talk? Or I mute you. That's the other choice.
You're not answering.
He's going to go on.
I didn't hear what you said because I was talking and you were talking over me. So say it again, Sam. Hello? Yeah, okay. So you have an ignorant bias. You think that somehow there's a PhD somewhere or there's some scientist that has studied this shit more than us and they know more than we do and we just don't know anything. We've actually we've talked to these people. Sometimes they come in this chat. They have PhDs in astronomy, they have PhDs in physics, they have PhDs in cosmology, they have PhDs.
Something that they are.
And I talk to them. And listen, and I talk to them and they don't know fucking any more than you do. Because
So
in
you're
ninth
trusting
grade, when
that
they were
what they
told that,
tell you
listen,
they are.
stop talking,
I'm
when in
saying.
ninth grade, listen, when they were in ninth grade, when they were told the Earth's a globe, that's when their investigation stopped. They don't currently, because they're scientists, keep researching the fucking globe. They don't know anything. They don't know how maps are made. They don't know how surveying works. They don't know how planes fly. They don't know fucking anything.
What's your evidence that these people are who they claim to be? How did you know? You just trusted their word without looking into it yourself?
Danny Faulkner. Look it up. Answers in Genesis. He has all his whole curriculum vitae listed. I have also a cosmologist that we talked to. He gave his university, the classes he teaches, everything. Right? We looked him up. He's on there. Okay? These people have credentials. There's no doubt about they are who they say are. Stuart Gray, he has a fucking, he worked on satellites, he has a fucking YouTube channel, he fucking filmed the shit inside fucking NASA. Dude, these people are who they say they are. You have a bias, okay? Because you're ignorant, and you have this worldview that flat earthers are fucking stupid, and that's why they think what they
I
think.
never said that.
And that there's some other people that have better research. Those people don't actually exist. You just think they exist.
But what are the most common denominators within a person that doesn't believe the Earth is a globe? Do they have similar beliefs?
We're not doing sociology. Take that to somewhere else.
Like globe deniers.
We're not doing flat earthers is not the topic.
Science deniers.
Flat earthers is not. Listen, dude. I'm gonna say it one more time. Flat earthers is not the topic. Flat Earth is the topic. Save your social fucking commentary and your fucking armchair psychology for some other fucking server. Because
if you talk about science, you gotta talk about scientists.
Yeah, we're not. What? No, you don't have to talk about scientists. Their personality is irrelevant. How does a personality of a scientist determine the results of an experiment?
I didn't say personalities. I said scientist.
Yeah, so what does it matter? The only thing that matters in science is the fucking data and the experiments. Who said it, what their credentials are, all that shit are completely irrelevant.
So do you deny the
you want an
data?
experiment of the curvature of the Earth? Do you want one?
Credentials are
I'm
irrelevant.
gonna send you one right now.
What experiment? What are you talking about?
So when you get
That
sick,
proves the Earth is curved.
Yes, please.
Yeah, I want to see that. Let's see it.
what do you
Okay.
mean credentials are
I'm gonna
irrelevant?
message you it since I don't have permission to send images of this.
Credentials are relevant. So confused.
I mean, realistically, you kind of said it yourself, Nate. Unfortunately, most people don't have the time or energy to investigate the truth. And so they just fall back on what they've been taught when they were young.
I mean, I'm not ashamed to say that I don't know everything about the globe Earth, and I can't prove my stance on that. But what I can tell you is that no one in here is an expert, and we can tell each other that we've spoken to experts. But at the end of the day, there are more experts on the globetard side than the flat Earth side. I'm not saying that's my entire argument. But that does kind of play into it.
No, but they're all.
So that's the new thing. We count the number of people that believe something, and that determines the truth. You're just full of logical fallacy.
What did I just tell you? I said that wasn't my entire argument.
But Nate, how many people?
It's not an argument at all. Like
But
it's
how many-
literally irrational.
But how many people are paid and their livelihood depends on following that belief train?
Just because someone's paid to do something doesn't mean they're going to lie to do
my
it because they want to
God.
make money. I'm paid to do my job, and I try and do a good job. Doctors are paid to do their job.
If you're
Some doctors are
paid,
good,
if
some
you're
doctors
paid
are
to
bad.
come up with Earth curve, you're going to come up with it whether you like it or not.
That
or
is
you're gonna
not
go find
that is not
something.
evidence of anything.
But Nate, if you think you work at NASA and you become a flat earther, you think you're just going to keep working there and have a job and all that?
I have no idea. Probably not. But just because someone is paid to do something doesn't mean they're always going to seek out to do the worst thing possible to make the most amount of money. I don't think that's a fair
I
claim.
never said that. I'm just saying they're not going to question what they're doing.
Okay. Let's talk about the experiment. India,
Yeah,
just sent
let's
you an
tell
experiment
you.
about-
That's fucking hilarious.
That's hilarious, right?
Yeah, it
What
is.
do you
It
mean?
is
What do
hilarious
you mean?
because you're so freaking 2017. It's not even funny, bro.
What do you mean?
So that helicopter video, First of all, let's get to. I'll just say this right off the bat. We can demonstrate things disappearing on flat surfaces. So your whole conjecture about like things disappearing bottom up can't happen on a flat surface. That's been proven wrong by demonstration and experiment. So let's just get that out of the way. But this particular helicopter video,
I missed the last part.
What? Say that again.
I missed the last point.
We can demonstrate things disappearing bottom first on flat surfaces. We know this happens. We can demonstrate it. But that's not the point. What you sent me was from Stephen Hawking's video of the helicopter disappearing. You know that video is fake, right?
Yeah.
And we can prove it's fake.
Yeah.
So you know that you posted a video you knew was fake? Oh no, it's 100% fake.
Okay,
So
okay.
if you watch it, listen to me. Yeah. So I'll tell you exactly what they did, right? So
No.
they
Listen,
show the helicopter above. Yeah, I'll show you. I'll give you the video. So I'm going to explain it to the room. Okay. So they show the helicopter above the water, and you see 3 birds fly by, and then they show the helicopter halfway below the water, and the exact same 3 birds fly by.
Boom, roasted.
Yeah, I'm supposed to be. Yeah, it's now you have to ask yourself a question: why did they fake this?
Let's say the video is fake. All right. Does
Why?
that
It
make
is
the
100%.
experiment
There's no
fake?
doubt.
No, why would they
Does
do
that
that?
Why did they
make
fake
the
it?
experiment fake? Does that make the experiment fake?
Yes.
Okay, now it's your turn to prove
I
to
didn't
me
observe
that this
that.
also works on on flat surfaces. Go ahead.
Yeah, it does.
You can feed things on flat surfaces too.
No, they didn't listen. The video's fake because they didn't observe what they claim they observed.
I don't care about the video. I'm gonna suppose
Of
it's
course
true.
you don't know.
You did care about it.
Of course you don't. You guys got goldfish memory.
Okay, let's put the video around. Let's talk about the most important point. Prove to me that this also works on a flat surface.
What? The fake video?
I don't know. An experiment.
Oh, things disappearing bottom up? Yeah, hold on. I'll get that for you. So just to explain this real quick. So I posted a video. This is the RC boat. It's on a 1,000-foot lake. As they sail the boat away, camera's like 2 inches off the water. As they sail the boat away, it disappears bottom up. So here's the problem. The global prediction is that the horizon's 2,600 feet away, but this lake's only 1,000 feet long, which means there should be no horizon at all on this lake. No water horizon, at least. Shouldn't even exist. The boat should never disappear, period. But it does. And if you go to this channel, there's about 20 more of these demonstrations. Yeah, like we've been doing this for, well, not me specifically, but other people have been doing this for like a few years now. They've been just demonstrating it on flat surfaces. Not talking about it, not coming up with theories, demonstrating. So the claim that bottom up thing, like you won't see a boat or a ship or the sun or whatever cut off on a flat surface, that's just wrong. So just because you guys are like,
the helicopter was 24 feet above the ground, by the way, and the height of the helicopter is like only 5 feet. But on the observer's vision, it appears
that video's
as
fake,
though
dude.
touching the
The
ground.
video is fake. What are you talking about?
Okay.
Dude, if you watch the videos, so says who posted a video, I posted a video. This has been known to have been a fake. They don't even have this video anymore on their website. They pulled it. The only thing that's left is what's on YouTube.
Let me check.
I think the pictures are fake as well, not just the
It's
videos.
very worth checking.
Pictures of what?
Pictures of
Is the moon
Earth
fake?
from space.
Is the moon made of cheese?
How do you know they're No, the moon's made out of petrified wood because that's what the astronauts brought back. Google it. Google moon rocks petrified wood. Yeah, so the moon's made of petrified wood because people went to the moon, and if they brought back petrified wood, that means the moon's made of petrified wood. Just stop, dude.
The astronauts did go to the moon.
Yeah, did they? And they brought back petrified wood?
I don't know. You're the one. I'm asking you.
No, it's a news story, dude. It was the freaking museum in the Netherlands that discovered that they weren't moon rocks, that they were petrified wood. They were given to them personally by astronauts. That said they brought them back.
Story? Can I get a
astronauts gave it to them.
Yeah, they had this petrified.
Yeah, which ones? Which ones?
Just
Which
Google,
astronauts gave it to them?
dude. Literally, just Google it. You'll find the fucking.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I'm
this is just a
familiar
red
with the
herring. I want to get to the
It was
the dude that was
was a
asking our pictures from space for real. How would you know if they're real or not? How could you tell? What could we do? How can we evaluate these images? Should we just blindly believe them, or should we evaluate them?
should evaluate them. You should look at the geology of the rocks and see how they weathered, and look at that.
I'm talking about the pictures.
What kind of
You
weather
guys
is
said
on the
pictures
moon?
from space.
What kind of weather is on the moon that you can weather a moon rock?
Oh well, there's like asteroids and micro impacts.
Really?
Have you been there?
Have I been to the fucking moon? Is that a real question?
Sounds like you have.
Well, you're telling us like you know.
I've never been to Dubai either, but I can tell you there's sand there.
That's a false equivalence.
No, it works.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
but
because you say so.
But here's the thing: is all of us could literally today or tomorrow go there and prove it.
No, you couldn't.
Yeah, we could. I could buy a plane ticket right now.
Everybody in here can afford a plane ticket to Dubai.
Cooper,
I can't.
you're grasping at straws, bro.
Now you're now. You know what?
Oh,
so
you guys can afford a ticket to the moon, you bunch of brokies.
Okay, so the only way you can't prove something is your personal circumstances. That's what you're saying.
No, I'm saying we can. I don't
No,
make. the
I'm
claim that
saying,
the only knowledge we can have
anybody.
is first-hand
Okay,
knowledge.
let me rephrase this. Anybody with a few $1,000s can go anywhere in the world and prove anywhere in the world, and whatever you're saying, anywhere in the world. But nobody can go and prove your little.
Even the South Pole.
Yeah, dude, you can pay the money and go wherever you want.
You can go. Okay, we can freely go to the South Pole. Huh? Interesting.
Yeah, you
Not-
can take a
not-
cruise
not
there.
freely.
Not freely. Oh, okay. So it's restricted.
You can take a cruise
Cooper.
there. Do you understand
Are
what
you
a cruise
triggered, bro?
is? You understand
That
what
goes
a
to the
ship
south.
is?
The ship plows through the ice and goes to the pole.
Oh my
Those-
goodness.
Yes, I'm going on one probably next year. I was going to go this year. We changed our minds. Probably next year we're going to go on the Antarctic cruise.
And that's gonna drive through the ice to the
Dude,
pole.
what are you saying? You think Antarctica's all ice? Is that what you're saying now?
Pretty sure.
I think it's rock and ice, isn't it? Isn't it? It's an actual continent.
So why do you
was-
so why do you think you can just sail through ice to get to the pole?
Hold on, Hollywood. Cooper was possibly derailing. Is he the one appealing to pictures from space, or was that somebody else? Is he bouncing in here because he's triggered?
I think you just figured
Oh,
out
that was me asking about the pictures.
Okay. All right. Well, let's talk to you because Cooper's in here all the time and he gets easily triggered. So the pictures from space, you see a ball Earth from space, right? Is that what you have seen?
Absolutely.
Okay. So, well, I've seen these pictures, no problem. So would that dictate, though, that sphere that you see, that perfectly round sphere, does that dictate that every distance to horizon would be according to the geometry set forth by the globe proponents, which is a radius of 3959? Wouldn't it have to be?
What's the question? Wouldn't the horizon be the same no matter where you are? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying, wouldn't the horizon then, in that case, that's the best way we could test it, because you and I ain't going to the moon anytime soon, but they apparently gave us a picture from there. So that would dictate that we live on a ball with a radius of 3959, and that would also dictate that every distance to horizon could be no more than 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet.
I think you're getting some numbers wrong, but
I mean, like, I'm not disputing numbers, but that's not my question at all. I mean, are you disputing?
I'm asking you, we can test this claim, right? You see a picture, let's test and see if the picture's true. Let's see if you live on a ball,
And I've
because
done
that would
that.
dictate that, okay, so then you've determined that the horizon is always at 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet.
You're jumping topics now. Is that
No,
what
on the
verifying
geometry of
pictures-
the ball that you think that you live on. I'm verifying the geometry of the ball that you think you live on.
Okay, but that's not the question that I asked. The question that I asked you was, is the image fake?
How would I determine that other than the fact that I would measure the Earth to see if I live on a fucking ball?
Sure, I could tell you right now. Go on Google Earth and line up what Google Earth shows versus what the image shows.
Dude, Google Earth is a doggone, it's a reification fallacy. It's a CGI rendering of the globe. It's the same
model of the
problem.
globe.
You think we're going to, actually, when you actually start to use it like, an actual map, it's a Cartesian coordinate system with zero curvature.
Okay, but the comment I hear from you guys a lot is the image is fake and or it's lens distorted.
Let's determine whether or not it's fake and measure the Earth that you're spending on. Why don't you measure the Earth that you're standing on? Why is this such a big deal for you guys to not measure reality? What's your
I
problem?
literally just told you how to do that. Compare the images.
And how would you do that other than measuring reality?
By using your eyes.
Okay, so we're going to see if the horizon is at the distance that it's supposed to be on a ball with a radius of 3,959 miles, correct?
I mean, you could do that. I mean, like, there's the Bedford experiment. I mean, they've done that and they've proven
It has nothing to do with that.
It has nothing
Let's
to do with
check and see if
horizon.
the horizon is supposed to be at the geometric distance it's supposed to be. The tangent point, you guys think, is
It's
blocking
been done a
objects in the
million
distance.
times. It's been done. a
Okay,
million
so
times.
then why is it that every time it's been measured, it's never supposed to be geometrically?
Because flat earthers aren't good at science, I guess. I don't know.
Oh, so it's the flat earthers' fault that reality is not measuring up to what you guys claim, right?
Yeah, actually, because you're not taking.
Okay, so it's reality's fault, or it's the flat earthers' fault that reality is not comporting with the globe. That's the stupidest shit I've ever heard, dude.
Is it stupid? Because every scientist every actual scientist who conducts an
Okay,
experiment
name one.
verifies
Give
that-
us one. Give us one.
Name one.
One scientist that
I'm going to
measured the
name
horizon
one
distance.
scientist, Alfred Russel
Yeah,
Wallace.
one scientist. Yeah, no, the horizon. So they measured the flag. You don't even know what the experiment was. So with the
That's
horizon,
not the one who did the flag. Alfred.
so and that was
Russel
that.
Wallace.
Okay, the Bedford level has been done 5 times.
Yeah, by
Okay.
flat earthers who don't know what they're doing.
See, it's always about the people with you. When the reality doesn't measure up to what you expect, you blame the flat earther, and it's pathetic, dude.
Posted the Bedford
So explain to me then
Uh,
how you guys are getting
for you.
different results than every other scientist who conducts the experiment.
How am I supposed to explain to you?
Hold on. You're full of shit, Grandpa. Because the Glover that did the Bedford level got the same result as the flat earther.
Oh yeah.
He just had listen. He added in a refraction correction to explain away his observation.
Yeah, what you need to
Yeah,
do.
that's right, dude. He added in a Why do you need to do that?
Because there is refraction. You're just going to
Yeah,
ignore
well, how
it
do you know that? Well, how would you know that?
because you could test it
How? How did he test it?
with experiments.
Which ones?
Dude, I'm not going to be.
Yeah,
your Google.
exactly.
If you don't know basic science, I'm not the guy to talk to.
So you should know it. If it's so basic, you should be able to teach it to me right now.
How to measure light refraction?
Yeah,
What about
how did he, in the Bedford level experiment, how did the Glover quantify refraction in his test?
So you're admitting that he got different results?
No, I'm asking you.
You just said he got the same
No,
results.
I'm asking you, dude. How did he quantify refraction in his test to do the refraction correction? Why
But now
did he
you're going
use
back
it?
on what you said.
His
Why did you say he got the
justification.
same results? That's weird.
He he got the same observational results, but he added a refraction
not the
correction
same
to
results.
the calculation. No, it's the same observational result,
Interesting.
right? Yeah,
They
so
saw
he
the
got
same
the same observational results, but he said when you add the refraction correction, it matches a globe.
My observational results of NASA photos show me that the Earth is a globe.
Yeah, you didn't actually observe
It's a
anything.
shotgunning approach. Jeez, this guy's all over the place.
No, observational approach is all that matters, right? So the
What
Earth
did you
is a globe
what did
from
you
my
observe? No,
observation.
It's secondhand,
What did you
dude.
observe, bro? What did you observe?
I observed pictures from space that show the Earth is a globe.
Well, how did
So I
you
guess comfort
evaluate
level
this?
didn't do it for you, huh?
Have
By
you
looking
ever
at
hold on?
photos
Have you
with my
ever
eyes.
observed? Have you ever observed a picture that somebody wanted you to think was something else than it actually was? A fake image that was purported to be
No,
real.
he doesn't believe in fake. All images are true using this guy's standard. All images are
Is that
true
what I
using this
said?
guy's standard.
Is that what I said?
Yeah, no,
Prove to me the
no,
image
it's
is
your,
false.
no, it's not what you said, but it's what's implied because
Okay,
this is your
cool.
standard.
So, but now
This is your
the
standard.
onus is on you to prove that it's fake.
No, you're
No,
saying
it isn't. No, your
Dude, you
standard of
I
evidence.
already
is that you
explained
don't
how I
have-
know they're real because they match exactly with the models that we have, aka Google Earth.
Which one?
I
Google Earth is
told
not
you
a
a million
model of the
times.
globe, you dumb fuck.
Okay, congratulations.
stupid?
I gave you my evidence. Now you show me your evidence. that they're
But
fake.
no, you gave a false premise. Google Earth is not a model of a globe.
Oh, it's not? Okay, what is it then?
No.
It's not a model of the globe? Tell me what Google Earth is.
Oh, it's not a model of the globe.
Okay, cool. What is it then?
Yeah, you could check the disclaimer on Google Earth too. They have a hold harmless agreement.
That's a really cool story. What is it then?
Yeah, friend, you're reversing the burden of proof here.
You can go find
If
it
you're
yourself.
Okay, yeah.
If you're saying the Google
yeah,
Earth,
just
which is a
reading out of your ass.
reification, dude, you're talking out of your ass, and you're reversing the burden of
Saying
proof.
Google
You're
Earth
nothing but
is
a
a model of
fallacy
the globe.
machine.
Okay.
So the Google Earth is the model of a globe. Why is it a Cartesian coordinate system based on a flat plane? Can you tell me why?
Tell me what it is.
I'm at you. You made the claim. You said it's a model of the Earth. I asked you why
You're
it's a
talking about
coordinate.
Google Maps. I'm talking about Google Earth.
No, I'm talking about Google Earth.
Okay.
So you don't know any of your claims. You're scattergunning now because you got nowhere to go, and then you continue to reverse the
Claim
burden
is
of
that I
proof.
observed
It's
that
getting
the Earth
sad
is
at this point.
based on photos
That's
that
great.
NASA provides us, and I can match those
You
photos up to
observe-
Google Earth to prove that it's not
Yeah.
lens distortion or fake. What's your claim?
And
to me? It is fake.
my claim is that guess what? That doesn't comport with reality. So your reification,
okay. So you're
which
just
is the
gonna ignore the
reification,
evidence
which
then.
is no, the evidence is in reality there is no curve and you can't measure it. And if you can, I want you to show me that you
You're
can.
just gonna
What
say
is
it's fake.
Where is the measured curvature that you are?
Yeah, our evidence
right
is it
now
depicts
from
something
reality.
No, I don't like that. It's
No,
fake. I
no,
don't
no.
like
Our
that. That's the
evidence is that it depicts something we know is physically impossible.
Okay.
And even when you zoom,
Yeah, okay. So that's my claim, dude. Refute it.
You don't know it's impossible. Show me how you know it's impossible.
Grandpa,
Because the water's not fucking curving, dude. When we go measure the water,
do you believe in gravity?
The water's not curving. So if someone takes a picture curving water, I know that picture's fake because I know if I go measure the water's not curving.
India, do you believe in gravity?
This guy
Okay,
interrupts
what's that got to do with fucking
shotgun
listen,
and then again.
even if I believed in gravity, and
I
there
know
was a
you don't
theory of
believe in
gravity
gravity,
that
it's hilarious.
shut the fuck up. Even if I believed in gravity and gravity predicted that they pulled the water into a ball, we would need to verify that fucking claim by measuring the curving fucking water. Right? Even if it Yeah. So, right, we would have to verify the claim of gravity bending water. We would have to go verify that by measuring it, right?
Do you have purple hair, by the way?
Oh, Jesus, yeah, desperation.
Liberal.
Just shut that.
Do you have a nose piercing?
Just suck a dick like you always do.
sad man.
What the fuck? Every time you bring up a point, he jumps off to something else.
So
and then
Google
you
Earth
start doing
a model of the globe now? Since when is that?
First of all, when you zoom out on Google Earth, it doesn't even show you a real, like a quote, whatever they want you to believe is real. They show you a cartoon when you zoom out. It's not even like a picture from space. Like that would be just easy, wouldn't it? Didn't they have plenty of those?
Still a globe model. Like, do you think it's not a globe model?
It's a spherical map.
but it's not.
Well,
Nice.
Google Earth.
Google Earth.
This is why
It depends on what level it depends on your zoom level.
Yeah, this is what I'm trying to point out. It depends with your aspect.
We can zoom in and out right now.
Yeah, and the bit where you're really close to the ground, where the photography is taken from the ground or from aeroplanes, balloons and shit, we can all take pictures from up in the sky, right? So yeah, you'll have that aspect, and eventually you'll get to an altitude where no, this
All
is
right, you
not
see
what.
when does it become flat? All right, see, it's still a globe right here.
When
You
does it
realize
become?
that the software changes the projection, right?
You're
They
saying
do it in software. It changes the projection in software. Like why don't you get
when here?
Oh,
Every time you move the mouse, it changes. Every single movement is software driven.
I know that. How do you prove that?
Because I write code.
But look what you're looking at, dude. Look at the water. Is that a real aerial image of the water right there?
well,
Is
one
it?
way you can prove it, right, is that if you take the mouse and you rotate your Google Globe, you're going to make a lot more rotations than should be possible to get back to the same spot. So that means there's some sort of scaling factor, which
So
means
this is
it's not
where
a
I'm
model or a
from.
simulation of anything.
Check it out. I'm from right here, bro. But I don't I zoomed all the way in on the globe. Like that's.
Maybe you should stop sharing your screen because you're killing your internet connection. Or stop trying to use Google Earth. Oh, that's right. You don't know anything about
New Jersey
network traffic. I forgot.
No,
Man, it's
I don't
crazy how
care.
there's.
I know the reason my internet's messed up. It's because
Hey,
I'm 500.
Isn't it crazy how there's no weather on Google Earth? How come there's no weather on Google Earth?
How desperate do you have to be?
Want
your proof of the globe is
look at the
Google Earth,
Himalaya.
where Google themselves claim it is for entertainment purposes only. For fuck's
The
sake.
Himalaya 9 has the correct infrared camera to
How
take
come it's
pictures
showing
of
my
weather.
cars from?
Yeah, that's a
6 years
cool
ago?
story. They're all pre-generated and they're on an FTP.
Hey, Callie,
Yeah,
how come
we've known about this for
Pre-generated
years,
about
dude.
the Himalaya.
Callie,
The clouds, all the shit is pre-generated.
Callie, how come it shows my cars from 6 years
Stop
ago?
complaining.
Spazzing. Fucking
Can you tell me
spiraling
why?
and exploding now. You ran away.
Oh, I'm right here.
Oh, no, you still here. You done spurting?
I was listening to you guys spurt.
I asked you a question.
Yeah.
I asked you how come it's showing my cars from 6 years ago on Google Earth. When you zoom into street level, it's got my car from whenever they went down my street recently.
Yeah, some satellite took a photo of the ground.
He's a retard.
He really believes that too. That's some crazy shit.
Take a picture. How did they take a picture of you? How'd they do that?
There's something called aerial photogrammetry. It's been around for about 100 years.
I mean,
all right, cool.
Kelly,
So Google Earth.
Can you concede that it's possible to make a Google Earth with airplanes?
Google says they did. When you read the whole history, they talk about all the air breathers they had commissioned from like Air Force and NRO.
I'm gonna answer what he
they
said.
could do
Google
it.
To know the distances between coordinates on the map, and they use the globe for accuracy. So
yeah, of course I did.
It's like
Callie,
Google doesn't flat. Like they use the globe.
Yo, Callie, can I ask you a question?
No.
I'm going to anyway. So you know, Universal Pictures had a nice image of a globe in the 1930s and 40s and 50s and 60s before the alleged moon.
It started in the 20s. Crypto. They came from
20s.
in the
Okay,
20s.
fine. Even better. How do you suppose they came about getting this accurate globe before space travel?
That's retarded.
Yes.
But they had it. So how do you explain that?
That does not make the Earth a dude.
But how do you explain it?
It's Universal Studios.
But
What do
it's
you
the same as the globe you believe in now.
don't claim to model the globe? They're just putting
How
intro
did they have it?
they're putting intros on their movies.
I know that, but the globe that they had resembles the globe that we have now. So how did they do that?
Dude, the globe's been around for a long time. Longer than Universal.
We're talking about the accuracy of the globe imagery. I'm amazed I have to spell this out. How did they have that in the 20s?
Dude, Universal Pictures has no bearing on our understanding of the globe. What are you talking
That's
about?
amazing.
I
That's
think it does.
wonderful. However, how did they have it?
Dude, globe knowledge has been around for thousands of years. The geodesy of a globe has been a known thing for thousands of years.
Herring.
So when Universal Studios makes a globe model, it's because we've known Earth as a globe. What kind of dumb thing are you on about?
That's a red herring because we're talking about the accuracy of imagery of the globe, not the existence of the idea of a globe. So stop with that red herring.
Yeah, we were mapping the globe with celestial navigation.
It's also circular, Crypto.
Of the imagery of a globe, the Universal Studios had it in the 20s, and it matches today's Google Maps, Google Earth, that you claim came from satellites that they didn't have then. So how did they?
Of the globe before Universal
So how did they have that?
We had maps of the globe before Universal Studios made an intro for their movies.
How was it accurate to the current understanding with satellites? Was it just chance?
Yeah. How did Universal Studios accurately model a globe? I wonder. Fucking stupid.
Now you gotta ask, how did they model a globe before them, right?
You said it was
I don't understand what he's saying.
So you said it was pre-satellite, so how was it done if not with satellites?
I said celestial navigation has given us a good understanding and the distance and the accuracy between distances on a globe for over
stars. I'm talking about the globe.
Universal Studios. Oh, you don't think the stars?
I think what he's trying to say is that since there were globes before then, it's not too far-fetched to say they could make a globe on an image that looks like the globes that they already have.
Yeah, so it's an infinite globe regress.
Right.
No,
without requiring satellite. So his claim that satellites are required is not true.
Dude, they use satellite image on Google Earth.
Circular.
They had another way. What's wrong with you?
How did they know the accuracy before satellites?
I told you, dude. You can know the distances between geographical positions using celestial navigation. You disagree.
That's not the globe. That's stars.
You want Earth to be flat. You can't think logically about it.
You can't refute my eye.
You're breaking up, Crypto.
You know what's funny is you don't need land masses to do CellNav.
Be flat. You're gonna ignore the implications. That's all it is.
You don't need land masses for celestial navigation. So your answer is false.
Allie, I posted an image for you from 1929, Universal Pictures.
That's all you guys got is Universal Pictures using a globe model in their intros? That's really...
Your claim regarding celestial navigation is false. You don't need land masses to do it.
Earth was really flat. You'd have better evidence than Universal Pictures intro, which is a globe model.
That's actually meaningful.
Is between geographical positions.
Kelly, your sophistry's off the hook, dude.
It's funny.
Yes.
Your sophistry is just absurd. No one claimed the Universal Pictures logo was evidence of flat Earth. That is just utter bullshit, and you know it.
Oh, why are you bringing it up?
Because
It's the same.
you brought up imagery, and you missed Crypto's point, was that you brought up imagery, and that imagery matches pictures from space, right? And you said that correlation was evidence that it's a globe. Well, they had that back in the 20s, so the same imagery.
Yeah, they're accurately.
Yeah. How do you explain it?
It's called accurately depicting a map. Like they're doing the work. You're not.
They're doing the work. Yeah, and you also said geodesy existed for 2,000 years, which is cap.
No one said that. Don't put words in my mouth.
Did you say thousands of years?
Don't be an idiot.
You said geodesies existed for thousands of years? Did you not?
No one said that. I
thought I heard that.
Yeah, you did.
I said the globe has been around for thousands. of years.
That's what that is.
You said something with geodesy in it.
Said thousands of years. I heard it.
He said both of those.
Trying to backtrack.
Between
You said
coordinates.
you said Earth, geodesy, thousands of years. I'm pretty sure.
Those coordinates aren't on a globe.
Coordinate is based on the geodesy of a globe. You're saying, how does universal picture accurate? It's accurate.
No. What you're claiming is ahistorical nonsense.
You guys are nuts. You guys are
No, it's ahistorical nonsense. It's not historically accurate, and it's not even factually accurate. No, you've made up this own globe in your head of how you think it works, but that's not how it actually works. This is the problem with you guys. You guys do this shit all the time. You fill in the blanks with your imagination.
Tell me how the globe works. Since I haven't
There is no globe.
It doesn't
for it to
work. It doesn't
There
work.
is a
That's the issue.
celestial sphere. There's no Earth sphere.
There is no water on a ball, sticking to a ball. There is no fucking spinning ball. It's all bullshit, dude.
There's no ball in the mathematics.
Can you tell me how that works? Why can't water stick to a ball?
Because it can't. Do it yourself, dude.
Yeah, we observe water sticking to balls.
No,
that's
you
what-
don't, bro. What are you talking about?
It's called gravity.
You can
You're
make
back to pictures
water.
from space, huh?
You can make water stick to a ball on Earth.
Yeah, we observe planets, right?
No, no,
Planets
no.
Sometimes
I'm
have water.
talking about real life, dude. Real life. There's no
Planets
evidence.
have water.
Yeah.
Listen to this guy. Wait, which planet has water?
Earth.
Oh, Jesus Christ. That's the thing you're trying to prove, dude.
No, I don't have to try to prove anything.
Dude,
Yeah,
you're
because
literally.
you can't.
You can't. Yeah.
What's the
Can't
problem?
even form a logical syllogism that would even lead to a proof.
Why do you think it's
That's the
controversial?
funny thing.
Bro, we're just asking you to demonstrate one of your beliefs in real life. None of them are real life. Like there's nothing to it.
Well, get your screen, dude.
Show me a
Just look at
measurement.
your screen, Hollywood.
Oh, my
Look at your screen.
my screen's real. Yeah, I'm staring at Universal.
Yeah, look at the screen. Like you're gonna see flashing fucking pixels, dude. Look at your screen. That's proof that when you go outside, that flat ocean's curving. Is the fucking screen.
How do you know the oceans are flat?
Because we can
Because
see
they measure
them.
that way, dude.
Everybody on Earth can literally go to the ocean and look at it, dude.
At a measurement of the entirety of the ocean, you fucking retard.
We don't need a measurement of the entirety of the ocean.
We don't. Yeah.
Go out to the
Here's
ocean
the concept.
and
Here's
call
the
it a
concept,
measurement.
dude. For you. Here's the
So what do you
concept.
think the ocean's doing? Curving in one spot and flattening in another spot?
Do you think like water?
Guys,
water.
has never made a proper argument for this guy to track. Like,
Dude,
he's literally,
the surface.
I go outside and look at the water, it's gonna be flat. That's the dumbest thing in the world you could say.
Why is it dumb?
Because you didn't measure anything. You're just looking at it like a fucking retard.
No, we have measured it with lasers, bro.
You measured the surface of the ocean with lasers. Okay, using lasers.
Yes, with lasers. Yes, with lasers. And radar, and microwave, and radio wave, and infrared, and mirror
Lasers
flash.
wait a minute. Nobody measures anything with lasers like that. What are you talking about?
Nobody measures anything with lasers. Did you just hear this guy?
Drop over distance, like the geodesy of a globe. You're using lasers to measure the geodesy of a globe.
You
What's
do realise that
what is a laser transit, Callie? What's a
You
laser
think
transit?
lasers- you think lasers are flat?
What is a laser transit and what is it used for?
You think lasers are flat?
Yes, I do, because we have these
Lasers are-
things called laser transits, and we use them in industry to make shit flat.
You think lasers are straight lines?
You're goddamn right, I do.
Yeah, you can't.
Why would I think anything different?
measuring a horizontal surface of Earth with lasers. People have done that, failed miserably, wasted their money and their time.
Yeah, that's a claim, dude. What was the waste of money and what was the waste of time? Make an actual argument instead of just complaining.
People blowing $50,000 on lasers, shooting them across lakes, and they're not even confident enough to release their content.
It is released. What are you talking about? It's been released for half a decade.
Show me the public. Show me the public publishing of that.
Okay, hold on.
Why do lasers cost $50,000? Mine didn't cost that.
I know for a fact these guys had $5,000 lasers, and they had like 10 of them.
Oh, you said a $50,000 laser, dummy.
They spent $50,000 on lasers. So stop taking things out of context.
Who's these guys?
Yeah, so the $50,000 Salad is the super accurate laser aiming device, which was used in, if I'm correct, India is currently posting the Isilmir or the Hungarian.
Yeah, Isilmir. Yes, Isilmir.
Yeah, so that's the $50,000 laser is the Salad laser, which
why
is
don't
used for.
Why don't surveyors use lasers?
Has been
They do. That's what a laser transit is, Callie.
Godolites.
Yeah. Nowadays they have lasers in them. They have infrared lasers. They're called laser transits.
Yeah, lasers attenuate, right? So you're not going to have a flat, straight line of a beam. So
attenuation is a fall off in the power of the fucking beam, dude. You're using the wrong terminology. You're just making shit up.
To measure the surface of water, that's retarded.
Yeah, it's retarded is not an argument.
Dude, it doesn't work. Lasers attenuate. Okay, refract.
And I agree that you're using the word attenuation wrong.
Don't have a
Stop
flat.
using attenuation, Callie. Stop using that word. You don't know what it means.
Yo, Callie.
Okay, the laser light will attenuate. That's going to turn the beam into a cone, and then it's going to refract, which is going to tend towards the denser.
No, it's beam divergence. That's not attenuation.
There'd be a horizontal line.
Callie, that's a beam divergence. That's
exactly.
Attenuation, and beam divergence is controlled with a collimator.
It's not horizontal.
Yes, it is. If you use a collimator.
Lasers do not create horizontal beams. Moron.
Yeah, bullshit, because they're used for that purpose.
God, you're so... What the heck is wrong with you? You're lying. You're just a liar.
Yeah, so laser transits don't exist. Is that what you're saying?
All right, you're a scumbag liar.
Yeah, for laser transits... Ha! He ran
Boy, that's the best you got when you're losing an argument. You're just a liar. That's, yeah. Common cold.
Did he run away?
Yes, he did.
Jesus.
You're a liar. That's retarded. That's dumb.
Doesn't know what attenuation is. Thinks attenuation is beam divert. Because I was trying to pull him up on that, but he just kept on going. And then when you just said, oh, by the way, you control beam divergence with a collimator, he was done. He was cooked and he knew it.
Yeah, so here, you can buy one of these things that don't exist.
You know what's funny as well, though, is that lasers are used in construction all the time. All the time. And so when he's like, oh, yeah, you can't use a laser for this purpose, it's one of the most practical uses of a laser.
Yeah, that's what a laser transit is. That's what the point is. It's for construction and building roads and buildings.
I got a question.
They're not trying to make it curve when they're using these tools.
I got a question.
So you can make them level with each other.
Yeah, you're up.
If lasers are an insufficient methodology for geodesy because of attenuation, divergence, and refraction, then how is standard light an efficient method?
Good point.
Hey, this moron thinks that they use standard light with an effective model of refraction to account for all the variables to be able to make an accurate claim on geodesy. Why can't such a methodology be applied to lasers? This dude just shot his own worldview in the foot so hard he didn't even realize it.
Oh, if you say the word theodolite because it sounds technical, it automatically makes it better.
Yeah, so for Kali, where's the accurate model of refraction to be able to differentiate between a laser or standard light as being an effective methodology for geodesy and to validate the geometric claims within it? Where's that model, please? I'd like to see it.
Apparently, it's at the bottom of the Bedford level.
But Google Earth is a globe.
Well, we all know that it's ex post hoc, right? They have a priori conclusion, and then they ex post hoc rationalize their data into that conclusion based on a model that already exists. Just like Helmert wrote in the original, big ass thick book, Mathematical Theories of Higher Geodesy, right? That they take the field data and they shove it up the butt of a transform, which assumes a spinning globe with centrifugal and centripetal forces, right? So they have a matrix of interpretation, right, which they must adhere to. And if you look in those pages in the book, you'll see that they have wibbly wobbly lines. When they interact their models with the data, they warp the lines. They curve straight lines. Why? Because they have to preserve the angles of their assumptions, right? Because they already have a model that they're adhering to. That model takes precedent over the field data.
It's literally square pegging round hole. That's all it is. Like all we have is a round hole. Whatever we have to make it fit through it, if we're gonna make it fit, we'll just get a bigger fucking hammer.
Cooper, why do you have your mic wide open when you're spraying your lawn?
Oh, because I was muted. That's why.
I thought he was mustering up the sentence where he explicitly details the formulas and source for the model of refraction that's accurate to be able to interpret all observations to adhere to a globe model in the first instance without any assumptions prior.
No, you were right the first time. I'm watering my garden. Good try though.
I have another example of something we just talked about. When I was researching radars and stuff and radar horizons, I found this interesting sentence in Wikipedia that I screenshotted a while ago. Is in practice, to find distance to horizon, one must be using the value of 8.5 times 10 to the third kilometers for the effective Earth's radius, 4/3 of it instead of the real one. Because in practice, that's how it is in real life. So they have to adjust it based on real life.
They normally claim 7/6, don't they, rather than 4/3 for that purpose.
This one says 4/3 or whatever. But it's the whole point is that they say, oh, the reason radar is picking up farther than the horizon is because of refraction. So you have to use 4/3 instead of the real radius. It's just another. It's just another one of those things where it's like, what is real and what do they want you to believe?
Well, it's actually more to do with the globe exists entirely mathematically. So the globe has to be a certain radius to conform with certain observations. and I actually think it's backwards engineered for optics anyway. But that's a completely different topic. But let's just say that you've got like a radius of Earth based on the solar system and physics, right? But then certain observations don't concur with that, so then they just change the size of the Earth mathematically sometimes.
Okay, so there's something lost in translation there to the average listener who may not be brought up to speed. So it sounded like 7/6 and 4/3 were applications of refraction. In other words, an optical equation, but they're not at all. They're applications to the radius of the Earth. Now, why would that matter? I'll tell you why. So if you apply a circle, right, a circle is a circle. You can then impute values to that circle, and all the equations like 2 pi r, pi, all of those things will work. But what's unique about it is if you pick 2 points on the circle, fix them, draw a line between them, you end up with what's known as a chord line. Now, the halfway point of that line in distance is a center, and if you take an angle 90 degrees from that center to the extremity of the circle, that intersection point is known as a sagittah. So what you have there is an explanation of what you get if you use the circle segment formula. So if the Earth is a specific size, then it's not changing size, and therefore it would be blocking, in theory, something in between you and your line of sight if it's on the other side of the sagittah, because it'd be downhill of a hill in between you and it. So what happens is, in the real world, we actually see things all the time, day in and day out, on the other side of that hill, right? And so their excuse is, oh, I can solve this real quick. What I'll do is I'll increase the radius while maintaining the distance between the points, which effectively lowers the height of the sagittah in the circle segment formula. In other words, they're flattening out the Earth to match observations. Right. One more time for the slow kids in the back. They're flattening out the Earth to match observations.
Yeah, they're effectively making
yeah, go ahead.
No, just to complete what you're saying, they're effectively making the Earth flat for certain observations, but claiming it's still a globe, and they're fudging it with maths, essentially.
That's all they do.
Yeah.
It's like the sun and the moon. They have to just tell us they're different sizes by math.
Yeah, so in other words, maybe the Earth is a bigger sphere today and a smaller sphere tomorrow. It all depends on what excuse I need.
What is that guy doing? Hey, Rich, I see you're unmuted. Can you tell me what the dependent and independent variable is in the final experiment? Before Rich pukes his sophistry all over the VC, I just wanted to talk to about something quickly. AI. Something that came to my thinking maybe a couple of years ago that I've never really heard people talk about is if the globe is being flattened out, essentially increasing the optical range that's used for observations, that would effectively make the distance travelled by the light further as well, in their estimations, correct? So that would also have to affect the angular size of objects. So does that, do they claim that that's the case, or is that just ignored? Like, how does that work?
No, you have to keep the linear distance the same, otherwise the effect of the sagittah being lower wouldn't happen. So by inflating the radius, you're not inflating the distance between the points. You have to keep the points the same.
But they're claiming that the light is bending, not the Earth, because that's how they're manipulating it, right?
Yeah. Well, yeah. Go ahead.
Well, what they're claiming is that the ray has a radius, right? So the Earth has a radius, but then how much the ray of light curves, that's its own radius, right?
Sure.
So whatever that ray of light's radius is, that's what the Earth appears to be.
No, I understand that, but if they're saying that the light is effectively traveling further, because I mean we know that they're just changing the radius of the Earth, I get that, but they're claiming that the light is traveling further because it's curving over a ball, right?
Yeah.
So therefore that would affect angular size. We would have to.
Yes. Yes. I've brought this up before, right? Everything shouldn't appear like normal sizes, right? Because if the ray has to travel farther, it doesn't magically fucking. You can't magically
Yeah, buddy.
part where the optical path is now longer. You don't get to just like wish that away.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah. So, for example, when they orthographically represent this, guys like who's a guy that's done it recently? Oh my goodness, what's his name? Scott, right? So he has this drawing where he just draws a single line from point A to point B. The line originates at the observation point, which is the observer's eye, and the line ends at the observed object. It's a single line. But you don't see light in a single line. Like, you can't resolve an object with a single line of light. You need all the available data from the entirety of the object to enter your eye, right? And since your eye is smaller than the object, that means you must be receiving light at angles, right? So you can't just draw a single line, arrive at the observation point and say, aha, I solved the problem. That's not how it works. You got to solve the problem of the entire array of the available angles that you need to resolve the object. Now, Homeboy Slice, what's that guy's name? Bislin? Bislin tried to do this, by the way, with actual multi-array of rays. He couldn't do it. He had to crisscross them in midair. And anybody with any sense in their head who realizes that, wait a minute, if the light's already crisscrossed before it arrives, that means it's arriving crisscrossed, which means my eye is going to crisscross it, which means my brain is going to crisscross it, which means I'm going to see the object upside down. And since we're not seeing these objects upside down, that just demonstrates that Bislin's attempt at trying to solve this problem was retarded at best, because somebody of his alleged caliber shouldn't make such a rookie mistake.
So here's the funny thing, right? Shit. I'll tell you in a second. I got a phone call.
Is this rich guy some Antarctic guy?
Well, I am about as white as the snow.
Okay, apparently that phone call wasn't important to that person. So here's another problem, AI. So say you see 30% farther. So like when they say the sun sets, it's already over the curvature of the Earth, and that it's some refracted angle down. Now, if you can see farther, that means the object is farther away. You have a farther optical path, and it should appear smaller than what it would normally be. So how does the sun, according to Culver, stay the same size if it's being refracted over the horizon? It should grow in size. It should look bigger on the horizon. Because to have a longer optical path and for it to be the same size means it's being magnified.
Yep.
Because it can't be further away and look the same size, right? So say you see 30% further than you should normally see from refraction. That means it's being magnified 30% for it to stay the same size.
All right, so according to their own logic, if they claim the geometric relationship to my assumption of perspective should stand true at all times, otherwise my model is false. So by their own claim, they must reject their model.
Yeah, it's a contradiction within the model itself that, like, yes, it should shrink in angular size. Okay, why doesn't it? Because in your paradigm, the sun should be magnified. Because that's how we use refraction, right? Like when we use it, when we make things, what do we use it for? We use it to magnify things, right? We use it to make the image of it larger. There's really no benefit in making it smaller, but we use it, unless you're focusing on something, we use refraction practically to make things appear larger. Now, why we don't see this magnification effect all the time, right? Literally all the time, because they say there's refraction happening all the time, everywhere. Look out! Oh, I see too far. Oh, that's refraction. Well, what about the other effects of refraction? Why isn't it being Why aren't things being magnified? Why don't they appear larger? Why don't we see dispersion? Right? Why isn't like red on the top and blue on the bottom? Why isn't the wavelength separating the light like a prism? Why is none of that shit happening? Apparently, the only thing it does is lift stuff over the curve. That's all it does. Very selective refraction.
Okay.
Yeah, and like Kali earlier, like he was saying that a laser is going to essentially splay out and curl away from a concentric point, and therefore the off angles are going to be exaggerated. And if you receive an off angle, you're going to be making an incorrect assumption about geometry. So why wouldn't that be happening with regular light? How come he couldn't put two and two together? That if that's happening with the laser, which is more powerful, more coherent, and more collimated than regular light, why isn't it an exaggerated effect with regular light?
You think a human laser is more powerful than the sun?
What?
Oh shit!
What did you mean by regular light?
Incoherent light,
Wow.
like if you're looking at a tree off in the distance with theodolite, right? That's incoherent light reflecting off a tree, reflecting incoherent light. He somehow thought, Callie thought somehow that was significantly different and better and more accurate than using a laser to measure shit. Which is obviously dumb.
Hey, let me ask you this question: is the Rayleigh extinction coefficient for the ambient atmosphere occlusion at 300 miles give a shit what kind of light it is? If the sun cannot penetrate that, right? Then that means what?
Who are you
Appeal to just grandiosity. Appeal to grandiosity, right? Just, the sun is so powerful, it could just do everything.
Who are you asking?
Dude, it's a rhetorical question. The answer's self-evident. Okay. The word opaque means opaque, regardless of the light source behind it.
So, Rich, you seem to be shilling for the final abortion experiment. So, if they don't see this 24-hour sun, will that falsify the globe?
Would it? No.
If they don't see it, if they go there and they don't see the 24-hour sun, will that falsify
No.
the globe?
Weather conditions could permit that they don't see the sun the entire
No,
time.
barring weather conditions. No, we're not talking about weather conditions. Which are probably going to be.
Well, that's a reason they could not see the 24-hour sun, correct?
Yeah, but what if they don't? What if they you don't know what'll happen, right? So they're going down to experiment to find out what happens. Say they go down there and they
if they go down there and barring any physical obstruction from them seeing it, and they see something other than the sun going around in a circle, that would it would be evidence against the globe model.
But it wouldn't falsify it.
I wouldn't say falsify, no, because there's a lot of other evidence
exactly.
that we have.
And it can't falsify flat Earth either.
Well, I disagree. I mean, I
don't know how
so
you
it can
only falsify. It can only falsify flat Earth, but not the globe.
Middle of the. Oh, sorry. The beginning
So
of your
what you're
sentence
saying is it
interrupted
can
the middle
only.
of mine.
Well, yeah. So hold on, dude. So what you're saying is the final experiment can only falsify flat Earth. It can't falsify the globe. Because guess what? In your world, the globe is unfalsifiable.
It's not unfalsifiable.
Okay, so how would we
if the sun, right, got really low and floated over Antarctica and caused this coffee cup caustic, then sure, that would falsify the globe.
How would that be a falsification of the globe? That can't happen if you're living on a ball.
Because it would at least say that our current model and understanding of what planet we're. Oh man, I'm literally trying to continue my sentence, and you ask a question that I'm in the process of answering. So if you just take a chill pill, we might be able to get through this a lot easier. fair?
Yeah, go, dude. I cut you off because you're just wasting your breath in our time, right? Because it can't falsify the globe. It can only falsify the
I just
theory of
said it could falsify the flat
model, the
Earth.
theory of a solar system,
You're
but it
just
also
ignoring what I'm
can't
saying.
falsify flat. But it also can't falsify flat Earth. It only falsifies something about what you're observing, right? It falsifies something about the sun, falsifies something about your theory of light, falsifies something about that. It can't falsify the Earth, even as just a matter of logic. This is a useless exercise.
It's not useless. It's obviously
It is.
has
It
meaning.
is.
Oh man.
What? How is it useful? If it can't falsify either
Well,
worldview,
maybe if you let me get out more than 3 words, I would have told you.
on the victim card, I forgot about you.
Victim card? I'm just asking not to have you jump down my throat after I've said a couple of words. Is that so much to ask?
Speak. He's obviously quiet for it.
So we keep doing this thing where you complain about being interrupted. I shut up. You go to talk. Then you don't say anything. Then I start talking. Then you say something fucking stupid, which I interrupt. And then you complain. And then you get an opportunity to say whatever you want. But then you don't talk. And we just keep doing this cycle. So say
Okay,
what you have to say.
Okay, so obviously, if the sun doesn't do over Antarctica what it's projected to do under the globe model, then we don't live on the globe, and it has been falsified. The reason it's a falsification criteria for the flat Earth is because it's just one of numerous naked eye observations that are incompatible with any working model of the flat Earth. I know you're going to say I don't have a model. I never said I had a model. But the idea here being that if you were trying to propose some kind of models, trying to talk about in the way that reality works, how does it do that? Then you would need a model to do so.
Okay. Are you done? A working model is not dispositive of truth. You can have working models that have no freaking relevance to truth at all.
Right, and working models can completely
I'll give you an example.
comport to reality.
They can.
It's a mute
But they don't
point.
necessarily.
You just granted that it's a mute point. You just said, well, maybe not.
No.
And I'm saying, yeah,
You
but
said
maybe.
No. You said no. You said it would falsify. So falsify means disprove. But if a model in the first place can't prove or disprove something, that they have no bearing on truth, right? They have no truth value. Either model works or not doesn't work, but that's just an appeal to pragmatism because working does not equal truth, right? That means whether a working model
means converting to reality.
No, they don't.
That's what
I can literally
working
give you
means.
examples. No, working just means that you make some prediction and that prediction comes true. But the model itself of how that model makes the prediction is not truth.
It's just semantic.
It's not semantic.
Yes, it is.
Okay,
it's not truth,
okay,
but it's
so
working and it's comporting to reality.
I'll give you an example. The epicycle model, the Ptolemaic model of the solar system, as well as the Tycho Brahe model of the solar system, predicts where planets are. Better than the Copernican model. Better than the Keplerian model. Better than the heliocentric model. It doesn't make them true. They're both completely different models, right? Geometric models. The Tycho Brahe model, the sun orbits the Earth and the planets orbit the sun. The Copernican model is the
how does that show where the planets would be at any better of a rate than what we use today as our model?
They're all identical. Well, they're not. They're all
identical.
There's some observations. Well, the problem with the heliocentric model, because you're using the inverse square law, that you have perturbations where the predictions aren't accurate and that's constantly be updated. Whereas in the Ptolemaic model, you don't need all that shit. All you need to do is keep adding different freaking cycles. But in the Tycho Brahe model, it's pretty much exact all the way around with no freaking errors.
Okay, so how do those two models account for the perihelion of, or sorry, the retrograde of Mercury? If you don't know, you don't know. That's fine. It's worth looking
I was
up.
talking to somebody. What did you say? Say it again.
I'm asking how either of those models account for the retrograde of Mercury.
Do you know what the
Because they exist within the model. What are you talking about?
I'm asking how it accounts. How does it explain?
Okay, do you want me to explain what the Ptolemaic model is? So the planets do spirals or circles around a central point, and that central point, whatever it is, orbits the Earth, right?
Okay.
And from your point of view, Mars and then the planets that do apparent retrograde motion, that's what they appear to from that. In the Tycho Brahe model, the sun orbits the Earth, but the planets orbit the sun. But the orbit of Mars is not the same size. But so from Earth's viewpoint, it appears that Mercury goes in retrograde, and it actually predicts things. So I'll ask you this about the retrograde of Mars. So when Mars is supposed to be closest to us, right? So when something's close to you versus far away from you, when it does a motion side to side from your viewpoint, right? When it's closer, that change appears larger when it's closer in apparent size, right? So say I went back and forth 1,000,000 miles. If I do it close to me,
my lunch is done. This went about as well as I thought it would.
Yeah, another Cope.
Did he just leave?
Yeah, he just picked it. He just picked a random. Go ahead.
Cringe.
Yeah.
These globers are so cringe.
How does the Ptolemaic model explain that planet A is between planet B and C?
I don't know who. Dude, that was funny. Sorry, go on.
Dude, freaking retrograde motion, dude, is literally irrelevant except from the vantage point of a observer, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So the question itself was a canard.
What's funny is that there's obviously as well, when you actually understand what the models are, there's obviously going to be a kinematic equivalence because all of them are just orbiting a central point, and then it's just about where do you arbitrarily put that central point. So why would there not be a kinematic?
Exactly.
It doesn't make sense.
Hey, even the guys who did this stuff and critiqued each other, fed this in their own writings. It's like, hey, this homeboy and this homeboy, both accurate, have a model based on the observer's standpoint. But in their own words, that doesn't mean either model is true.
That actually, just while it's on top of my mind, the phrase kinematic equivalence. I remember when Whitster had a debate with, I think it was Fight the Flat Earth, or it might have been MC2, one of those two clowns, and he didn't know the difference between kinematic equivalence and the equivalence principle, and kept confusing them. It was the most cringe thing I've ever watched.
Hey, dude, that's much different than kinesthesia equivalence. Woo. That's where you have other sensations informed by other sensory data. So, for example, you smell something, and then you taste it, or you hear something, and then you smell it.
All right. Yeah, I've never heard that before.
Right. So that gives a different meaning to the words. Whoever smelt it dealt it.
Very good.
Yeah, dude. Those guys get. There's many debates where they doubled down on their misunderstanding of what equivalence principle means.
Yeah. Yeah, it's cringe. It's so cringe. And I don't.
So hey, my favorite one was E equals MC squared is an example of the equivalence principle.
Oh, so what? They thought that the equivalence principle is just a balanced equation.
I mean, more akin to energy and like energy converted into mass are equivalent, or something like that. So it wasn't just any balanced equation; it was specifically energy and mass.
Yeah, these globers are so cringe, man. I just wish they would step their game up.
I think they've plateaued.
Yeah, I agree.
My toes are flat. I rest my case.
And also, I just think globers have got the cringiest memes as well. They've only got one funny meme. They've only got one, or maybe two.
What about cats would have pushed it off the edge by now? Is that funny or not? I can't tell.
Yeah, but the thing is, if the Earth was a ball, then dogs would have chewed it by now.
What about their meme where the asteroid comes down through space and hits the flat Earth on one side and zings the dinosaurs off into space? What about that one?
We invented that meme, so I don't think they get credit for that.
Yeah, but then there's a re-meme meme where it shows that image of them posting that meme, and then it shows a different scenario where the Earth is actually enclosed and the meteor just bounces off, which is actually very funny.
Yeah, so we invented all of it. So what you're saying to me is that all of the funny globe memes were created by flat earthers? Apart from one.
Yeah, pretty much.
There is another one that I remember seeing, actually, now that it comes to mind, is if the Earth was flat, then why are trainers, what is it? If the Earth was flat, then why are trainers like this and not this? And like one trainer is shaped with a flat sole, and the other one's got like a curved sole.
Yeah, like the Earth is flat. Why are headphones curved?
Then there was one.
Well, I actually made a meme myself and proved the Earth was a globe because, tractor trailers, flatbeds, they're actually curved. And if you take a picture of them without a load, they're curved to match the curvature of the Earth, no doubt. Am I right or wrong here?
Well, it must be because Rich and Kelly asserted that it's a curve, so of course.
That's correct. Those trailers are curved. That's because they go down highways so much. They get curved by the heat coming off the asphalt and concrete.
I might start referring to Google as the Globe Quran and just just see how many of them get it.
I don't know, bro. You might get a jihad put out on you, or a fatwa.
I have to pay the jizya.
Yeah.
For being a flurf in a glurf world.
That's a whole nother topic.
Yeah. But but they do have a similar. I do think describing it as a religion might be not entirely accurate, but it has many hallmarks of a religion. The globe, many hallmarks of a religion. They've got prophets. Einstein is a prophet, and Copernicus is a prophet. A few of these guys, Eratosthenes might be a prophet or maybe a saint or whatever. And they have places of worship. You can go to planetariums. You can go to NASA buildings, whatever. They have many of the hallmarks of a religion. So it's kind of interesting.
Well, the globe is not necessarily a religion itself. It's more what religion was replaced by, which is the religion, which is science. Right?
But what I'm saying is I'm explaining the religious fervor with which Globers defend the globe. And then you notice that it has hallmarks of a religion as well. So describing it as a religion might not be entirely accurate. But it's...
Oh yeah, you're both right. The globe in itself, is the Earth an object that's a ball? That's just a proposition or a fact, depending on which way you look at it, or a false claim to a fact. Either way, in and of itself, can't constitute a religion. But if you wrap a worldview and a metaphysic around this fundamental foundation, then yes, you end up with a religion.
Yeah, the globe is just a means to the end. It's the sun worship that is their religion, and they need to put the sun at the center of everything.
Which is a double-edged sword in itself, right? If you think about it, because the sun is the main energy source of the Earth, but on the other hand, it's not that the Earth is going around it, so it's like half lie, half truth type shit.
We also have
what about
modern science mimics Kabbalah.
Exactly, Kabbalah. So that being said, why would you just say the sun is the energy source for the Earth? Think about it, because you have to use light, right, as the actual energy, and then you have to go up a chain causation to get to the sun. And then you have to go into the sun to get to the reactions. And then you have to go into the subatomic world to get the fundamental forces behind the reactions. And then you have to go into the quantum world to get the interactions that give rise to forces. You then have to go into a higher dimension than the physical world to get the any sense of reality whatsoever. So the actual source is something outside the physical natural world.
Was that a serious response?
Yeah, absolutely, dude.
Interesting. Well, I'm just saying that...
Now let me tell you why.
Oh, okay.
Let me tell you why. What I'm saying is you just picked one spot to stop, and there are other spots you could keep going and searching for the ultimate source of the energy.
Yeah, I understand that. It's an oversimplification, right? But there's a reason why everyone, quote unquote, worship the sun. So that's all I'm saying.
Yeah, absolutely. So in the lack of understanding from the past about the nature of reality on a let's just call it minute level, then the macro level can be interpreted as ultimate sources, right? And revered as ultimate sources, even though they're not.
That's also another topic, this idea that people were more primitive and dumber than we are now, which I don't necessarily agree with.
Aha! That's why I said aha when I was talking about Kabbalah and other such stuff, is that the ancients had postulations that the sources of the material, physical, and natural world, including matter, energy, and temporal states, was actually sourced from the supernatural realm. They believed this ancient in the past. In the near present, which is only the past 1,000 years or less, alleged scientists arrived and said, no, everything is physical and natural, and metaphysical and supernatural causes we're just going to forego, only to arrive in the present day, after having gone down that process of secular and intentional disregard for supernatural causation, have arrived that eternal supernatural causation is necessary for this universe to exist. And that's just the facts, according to them, not me. These are people who believe in evolution. These are people who believe the earth is a globe. These are your standard rank and file so-called secular scientists who should be revered and respected based on their PhDs and numerous degrees and yada, yada, yada. They're coming to the conclusion that after we study everything down to the micro scale, ever decreasing matter, temporal and energetic states, that the only thing left is consciousness, and consciousness must be eternal. Which then goes back to the beginning, where people in the way, way ancient past already knew that.
Right. I guess.
So the ultimate source of energy. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, I guess my point is just that the best way to lie is to tell truth and lie. So when the other guy said that they're sun worshipping because they're saying everything is revolving around the sun, well, it's true and not true at the same time, if you understand what I'm saying.
I'm sure, but the problem is that nobody's ever been to a vantage point to validate whether the Earth is moving around the sun.
Yeah, sure. That's not my point, though. I'm saying all the natural cycles, like everything around us, is, I would say primarily sourced through the sun. I know there's other factors as well, but obviously the sun is a big factor. So it's the quote-unquote main source of energy, as I said before, right? So therefore, it's true that everything is quote-unquote revolving around the sun, but not actually, if that makes sense. It's kind of complicated, but that's how they do it, right?
How would you be able to isolate everything to identify if the sun is the actual source?
Well, just look around you. I'm not
Well, that doesn't tell me nothing, because I've had somebody say, well, the cup on the table and the table itself are forcing themselves into each other because mass attracts mass. And I was like, well, how'd you validate that? And he said, well, look at it. That doesn't work.
Well, I'm not making a deductive claim here. I'm just making a sort of inductive claim based on plants growing, animals eating the plants, and animals eating the animals, all because of the sun, right, to begin with.
What if it's the case that the plants, they're not actually requiring the sun to produce the energy that they do for us to survive? What if it's the case that the sun could stop, but the plants would still do their thing?
As far as I'm concerned, photosynthesis is a real proven thing, right?
Yeah, but I can have an alternate light source other than the sun to have them do photosynthesis.
Like what? Could you use fire as your light source?
Lamps. No.
Okay, so not fire, right?
Right.
Why not? Why not fire, though? Why can't fire be a sufficient light source?
I don't know.
I'll tell you why. Because it doesn't possess the type of light that sunlight possesses, and it doesn't possess the type of light that the lamps you're mentioning possess. So the lamps are just a synthetic form of the light which the sun already gives us naturally. And I can't remember if it's ultraviolet or whatever the heck band it is of light that the plants need. A fire doesn't produce. But those lamps do. And they're designed to produce that wavelength or band. So foregoing any intervention by man in creating artificial light sources, the sun would be the only source that the plants have. And so the sun and the plants have like a crude symbiotic or parasitic relationship, right? And not, that's the only word I can think of at the moment, but you get my drift.
Yeah, Droid, are you making these like what if questions because you're trying to play a devil's advocate, or are they genuine questions?
No, my underlying unspoken is that it could be the case that the light exists and the sun being a point of focus for the light that already exists. And we assert that the sun is the source of that light, whereas the light existed prior to the sun.
Yeah, well, I mean, regardless of whatever the mechanisms of the sun is, it's obvious that the sun is a huge part of our natural ecosystems of the Earth, right? That's the whole point. I'm not making an ultimate claim about the, ontology of the sun or whatever, but just axiomatically claiming what the sun provides the Earth.
No, that's bullshit because the sun was made on the 4th day.
That's funny, bro.
That's a fair point, Crit. However, it's not foregoing the fact that if you're following the creation story, then in the 4th day, which obviously you're alluding to the biblical text, in that text, it describes the entity responsible for creation as being ever present to uphold creation itself. So the absence of said entity would result in a complete breakdown of reality on a fundamental level, which means that it's not necessary for the sun to be present, for the plants to be metabolizing, because the entity in question could be metabolizing the plants adequately via whatever interdimensional method it chooses to use. And then when it decides to set everything naturally in motion, then the plants are dependent upon the sun because it's choosing not to input its interdimensional energy directly to the plants, but rather to witness the model that it created play out.
That's a lot of intellectual stimulation for not a lot of gain, I think.
That's all the gain you need to know. Think about it. Listen, I've already got guys who wear suits to work and white lab coats and have a bunch of degrees to agree with me that eternal sentient agent is the necessary cause for all subsequent matter, energy, and temporal states. And that without said agent, those states couldn't exist. So since they agree with me and they believe in evolution, clearly I'm correct.
Right.
You're not denying evolution, are you?
No, of course, I stand for science.
Oh, well then you must believe these scientists, so I rest my case.
Hell yeah. Sure, dude. Earth is not flat, vaccines work. We've been to the moon, climate change is real, chemtrails don't exist, stand up for science.
The fuck? No. A chemical trail can be created from an airplane simply dumping its fuel because the wing cavities actually contain the fuel and they can't land over a certain amount of weight in the wing.
Your computer has a lot of chemtrails, it sounds like.
So that alone tells you you're wrong because they are dumping chemicals. It's called jet fuel.
You're lagging there, buddy.
Crop dusting. Crop dusting also chemical. It's purposely meant.
Yeah, that's a chemtrail. For sure. Dude, I actually believe in inoculation, and the most effective inoculation is ideological inoculation, where you're given a subset of a false worldview to inoculate you from the ability to think critically about the implications metaphysically of your worldview. So I would agree.
What are you agreeing on?
That if you, quote unquote, vaccinate someone's ideas, then they'll be immune to the truth.
Yes.
For example, we have it on record in their own words that so-called scientists of the past who are responsible for some of the foundational ideas of the modern era have said in their own words that they forego intentionally any evidence that leads to a supernatural causation. In other words, they create an apparatus that limits all explanatory power to material causes only. That's dishonest.
Yeah, that's just naturalism and that whole thing. Evolution theory.
Yeah, so if we follow that, we're not actually open to what's the truth. We're limiting our lens of what we'll accept as truth. And if you believe that paradigm, you're basically stunting your ability to interpret truth.
You basically just answered the last 5,000 people that have asked why would they lie. That sentence.
Yeah, the most interesting part about that answer is that these dudes literally said it in their own words that came out of their own mouth holes and wrote it in pen in their own hands. I'll be back. I gotta go check something. Theoretically.
What's up, noobs?
Any Globers in here figure out why there's a NASA document that states 4 fucking times that there are aircraft that operate in a stationary atmosphere over flat, not rotating Earth? What's the purpose of listing that 4 times if that's not what the Earth is and that's not what it do? It's not flat, it's not stationary, but let's go ahead and mention that it is 4 times in this document. Anybody got an answer for that? Either NASA knows that the Earth is flat and non-rotating, and they just profit from lying to all of us, you know, or whatever excuse you can come up with. Rich, you can mic up and start speaking anytime. Put me in a chat, Skank. I know that's you.
No, don't do it. Don't do it.
Let's learn a new fact today. Apparently, you weigh less on the poles than the equator. Cool fact.
It's once in a blue moon.
What do you mean once in a blue moon?
That's what they call it today. Once in the blue moon.
I don't know. If I was hanging off of a pole, I feel like I'd still weigh the same.
It's only 0.5% though. But if what you could do is you could buy a whole ton of gold and find someone who doesn't the proper scale and sell it.
What poles are you talking about?
Matter which poles, south or the north. So you'd be hard pressed to find someone buying gold in Antarctica.
You're talking about poles on a like a magnet?
Yes.
silly, isn't it? How would one weigh more or less on a mathematical projection?
What? That was like the longest time I've ever.
Huh. Longest time you've ever what?
Are you responding to something?
Well, yeah, I had to do something. So I'm coming back to, either we're talking about a magnet or we're talking about a polar coordinate system, which is a mathematical projection of the celestial sphere. So how would you weigh less on a pole, on a map?
I could feel more gravity. I mean,
Hey,
more-
what's up, my nigga? What the fuck going on in this bitch?
Yeah, very funny.
Anyway, original question. How do you weigh more or less on a projection?
What do you mean on a
Well, you said north or south pole. Well, that's a polar coordinate system. It's a projection.
magnetic?
Oh, so on a magnet, you weigh more or less.
No. You're really conflating.
I don't know what you're talking about. You said you've learned a fact that you weigh less at the poles. What are you talking about specifically?
So if you stood on a digital scale, you would be 0.5%. It would tell you are 0.5%.
In what scenario again?
You went to the poles other than the equator.
The poles. What poles?
South Pole.
What's that?
Do you not believe in the North or South Pole?
I mean, I've never been there, so is it something I should believe in? Is it like a religion or?
Location.
Oh, these are locations. Okay, how could I get there and test this?
You would bring a digital scale with you.
To where?
The locations where you're weighing something. Like,
how do we get there?
You just travel. Like, I probably wouldn't.
Really? So this is super.
Sorry.
This is super easy then. You get on a plane or something or a boat.
If you have them, you can go anywhere you want. You can.
Okay, so you can go anywhere you want. No restrictions. No one's going to stop you.
Anywhere. Yeah, no one's going to stop
Okay.
you. It's just like.
Okay, so show me how I get to the South Pole without anybody stopping me. And where is this pole? And what is it? Are you assuming that this is at the bottom of a ball?
You could go to the top of the. You could go to. I said North or South Pole. You can go to the North Pole.
Okay. So this is at the top of a ball.
You don't even have to go to the North. You can go to Alaska in this effect.
So you can go to Alaska, all right, and that would prove what? If I'm lighter in Alaska, what does that prove?
That gravity exists.
It proves that gravity exists? What is gravity?
Gravity is the force which pulls things together.
Okay. So there's a scientific experiment that validates this, yes?
Yeah, though I would have to clarify, weighing yourself is probably not a good idea because constantly.
So can you point me to the scientific experiment that validates the claim that gravity is the force that draws things together? Can you get me the scientific experiment for that?
Just grab something that weighs constantly the same.
I'm sorry, friend. I need the scientific experiment that you're referring to that proves this gravity you're talking about.
I don't know. What makes things fall to the ground then?
Why are you asking me a question now? You're supposed to be proving gravity.
I pick something up and drop it. That's literally it.
And that is what? That's a scientific experiment, is it?
Yeah, it literally.
Okay. So what is the naturally observed phenomena?
That when I pick something up and it has weight.
No, I'm sorry. That's not a naturally observed phenomena.
What do you mean natural?
That's synthetic.
Okay.
Do you not know what the scientific method is?
Okay, I can observe an apple falling from the tree. That was
Okay.
the first thing, right?
Okay. So the apple. Oh, this is the okay. So the apple falls out of the tree.
Yeah.
That's the phenomena. What is the supposed cause of this? What's our IV and DV? What's our hypothesis?
That gravity attracts things towards.
What? Wait a minute. Okay, so you're going to manipulate gravity to see if it does or does not make things fall. What's gravity again?
The force that draws things to the center.
This sounds circular. You're talking about a force. I need to see said force demonstrated.
You can't see forces. That's like with your eyes.
Oh, so this is invisible force.
Do you see heat?
Yeah, I can see heat.
How do you know heat exists?
Because I touch things and they're warm.
But
pretty empirical.
I can show you.
See heat.
I can show you a picture of something you have no clue that's hot or cold, and you would have no idea.
Yeah, I know. That's why I go ahead and empirically validate by touching it. See how that works? So where's the empiricism when it comes to gravity? Where can I find this gravity at?
You've just proven that things aren't.
Friend, you're spurging out. We're talking about empiricism and natural science here. Where can we find this gravity at? Where can we find this gravity at?
You're interrupting me.
You're starting to kind of spurg out. Why are you spurging out all of a sudden? Are you okay? You good? So if you can stop spurging, this is not a debate. I'm just asking, number one, why you're spurging out. Number two, where can I find this gravity that you're talking about?
You've moved off heat when I've absolutely destroyed you.
Why would I be talking about heat when I'm talking about gravity? And we're doing things to empirically validate things, right?
So you claimed everything you need to see with your eyes in order for it to be...
No, I didn't claim that at all. Now you're making a straw man. How many fallacies do you think you can commit in a very short amount of time? Like in a minute, how many do you think you can commit?
Like I said, how do you see heat? Like I've already proven that you like heat is not.
Oh, okay. So, yeah, can I validate heat empirically? No problem. Can I validate heat empirically?
You said with your eyes. So do we need to?
I'll back off of that. I tell you what, you won that one, right? I can't see heat with my eyes. Can I validate it empirically?
Yeah, you can.
Okay, so how do we validate gravity empirically?
You just observe things falling.
So falling is gravity.
Yeah. No.
But a second ago you said gravity was a force. Now you're saying gravity is things falling. Which one is it?
Falling is the descriptor. We don't make things fall. It is the descriptor which we describe the process of gravity.
So gravity is when clouds fall.
Clouds don't fall.
Oh, so not everything falls. What happened to gravity then?
A cloud is an abstract concept. It's not an.
A cloud is an abstract concept. No kidding. So clouds aren't physical. So when you get in an airplane and you fly through that cloud, you don't find yourself with condensation of water on the windshield, on the windows.
Water. You don't have a cloud.
Oh, so that's water. So clouds are a description of what? Things not falling, right? Water not falling out of the sky?
No. Like, are you?
No. What about a helium balloon when it goes up? Where does gravity go then?
You must be dense, right? You must be dense.
Oh, I'm dense. I'm asking you a question about why balloons go up, and you said everything goes down, and that's the description of gravity. So when a balloon goes up, what do you call that then?
So the balloon goes up because it's less dense than the properties underneath it. But
oh, so no gravity.
But the
no gravity then.
It comes down when it runs out of helium.
Right. So, but there's no gravity involved, right?
There is gravity involved. The Earth.
Where's the gravity involved in that upward vector?
So there's upward force being applied to the balloon.
What's the upward force in that scenario?
The helium.
Helium is an upward force? I thought it was a gas.
Yes, but the helium is lighter than the air underneath.
Lighter, like in terms of weight?
In terms of mass.
Mass, can you define mass for me, please?
Mass is just the volume of stuff given within.
So the amount of stuff is mass?
Yes, just stuff.
So stuff is mass.
Pretty much.
Pretty much. Okay. Can you go ahead and cite that for me?
Why do I need to cite anything for you?
Well, I mean, I just don't want you to make stuff up on the fly and not know what you're talking about with these claims that you're making. You know what I mean?
He's busy playing the game.
No, I mean, what?
Yeah, your keyboard always making noise, man.
Oh, sorry, that's probably my keyboard.
Yeah, playing games.
So the amount of stuff is the reason that helium balloons go up.
No, it's less dense.
Less dense. So now we're back to density. So is density the amount of stuff, or is mass the amount of stuff?
Mass is the amount.
Mass is the amount of stuff. So why are you bringing density into this?
Because density is how tightly things are condensed.
Oh, so it's about compaction in a volume. That's called density. So nothing to do with mass then.
What do you mean?
Well, you said the amount of stuff, and then you described compactness. So not really the same.
What are you compacting?
He's trying to use why a helium balloon floats as to defy why gravity does.
Well, so far you haven't given me any gravity yet. I'm just trying to go along with you on your little tangent to see if you're going to get to gravity at some point.
We've gone like 25 years away from the fact that you can bring a digital scale with you and weigh an object, and it'll weigh.
Yeah, so that's a weight again. Do you have anything to prove gravity? You don't have any gravity then today, do you?
When you put yourself on a scale, why does it give you numbers? Is it because you punch?
Yeah, that's called a weight. It's called weight.
Yeah.
So how much does the helium balloon weigh then?
It would weigh, depending on where you put it, but basically negative.
Just say you don't know, okay? Just be intellectually honest and just say you don't know.
It depends on the helium balloon, but you don't know how much the helium weighs either. But the helium does have.
I didn't say that I did. I didn't make that claim. Funny how I'm not making a claim, but you're mad that I'm not making a claim, or I'm not defending your claim. Which one are you mad about?
Well, technically, the helium would be like below zero. To lift.
So it doesn't have weight all of a sudden? What happened to gravity with the helium?
I already said that gravity is having a downward force on the balloon, but the balloon has more upward force.
So there's two forces at the same time, even though you haven't given me this downward force yet that apparently is gravity, that you haven't demonstrated?
You realize the balloon eventually pops, right? And comes back down.
And what does that have to do with the downward force that you have yet to prove?
Hey, does the balloon, when it pops and comes down, does it bring the helium with it?
No.
Oh, that's interesting. So you're saying that the gas is moving freely and randomly in all directions as described in gas behavior?
What do you mean gas?
Well, yeah, all of your gas laws and just the general description of gas is that it moves freely and randomly in all directions.
I mean, you could say randomly, but it's going to try and put itself above things that it's...
So it goes up then. So you're actually claiming a upward vector of this gas then?
Not necessarily.
But what happened to the downward vector that you were trying to claim exclusively?
There's no... There's no I need to get my language correct, otherwise you're just gonna like try and pick.
Don't worry, you won't anyway. Just go for it.
Funny.
Just shoot, bro. You're gonna miss anyway.
So gravity pulls things towards the center, but things like...
Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. That's a claim. Don't get ahead of yourself. I know you're desperate now. That's a claim that gravity, the thing you've yet to prove or even demonstrate, pulls things towards the center of what?
Of pulling force.
Center of a pulling force? Yeah, the thing. So you're now circular in your logic, and the pulling force is now attracted to the pulling force.
Yes. Because
Okay.
Everything has gravity.
Can you demonstrate that, please, in an experiment?
No, he can't. It's circular. We've been round and round on this before. Is gravity?
You're not.
Is it pulling or is it
So
pushing?
you don't believe in the moon, but we can experiment.
Great. So no one here made any claims about a moon one way or another, and now you've decided to run away from gravity.
Okay. So if I had an object and it didn't change, and I dropped it on Earth, it would accelerate faster towards Earth than on the moon. The moon is
Like a helium balloon? In your already begging the question fallacy?
So on the moon, it would probably.
So on the moon, is this moon of yours, is this supposed to be some kind of big dusty rock floating in an ever-expanding volume of nothingness in space?
It's the moon that is closest to us. The moon.
Yeah, I'm asking you very specifically.
I know there's many moons, but we're talking about our moon.
I'm asking you about specifically the dusty rock that you think lives above you in an ever-expanding volume of nothingness
It doesn't live. The moon doesn't live, by the way.
that resides in an ever-expanding volume of nothingness hovering over a ball Earth. You're presupposing all of this in the first instance, are you not?
Okay, the moon isn't real then. Let's stop the conversation.
No one said anything about the moon being real or not. Now you've abandoned all logic and are accusing me of denying the moon when nobody said anything about that. Dude, you're starting to really embarrass yourself at this point.
You're saying I'm presupposing the moon exists.
No, I'm not saying that at all. I'm asking you a question in regards to the moon that you're invoking in this conversation. Is it a dusty ball hovering above your head in a void of ever-expanding nothingness?
Yeah, yes, it is.
Okay, where did you get the evidence for any of that claim?
So I look at the sky and it's an object that exists, right? And we have.
Is it an object? Can you give me the weight of said object?
I probably could.
Okay, how would you do that?
We would use math.
We just use math to figure out weight?
TD.
No, correction on the floor. He said, I'm going to get high on meth, and then I'll be able to clairvoyantly tell you.
No worries, dude. Interject with your
TDA. Don't get mad. This is what these people want, really. No matter how many times you tell them your point of view why the Earth is round, they're not gonna listen.
I know. I'm just having
mad?
having fun with it.
You sound mad.
I almost got him for about 10 minutes when I said God
It's
would play more.
the reality is these people would never want to learn nor they care. All these.
Okay, shut up now.
I
Back to the
haven't heard
conversation.
anything why the moon is the way it is. I'm just hearing you say it is this way. You're not saying why, how now.
You are repeating a story that you were told without ever asking a question as to how any of it is proven, and I'm asking you if you could prove it, but you already know that you can't. Because you never asked.
So, like, nothing in science in life is absolute, right? We don't walk around in life going 100%.
Oh.
It must be necessary, right? Like, I don't
So
know.
now that I challenge the fairy tale, now we're going to undermine science and all of science. So I guess at this point, yeah, I know I'm not going to let you finish because you're monologuing now about we're just going to undermine science. So I guess science proves nothing at this point.
You're undermining science.
I haven't undermined any science. You haven't shown any science. I even asked you for scientific experiments, and you've yet to provide one.
Like it would be the equivalent of saying, how do you know you're going to wake up tomorrow? I don't.
No, it's not even close. That's a false equivalence fallacy. Dude, you are dying here. You might as well just get back to the experiment that I asked you about. Do you have an experiment for gravity?
I literally said I picked something up. And
That's not a scientific experiment. What's the hypothesis, please?
why not?
Why are you reversing the burden of proof? You are a fallacy machine. Like it's just very simple.
Hold on a second. Isn't something dropping the phenomenon? So by saying I'm proving the cause by just demonstrating the phenomenon, wouldn't that be a category error?
So the start would be, I observe something to drop. I wonder why that
So?
happens. Let's
Okay,
observe
great.
something else dropping. I wonder why that happens. Alright?
Yep.
Right. What is causing this thing to happen? Why do
Well, that's the question you've been asked. That's the question you've been asked.
And then you would find out, for example, the rule is that most things drop at the same rate unless there's something causing it to not drop at.
Really? So in the vertical vacuum tower where they dropped different elements, did they all drop at the same rate or not?
That's another cause though. You're adding a different like factor to the phenomenon.
No, it's not at all, dude. There are things falling, dude.
Man, and a ball, they drop at the same rate.
Hey, so the question was, in the vertical drop tower, which is a vacuum, by the way, they dropped elements within a vacuum, falling within the tower. Did they all hit the ground at the same time? Yes or no?
In a vacuum, you're creating the vacuum. Earth isn't a vacuum.
Oh my goodness, dude! No doubt. So according to you, they should all hit the ground at the same time. So I'm just asking you, in that test, did they hit the ground at the same time or not?
No, but we're not testing the phenomena.
Oh, so they didn't hit the ground at the same time. I gotcha.
You're ignoring the fact that we're testing the phenomena of something dropping on Earth, not in a vacuum.
Holy crap, dude!
That would be like saying I dropped something in the water and it fucking.
No, dude, you don't get it. They're removing friction of the ambient atmosphere as a differentiation on the objects, because obviously different orientations of a structure are going to have different drags, right? So they're removing that.
Do you live in a vacuum?
Hey, look, dude. Look, your claim falls apart because a bowling ball and a feather don't hit the ground at the same time, dude.
Yes, because the feather has air resistance. You fucking moron.
Oh, really? So if you wanted to know if they hit the ground at the same time, you'd have to remove the air resistance, right?
Yeah.
By using what? By using a vacuum chamber, maybe? Oh, wow.
The feather has air resistance.
A man-made vacuum chamber. Man-made.
You don't remove the air resistance of Earth. You remove the air resistance of the object.
Wow, dude. Wow.
You're not getting
Literal
it.
wow.
He's not getting it.
Really?
Okay, so friend, in order to prove that objects hit the ground at the same time, what experiment would you have to set up? Go ahead, please.
You would take objects without innate air resistance and you would literally just drop them from the same height. Like this experiment was done like 20 bajillion years ago.
What?
May I just clarify something to incite this person, this numbskull? What does air resistance mean? This numbskull at the bottom, this guy. Yes, you. What does air resistance mean?
That slow the effect of gravity.
Okay. Not quite. So you don't know what air resistance means. I would Google this. Air resistance means an object can resist the flow of air when air is present. In a vacuum, air is not present. Therefore, air resistance doesn't matter. So why would it matter?
Oh, crap.
Okay, I'll be quiet now. He's quiet. I don't know why, but
We know why.
Have you guys heard of like the Galileo's Leaning Tower.
You did not. You did not just ignore my whole ass fucking question. You did not. No shot.
Hell yeah, you did. Hell yeah, you did, bro.
Yo, that's a jokester right there. All right.
No, they classify certain experiences with extraterrestrials as IDEs, which counts for ignored direct engagement. It also counts for ignore, deflect, and evade. You know what, friend? One of the most effective, proven, repeatable ways to get an IDE encounter with an extraterrestrial to end is to call on the name of Jesus. So I submit to you, friend, rather than answer his question, you should just pray to Jesus that everyone will forget he asked you.
How do you know Jesus is real?
Irrelevant. What did I say, dude? Why don't you try parsing out what I just said, dude?
Why would I pray to Jesus
Irrelevant.
if Jesus isn't real? Why don't I pray to
Doesn't matter. See, this is the problem with you, is you can't comprehend words, dude. Let me explain it one more time and see if you can catch your
You're trying to
logical
make me
error.
invoke something that's not real.
Yeah.
Why would I do that?
I didn't say that, did I, dude? So I'm gonna finish. I'm gonna explain this. All right, I'm gonna have to put you on mute since you can't compose yourself, and I want to explain it. And then you can rebut. I'll open the mic, and you'll be the only one allowed to speak to rebut. I said that in extraterrestrial encounter studies, they've duplicated, tested, and sample sized that a surefire way to get the experiences to stop is to call on the name of Jesus. In other words, it doesn't matter whether Jesus is real or not. The evidence exists that people who invoke his name in these experiences terminate the experience happening and terminate the periodic encounters throughout their lifetime. This is just there was data from these studiers. So whether Jesus exists or not is irrelevant to this study. That's what you don't seem to understand. So by you saying whether Jesus is real or not matters is irrelevant. Kind of like whether your excuse for the cause of gravity matters or not, because you can't even comprehend the question that was asked you about air resistance. All right, I'm going to unmute you to listen to your sage wisdom. Go ahead.
Yeah, you didn't ask a question. So there's nothing.
No, I didn't say, dude. I said I'm going to unmute you to listen to your sage wisdom, which you're going to drop on all of us. So go ahead and do so, please.
Don't worry.
Yeah, so nobody forgot that he asked you a question about air resistance. So what's the answer? He could ask the question again if you forgot. Okay, rather than answer his question about air resistance, you should ask instead, how do you explain eclipses? That should be your answer to the question about air resistance, right?
I love that. It's such a non sequitur.
Where the fuck would I ask that?
Because you're the king of fucking asking non.
Yeah, bro. I wouldn't mind if you asked it, though.
I have a question. Because he's being nonsensical. So, Jenna, in your explanation right here, in very basic physics, we're told that gravity is a constant, but the more advanced you get into physics, we're told gravity isn't a constant, and it flips, and gravity on Earth changes and varies multitude of different times based on mass of the Earth in these different locations. My question, which high-level physicists might be able to answer, because I don't know the answer, why does gravity always change in different regions of the Earth if the Earth is supposed to be experiencing gravity as a whole?
Does it? Are you sure it's not just various pressure systems?
That's the whole thing. So they don't know. I've never read a textbook. No one knows.
Hey, you ready for this, homie Slice? It's worse than that. The real question is, why do you ignore the barocentric vector whenever you're doing your Earth-based calculations? And then you can watch their heads explode.
That's a good one. I didn't think about that.
because they're isolating the Earth as a singular object, disrespecting the other objects that are around it. Because the Earth doesn't rotate around the sun, as they claim, it rotates around the barycenter. It's one of the reasons why they can't solve the three-body problem, because they're a bunch of retards, that's why.
That is interesting. I haven't thought about that.
So, interestingly enough, where would the barycenter be if you just take it as a scalar value, 0 being the center of Earth and 10 being the surface of Earth? Where on that scale, represented in a number between 1 and 10, would the actual center of rotation be? If they can't answer it, then they're stupid. Because they're telling you out of one side of their mouth it's around the center of the Earth. But if they can't tell you that other answer to that other question, then how do they know it's around the center of the Earth? The answer is they don't. Their answer is they're assuming it is. Because it's simpler for their worldview, and that's the only reason.
Thank you. Thank you for your
Good
insight, by
old
the way.
Brian Cox. Posting up some Brian Cox. If I remember correctly in that video, if you slow the frames down, once they have removed that air from the vacuum chamber, and you slow the video down, you can actually see that I believe the feather begins to fall first in that. That's some pretty interesting stuff. You might want to try to find that. And
Also, that's Also, that's not an uncut.
Always argue on the other side of everything. Try and
Dude. She's not arguing. She's critiquing the evidence you presented. For goodness' sake, is that not allowed?
That's all I'm doing. I'm just saying there somewhere out there is a video that is slowed way down. It's not cut. It's not anything like that. It is just slowed down at so many frames per second that you can see the feather begin to fall before the bowling ball.
By the way, I don't think they dropped a camera along the side either to give you a continuous shot from top to bottom. Oh, wait a minute. Didn't they have a continuous shot throughout the entire fall when they did it in the vertical drop tower, which I believe is in Germany? And they did different elements? So. Yeah, they did different elements, and they demonstrated that the different elements have different accelerations when being dropped in a vacuum. So let's just say for sake of argument, either Brian Cox is wrong or the vertical drop tower experiment is wrong, but they both can't be right in the sense that all objects fall at the same rate and will hit the ground at the same time. So that the sheer fact that these two competing ideas exist and have video evidence of the both of them, at least in some degree, should make you circumspect about your claims and actually investigate both of them and then reconcile your claims against the evidence.
I'm literally watching a video, unless you want to claim the choice.
Okay, yes, but you already made the claim earlier that objects hit the ground at the same time. So I don't need you to reiterate your claim. That is your claim, and we all know it.
Now you can always retract that, right? If you feel like you've learned something, you can retract that and be like, I was wrong, and not everything hits the ground at 9.8 meters per second squared. You can retract that right now.
Why would I retract that?
Because we just showed you that it's not accurate to reality.
Fuck would I retract that on?
I would retract it if I were you.
Miss Missy, let me tell you. He answered your question. Why would he retract his religious position being countered by facts? Of course he's going to choose his religious position.
That's what it seems like. That's definitely what it sounds like from this side of the fence over here. You know, and we just showed you how not everything falls right naturally in reality, right? I can drop a pen and I can drop a baseball, whatever. They're not going to fall at the same rate. They're just not. Different objects of different weight and different density are going to fall at different rates because we're not in a fucking vacuum.
I mean, I already talked about air resistance before.
It has no merit.
Holy crap, dude. Both of these examples that we're talking about were done in a vacuum chamber, dude.
You can
Holy
literally
crap.
see the feather drop at the same time as. Or are your eyes like? Are your eyes?
All right, fair enough. Fair enough. So you're claiming that's the case, and that means there should not exist any variance in the fall rate, regardless of the frames being slowed down or sped up, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so fair enough. That means that this other lady here told you that there exists a video where it does show it's falling at a different rate. So the appropriate retort, my friend, would be to demand her evidence. So in other words, it might go something like this. Oh yeah, you're claiming that that's the case? Post the video and let me look at it, and then I'll comment. See how easy that was?
Dun dun dun!
Hey, can a human being comprehend motion at 30,000 frames per second? Yes or no? Can a camera that shoots 30,000 frames per second be able to tell you in a 30,000th of a second whether something is ahead or behind something? Yes, it could. So it's at least plausible, it's in the realm of plausibility that a slowed down version of this may yield some new information. And so you, since you're an honest guy, should be like, oh, wait a minute. If what she's saying is true, that's interesting. Please give me that evidence. Listen, I understand you can take your time until you forget what I said and have it come to your own mind and pretend like it was your idea to ask her. That's fair, by all means. Go ahead.
I mean, by your logic, she should have been eager to post without me asking, right?
I see. So you created an excuse where you don't have to ask. I get it.
1 second. I would like you to have some introspection, and I want you to think about how narcissistic that just sounded. If they should be so eager to give it to me, no, you kind of actually interact
You
with
guys
the
are
world around you.
constantly so eager to give it to me in other areas. I'm just like,
Those are hooks meant to get you to ask more questions. They aren't eagerly giving you the whole answer. That's the whole point, for you to ask.
sure, go for it. Post your fake video. Go.
Yeah, brother. The first one's free, and once you're an addict, then we charge money.
Oh, no worries, dude.
Oh, wait a minute. I forgot which crew we were. I thought we were in the Ethereum crew. Sorry, my bad. We actually don't charge.
If you're presupposing that the video is fake, that's not good faith.
Whatever.
Yeah, so about that air resistance thing, did you ever answer the question?
Bear, I would love to hear that air resistance question again. It was so beautiful and so quick, I sort of missed the meat of it.
He was bringing up air resistance and a feather in a vacuum, and then I asked him, can you define air resistance? He couldn't. He came up with a definition that did not suit the actual definition of air resistance. So then I asked him again after defining air resistance, being that air resistance gives properties to an object in the flow of air to resist the flow of air. So why would air resistance matter where air is non-existent? And then I asked him that. He did not respond.
Wonderful. Thank you.
But his non-response was not the most egregious fault. The most egregious fault was attempting to argue that somehow dropping things in ambient atmosphere is more a tell of whether they hit the ground or not than in an actual vacuum chamber. He was literally fighting against that for no less than 3 exchanges in a row.
And I apologize for butting in and making a mockery of this. Maybe you were going to get somewhere without my intervention. Sorry.
I apologize to the room for you apologizing for the idea that we would have got somewhere. Because that wasn't going to happen. Let me see if I can find, unless somebody's already posted it, the drop tower. I know it's in our other server.
Yeah, the feather is definitely dropped first on that video. It's dropping before the bowling ball's even released.
Like, you guys are up to the point where, like, I would have to spend more time and effort with my brother. And you'd probably still deny it.
I mean, spend all the time and effort you want, but we've been at this for 10 fucking years.
You literally
And
just claim this show drops first.
oh my gosh, somebody's so mad. You're so mad.
Like, what level
Guys.
of proof would I have to do to shut you up? Like, would I have to get a computer and video software and, like, literally analyze
But
the frame
computer
rate?
software, that's not that's not going to help your
Then
case.
what would you do?
OS are you guys on?
Pretend that it was fake.
Are you saying
Like,
the feather
you're
didn't?
essentially being, like, subjectively, like, decision. Like, you're like, I don't agree with this, so I'm going to pretend.
So where's the flat Earth debate, guys? Hello.
Are you
They're
saying
trying to
the
deny my
feather?
video.
It's
that
right
fake,
here. Welcome.
actually.
Are you saying the feather didn't drop first?
No, they dropped at the same time. Are you, like, lying?
No. I got to find the video where it slowed down even more. Let me find it. I'll see if I can find it. I just set up a new YouTube account.
Yeah.
I'll see if I can find it.
Like,
But the
why?
feather definitely drops first.
Oh, that's
Wait,
yeah.
Jenna.
yeah.
Jenna?
Yeah, the feather's released and drops first. You can see it articulate. The feather side articulates. Then, like another 2 seconds later, the
2
not
seconds.
quite-
Two
not 2
seconds. 2 seconds. That the fact that they've literally slowed the video down for you to
Yeah,
see it, and you're saying 2 seconds.
Well,
I can
2 sec-
literally see the machines. Like, it's on a machine.
Yeah, they
and
2
both the
seconds
bolt
of
move
video
at the same
time.
time. 2
Two-
seconds
of video time.
Do you
Yeah.
think they calibrated the
Hey.
machines wrong? That's what happened.
Yep. Yeah, let me ask this question. If they calibrated the machines wrong and they actually dropped them at a differential time due to mechanical error, then this test is retarded, right?
Yeah, but they would fix the experiment and do it again.
Yeah, so where's that? Where did they fix it and do it again?
How do you know that they even had a machine error? That's you're the one claiming that.
Yeah. So is this about flat Earth or continued or like what? Like where are we at in the debate right now?
It's about Homeboy claiming objects fall at the same rate and hit the ground at the same time has something for who knows what reason to do with the shape of the Earth. That's what he's basically saying.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, pretty bad.
I mean,
So he demonstrated. Go ahead, Fred. Go ahead.
I've seen on Discord.
I posted a video and there wasn't any like denial of it other than I said so.
No, that's wrong. Okay, so that's wrong. The denial of it from the person who denied it claimed that when slowed down beyond human perception of time and frames, that you can actually tell that it's a difference, right? So it wasn't simply I'm denying it, was it?
Like, obviously, I was being hyperbolic.
Oh, why don't you try being precise? How about that? That could help you in life.
You guys don't deserve that courtesy. You don't deserve that courtesy.
Well, why not?
Because you guys are like so dishonest.
How so? Let me explain. Let me explain what happened. She said there's a video of this slowed down, slower than the frames that I could perceive.
Of it denying.
Oh, I get it now. I get it now. You're accusing her of being dishonest because she didn't just post it rather than you ask. So what if we just accuse you of being dishonest for not asking? For goodness sakes, dude.
Why does it matter? I've already posted my evidence, regardless of my principles or character. The evidence is still there, is it not? I could be a fucking murderer. I wouldn't change the evidence.
Yo, guys, you
Yeah,
want to
fair
hear?
enough.
The evidence is still there. I could be a
Go
fucking
ahead.
murderer. I wouldn't change the evidence.
Evidence, guys, evidence. Where's the evidence for all this shit? Yeah, guys, yeah.
I
Yeah,
mean, if you
listen,
need evidence for
homegirl.
flat water, go out to any lake, ocean, pond.
Yeah, fair enough, Jenna. However, whether directly or indirectly, you were challenged to present the evidence of the slowed down video. You said you were going to go find it. So we're all waiting with bated breath to see if this evidence exists. So you were challenged to present the evidence of the slowed down video. You were going to go find it. So we're all waiting with bated breath.
I'm working on it. I just set up a new YouTube account last night. I ain't even got all my shit set up. I gotta go find all my channels that I was subscribed to.
Yeah, I'm
Well, hey,
watching.
listen, lady.
I'm
Stop
watching
being
this-
naughty out in public, and then you won't get your social media deleted. For example, saying freedom is the way, and then you get canceled. You know, so stop saying that.
Hey, you know, AI, I really think that it was a bunch of really angry Glober trolls that just continuously reported my shit until YouTube was like, okay, we're going to terminate your account.
Dude, I got suspended from Twitter, mate. I sincerely won.
Look, I've been deplatformed from Facebook like 5 or 6 times. I'm not even on Facebook anymore. I've had 2 or 3 YouTube accounts that have been terminated. And that's just what happens when you're someone who's right over the truth target.
Yeah. So I imagine her Twitter crime was saying something along the lines of, Elon Musk isn't that handsome, and from the right angle, he's kind of feminine. And then she got banned.
Damn.
Well, one thing's for sure, you'll definitely get banned if you say the and Jews.
Yo, my neighbors throw out waste so much trash.
Interesting. So when they throw the trash, do the pieces of trash hit the ground at the same time?
I think it's pretty clean the way they do it.
Meanwhile, homeboy quietly dipped.
I don't know how you guys put up with that.
Yeah,
The
why
guy was
is
so
everyone-
self-centered and egotistical and narcissistic. That was crazy.
No one's chatting in the YouTube stream right now, live stream.
No one's doing what?
No one's chatting in the YouTube live stream right now.
Well, go in there and start a ruckus, and maybe you'll attract some attention.
Oh. Okay.
Be the change you want to see.
Back. Who said that? The Dalai Lama?
Now, rumor has it that Dalai Lama ripped it off from some homeless guy and then killed him and hid his body under a grove.
Yo, guys, check chat on YouTube live stream right now. Someone respond, please. I want to see you guys fight this shit. Let's fucking go. When you really need to hide the stench of bullshit Freemason pseudoscience. Is that Elon? Oh my god.
So you like my bio mute?
Yeah, it's bullish, mate. It's bullish. I'm Shadowban on Discord right now. Oh jeez,
What?
ego.
You know, it's actually true. I was born breech, coming out ass first, and they had to like push me back in and do a C-section, where I also then came out ass first. Yep,
Wow.
that's why my bio says born ass first, so you could kiss it.
Damn. Let's fucking go.
Yeah, don't threaten us with a good time.
But if someone was so ugly that they thought the baby was coming out breech, they did a flip, and then they're like, wait a minute, it's still breech.
Butt face baby. That's bad. No, it was really weird, right? They pulled me out and they're like, it's a boy. And my mom goes, nope, it's a girl. And she hadn't even held me yet.
Oh, yo, guys, gotta go edit a freaking political campaign video right now. So, if any last words on flat Earth? Okay, thank you
Well,
very
if
much.
you have any doubts of flat water, go spend some time at some lakes and at the beach.
No foul. Facts, Jenna. Okay, catch you later. Bye.
Shit, I come from the beach. I was born on the beach. I was born at Miramar Naval Hospital, like right there on the beach.
It was in a mafia accent. Almost sounded like a threat. You got any? Let's go spend some time in the flat water. Oh man.
No, it's just if you have any doubts about, flat water, the water being flat, just spend more time around the water. I finally got Discord working again. I haven't been on in days because every time I come into a call, it'll drop me out and then it'll reboot me, and it's just this constant boop, 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 and I'm like, I can't even stay in a call. So yeah, I just updated this shit and had to like do a clean sweep, and seems to be working fine now.
Seatbelts.
Where's the Globers at? Here, Glober, 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 Glober.
Yo, I'm a glober. Can anyone convert me to flat Earth real quick?
Mute. This
Yeah.
nobody can convert you, right? Like you have to reach the realization on your own. I mean, we're here to help, right? But you got to reach it on your own.
Yeah, dude. Yeah.
We can only
Why
plant
are
the
you?
seed up to the other globers to convert you fully.
Sorry.
That's
If
true.
if you don't mind my asking, why are you open all of a sudden to joining a different paradigm, a religion? You make it sound like reality is a religion or something.
I don't know. It's ideology, mate.
No, the world that you live in, the Earth, physical stuff, is not an ideology.
Okay.
Okay, so physical reality is what it is. So, do you know where you live, or have you turned it into an ideology?
Both. And neither.
That's real helpful. So, the Earth that you live on, how does it measure to be? Would you say that measurements are ideology?
In a way, yeah.
Oh wow, yeah. No, you're on beyond help, sister.
Fuck. What? What happened?
Oh, you can get on YouTube and listen to it again if you missed it.
Measurements as ideology?
Yeah.
Yo, what's good, Athegress? Help me out here, mate. The fuck?
Do you come from a land down under?
Hey, how could a measurement be an ideology? That's what he's trying to get at.
That's what I was gonna ask. I wasn't sure where we were at in the conversation.
Yeah, that's the question.
So I've got a tool. I got a tool in my hand. It's blue. It's actually in the shape of a triangle, but the name of the tool is a square. It has a bunch of markings on it that I can use to measure things. So, in what step of doing that do I have to enforce an ideology? Well, I could tell you maybe I measure something. So I'm going to put my square on its longest face, which would be the hypotenuse of the triangle, on top of this bureau. That bureau's flat. Okay. I'm using the known triangle, which has a straight line, to determine that the surface of this is flat. Now, if I say I use this tool to determine the surface is flat because it's directly in line with the line of the tool, that's not an ideology. But now if I said, well, I know that I just measured it flat, but in fact, because I say so and believe so, that my bureau is actually curved, maybe that would be an ideology. Now, someone might ask me, well, how do you know it's curved? You just measured it flat. And I might say, well, I already know it's curved. Therefore, the measurement that it's flat, right, must be interpreted through the ideology that it's curved. And therefore, I don't just take a measurement and accept the facts. I have an interpretive matrix from where I take the facts, churn them through my matrix, and then I get the result on the other side. Right?
Yeah. Perceive it as flat, you measure it as flat. You can utilize it as a flat surface. But
Okay, bye guys. Good luck with the rest of the debate. Bye guys.
You're welcome. Let's get the quote from Helmert, see what he has to say about it. Give me a second. All right, I'm going to post a link and an image from the book. There we go. Helmert, Mathematical and Physical Theories of Higher Geodesy, Part 1. In spite of the fact that the surface of the Earth cannot be reached everywhere, it has been made possible to have a general knowledge of the overall shape of the Earth through the existence of a simple law of formation of the whole body. This is a law of formation of which the factors are the gravitation of mass particles and centrifugal force created by a rotation around an axis. Right? Now look at the image there associated with the post. You see that there's a bunch of wibbly wobbly lines, and then there's a geoid, an Earth surface, a reference ellipsoid, and a plumb line, and you see that the plumb line is actually curved. Why? Well, the answer is that the actual measurements they take don't comport with their assumptions, so they have to force them by mediating these different matrices into one conclusion based on the a priori assumption that Mr. Helmert outlined. Right? Which is that the Earth is a giant ball of a specific size rotating. So it's one big circle interpretation of the data. So not just raw data, right? The answer is yes. It's obvious from looking at this evidence. So yes, it is the case that sometimes measurements can be confused with ideologies. Not that they are ideologies, but that your ideology forces you to take a measurement and interpret it otherwise than it would be in reality.
So you're hanging the plumb line, and to you, you perceive it as just hanging straight down vertically, but because you have a preconceived notion that you're on a sphere with disproportional mass distribution, you have to bend it on paper. Basically, what you're saying.
Yeah, and part of their assumption is the celestial sphere, preserving the angles to the stars at the location. So in other words, it doesn't matter what they measured the Earth as. They're going to shove it up the ass of an interpretation of the celestial sphere by whatever math is necessary, as demonstrated in that photo and that claim from Helmert. So all these quote-unquote direct measurements that they're doing of the Earth are interpreted through presuppositions that these angles measure, they're going to warp into that matrix.
Yeah, I'll be right back, okay?
So if they get an anomalous result, they're not going to accept it. They're going to alter it. Make sense?
They can't conclude anything which is contradictory to their base axioms.
Right. Kind of like if I had the assumption that my euro was curved, and I measured it with a straight line, demonstrating that it's straight and not curved, I could keep my demonstration by just creating a law of formation and applying it. Right?
Yo, who's secret Asian man?
¿A cuál otro vas a cambiar?
Yeah.
¿A cuál otro vas a cambiar? ¿Vas a poner uno?
Yes.
Inglés, por favor.
Can you
¿Por
turn
qué?
off your camera?
El mail ready que hiciste es allá, creo.
Yeah, nobody cares.
Nobody cares.
If
Yeah,
you guys want to
nobody
speak
cares
Spanish,
that
get
he
a
was
room,
speaking a
please.
foreign language.
What you guys talking about?
So guys, how does this YouTube
We're talking.
sorry.
Go ahead.
How does this YouTube bot work in the Discord server?
It streams to the YouTube stream.
Okay, nice.
To the gentleman that asked prior, we are discussing the fact that because of a preferred position or an ideology, all mathematical conceptions of flat measurements of Earth have been converted into a sphere or spheroid to help people cope with the fact that it measures to be flat.
Hope, or it's just useful, like as a model. Like what?
It is flat.
Yes.
But
Well, who would care what it is if the math works out? Like,
okay, we are having discussion, man. Don't interrupt me, please. It is a flat, man. But what can we do? We will just talk. Nothing
this
else.
is what you wanted to continue as a discussion? Is just some fucking glossy comment?
Yeah, I mean, I wanted to talk to that guy and I didn't want to talk to you. Yeah, that's how that works. Anyways, friend, continue.
We cannot accomplish anything, guys. So we will just keep talking. We know it is true and verified information. It is flat. We know this. But what can we do, to be honest, man?
Well, I don't know. There's more flat earthers today than there was yesterday. So that's not nothing.
So you're saying that at some point we will be able to accomplish anything?
No. No, I'm saying that there will always be zealots that believe they're on a spinning water ball, but it's not fair to say that we're doing nothing.
So you are just waiting for more people to participate?
Sure. Yeah.
Yep. Why not?
Why not?
Was that all?
Yes, man.
You came in to say that?
Yes.
What else is there to do than shit?
We just
Sharing
be patient, man. We wait
information.
more. We wait more. We be patient.
Wake people up.
Wake the people up, and we're gonna see.
Newt's being a chat skank. They're not even in the VC. He says the iron collar that the Foucault's pendulum hangs from just makes it last longer. Oh, and there's air resistance. That doesn't fucking matter. It should not matter whatsoever. If the Earth is moving and the pendulum is built on a moving Earth, air resistance or not, it should never stop moving. Correct? Anybody correct me if I'm wrong.
Well said. Well said.
Jenna, could you clarify that again? What about air and resistance and not stopping moving, or what are you saying?
It's Foucault's pendulum, right? And I posted some things in the chat here about how the Foucault pendulum keeps swinging because there's a donut-shaped electromagnet built to the ceiling, and the iron collar swings back and forth inside the hole of the donut. And then below that, I've got a picture of Brian Cox saying it won't move unless I touch it, right? And all I'm saying, and who was it? Newt was saying that it just makes it last longer. Air friction is a thing, or air resistance is a thing. My argument to that is that if the Earth is moving and the pendulum is built on a moving Earth, then air friction or air resistance or not, right, the pendulum should never stop moving. It should always be moving if it is built on a moving Earth. Right? Wrong? Let me know.
Well, that's not the claim with the Foucault pendulum. So the whole claim is supposed to be that the Earth is spinning out from underneath the end of that pendulum, which is supposed to show you that there is essentially a Coriolis effect, or you have a deflection, right, at supposedly 15 degrees an hour. It really doesn't have anything to do with perpetual motion or swinging or not swinging. It has to do with the amount that there is a deflection, or in the case of Foucault's pendulum, I forget the word that they use, drift, right?
To precess.
So, precession, that's what it is. I couldn't grab it. But that precession is supposed to be, right, the Earth rotating out from underneath the swing of the pendulum. So powered, unpowered, perpetual, none of that has anything to do with it, really.
Shut your ass up, Sasu.
Sounds like Matt has just entered the chat.
Yeah, he's usually pretty instantly triggered when I'm speaking.
So then I guess the argument for the Foucault's pendulum is that it should constantly be precessing in a way. It should never stop moving. It should always be precessing in the way of a moving Earth for whatever reason, degrees, whatever. But it doesn't do that. Like, it'll stop moving. It needs help.
Well, I would go ahead and just let go of the idea or the argument having anything to do with its ability to continue processing or swinging. It's the fact that we don't actually have any Coriolis effect anywhere on Earth other than this parlor trick, which just so happens to be, hanging from something attached to the, spinning non-inertial reference frame. So the whole thing's a big joke to begin with. If they're going to claim Coriolis with the pendulum, but then nowhere else do we find this Earth-based Coriolis, then apparently the pendulum is the only thing that's anomalous to what should be happening. Or is happening, I should say. Everything else, there's no deviation. There's no drift. So why is Foucault's pendulum special?
I get what you're saying. Yeah, I asked my boss, who was a sniper in the Army, and I asked him, I said, did you ever have to adjust for the Coriolis? He's like, what the fuck is that?
Right. Yeah.
And he was like, we fucking adjust for wind speed and direction. It comes from north, it comes from south, it comes from east, it comes from west, it comes at 1 knot, 2 knots, 10 knots, he explained all that. And I'm like, so no Coriolis. He's like, I don't even know what the fuck that is.
Yeah, nobody ever compensates for it. Not as far as I know, and I know a lot of hunters. I know a lot of guys that build guns to shoot, 1,000, 2,000 yards plus. No one's considering it in real life.
Crickets.
I want to know how Coriolis affects sniper bullets, but not supersonic jets.
Because they're so supersonic, they can cut through the Coriolis. I don't know. Some stupid shit I think a Glober would say.
Well, apparently, some of these individuals claim that there's a Coriolis compensation tool or button or, instrument. Somehow the planes account for sort of drift.
Yeah, where's the patent for that?
I
want to see the patent.
I don't know. I don't know. I think that button on the panel.
It just makes me think about that NASA doc that says that these aircraft these rigid aircraft. Like, not all aircraft are rigid. Okay, I get that. Some are, some aren't. Globers want to argue. But it states that these aircraft are operating in a stationary atmosphere. Well, that completely negates any Coriolis right there.
Well, if you're on a rotating non-inertial reference frame and the air is stationary, the air should seem to drift at 15 degrees an hour. So the clouds should always be deviating.
Could you
Or
imagine
appear to, anyway.
how much wind there would be at the top of mountains?
If this scenario were true, the Earth should just be a giant, smooth dust ball, right? Because of the erosion and whatever. No life. Like this alone, just the rotation alone, would make life on Earth implausible, impossible.
It would absolutely make aircraft travel impossible going north to south and barely going east. Or
Well, if let's
take off
see,
from
what is it? If
London
you're
and you head
going,
south, and your place in Africa where you wanted to land has already moved to the east.
right?
Because say it's a 5-hour flight, and you wanted to land somewhere near the equator. Well, in 5 hours, that would move 5,000 miles.
So, like in the very beginning, when I was watching a lot of YouTube videos, and this is 8 years ago or whatever, all the YouTube flat Earth content, they had a rendering or like a CGI model of what a plane would look like landing on a moving runway, and of course the little animation, like the plane is always crashing, right? Because how you gonna land on a moving runway? At least at that speed and that rate of drift, like it's silly. You're gonna lead the target,
Yeah, and if you watch the documentary on how they built the Concorde, they spent the equivalent of like $35 million just developing a test rig to balance the aircraft in flight. They moved around all the fuel in the separate fuel tanks just to keep that aircraft flat and level to maximize their fuel economy. Because every time you use a trim to adjust your aircraft, you waste fuel.
So they weren't testing for how that plane was going to make just a nice, wonderful arc over this big curved surface to maintain an altitude over it, right? They were seeing how well they could make it flat and horizontal.
Correct.
Yeah, wow, weird.
Because when you're flying Mach 2 speeds, any deviation from flat and level costs you fuel. And that aircraft cannot carry a ton of fuel. It can only carry so much before it gets too heavy and you start having to lose passengers.
earthers. Hey, flat earthers. Hey, flat earthers. Flat earthers.
What do you want, Matt?
You guys are all so bored in here, man.
That's because we don't have any Globers to eat.
You guys banned them all, man. They're all in the
So glad you showed up.
Gotta let some people be free or something.
I mean, I don't do the banning around here.
Oh, I know you don't. I know you don't. They must not think you're cool enough.
No, definitely not cool enough. That's why I had to go make my own server. You want in? You want to come to my server? Ah, who muted Matt? That's alright, it's the same stuff day in and day out with Matt. He's like, yes, he concedes to it being flat all the time, and then is like, it's flat because it's globe. It looks flat because it's globe. That's all I really hear from him.
What's going on in here?
Is that a Gemsy? A wild Gemsy has appeared.
A wild one, yes.
Not a whole lot. There was a little bit going on, I don't know, an hour or two ago. It's kind of died down. It'll pick back up, though. It always does.
Yeah, I need that entertainment. I'm gonna be walking for a bit, so I need to hear something instead of the crazy ones around me. I want to hear the crazy ones in here. I just saw an image posted about the pendulum by yourself. It says it won't move unless I touch it. I asked that the other day to a Glober because he said, "What's happening with the pendulum? That is processing, right?" I'm like, "What is happening before you push it? Before you touch it? What is happening then? When it's not moving? And what's happening when it? Yeah, what's happening when it stops? When it stops moving, what's happening there?"
Yeah, it's hanging plumb. It's hanging plumb, straight vertical, 90 degrees to I love it.
Oh, it's a plumb. Oh, okay. Plumb bob.
It's basically what it becomes if it's not moving, right?
So if it's indicating that the Earth is moving when it is moving, what is it indicating when it's not? Did the Earth stopped?
Earth stopped moving. The pendulum stopped moving. Oh my god. Oh, hey, I am in Ohio again, you guys, and I'm trying to see if my flat Earth homies in Australia can see the moon when I begin to see it. Right, it comes up from the east. I'm in the east, right? And I want to see because last year Timbo and I saw it at the same time, and it was around this time. I don't know, between 5 p.m. and 6 p.m. My time, right? And I've been wanting to try to coordinate something to where we can be on the same page, same time, snap a picture, and be like, how does this work? How am I seeing the moon? First, I'm like, as soon as I see the moon coming from my east, right? And then Timbo's also able to see it, right? Like, I don't really work for a globe, but I want to, like I said, document this stuff.
You know, I've seen have you noticed this? Have you seen these vanity mirrors that have like a light, like an LED all around the mirror? The vanity mirrors, people sit down and look at themselves. And
Yeah, the Hollywood
So-
dressing room vanity mirrors.
you can see a reflection of it and it looks exactly the same, like a reflection. Like, I don't know, the luminaries are wonders. And just to try to explain exactly how they work, what we actually looking at, it's gonna be tricky. And reflections, I wouldn't pass that medium up there is doing a lot of tricking thing, a lot of stuff that what we're looking at. It's kind of like just a reflection within reflections, and it's phenomena that is being observed, not the actual cause of the effect. The effects that are being caused, if you know what I mean. So, what is the cause? All of the causes, all of the variables between what is up there and the medium that we're in, and we, the observer. what is all the mechanisms in place. It's a tricky one, but the believers they think they know everything about it. They got the answers and they know better.
Yeah, my opinion of those kinds of people is that they're self-righteous people, and they haven't come to the conclusion that they're going to die not knowing things. They think they're going to live their lives and they're going to know everything they need to know before they die, and whatever they think they know, that's what it is, and you can't prove them wrong, because they know, right? At least they think they do.
They know because they know how to get there, right? They've been there. They play golf. Put mirrors. Talking about vanity mirrors. They put mirrors up there. So yeah. So they gotta know. If you ask me, it looks like there's like some type of medium up there, like water or super. And before the whatever ceiling is up there, whatever containment, I think there's like an ocean up there, a little ocean. The water's above, and the tethers that they throw out there. You heard of the tethers? The tethers are, some of them might be anchored. Like anchors down the ocean, and you can put the anchor.
Right.
Have you ever seen a vessel that you can put an anchor to the bottom of the water? So imagine putting an anchor out there. And being on top of the water. The tethers, they call it electromagnetic tethers. The first time I saw one of those things going up there, one of the rockets, actually no arcing. I saw it like going straight up in a sense, like going straight up. In my thought, after a while, that it was kind of moving up there. I was thinking about a sailing boat, like it looked like a boat on top of water. And when I went to the beach and I saw a boat going across the water and leaving a wake, and then I look up and I saw that thing, and I was like, it looks like a boat sailing.
I know what you're talking about. Yeah, when it looked like something was like skidding off the sky, it like looked like something was going like high speed through water. What was that? Was that like a SpaceX thing? Because I don't remember exactly what it was, but I've seen the footage of how there's like whatever these projectiles are, rockets or whatever, but they look like they're skidding off of something. Like
the one I saw was actually in the 90s. It was in the Caribbean. It wasn't in the US. It was in NASA doing some projects in the Caribbean, and that's where I saw it.
That's pretty cool. It makes me wonder, like, just how well these guys know the Bible and how much they're trying to, like, test it, you know?
I imagine someone figure if we can sail up there, we might be able to release an anchor, just like when you go to the ocean.
But you're saying, like, an upward anchor instead of a downward anchor?
Yeah.
I don't know. It's impenetrable. I don't know.
No, because think about it. There is the impenetrable part, right? But before the impenetrable part, there's water or some type of substance that is being sailed across. So think about it, the container containing stuff. What is being contained? The waters above. And if you sail on the waters above and there is the container, you might be able to somehow anchor to it. Or
I don't know. I don't think anybody's anchored to it before. I think they just all skid off of it. Just skid, 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 skid.
yeah. Well, have you seen what they claim the tether that is observable like in infrared? It's like a long like they call it the tether, and they say it's locked there like electromagnetically.
The electromagnetic tether?
Yeah,
Oh,
it's like a long like 7 miles tether or something like that.
wow. This is news to me, actually. Can you post something in the chat for me to read?
Let me see if I find that one. I remember the first time I started looking into this stuff, not the first time, but during some time, I was looking at this footage from up there and they were showing, hey, look, the tether is visible. They were like footage, like taking like a video, and it was like in the infrared spectrum because it's like not visible with your eyes, but it's visible in infrared. And it was like a long line, like a straight horizontal line, but going up to the sky. And they call it the tether. There might be something to it. There's some patents about it as well, about magnetic tethering and how they use the gravity gradient to, you know how the globe believers say gravity is towards the center of the earth, but the gravity gradient, they use like a plasma light and they create these plasma bulbs, and the plasma bulb is going upwards, up, and they call it a gravity gradient. And then the other parts of the device is going downwards to the floor, and it's kind of like locked in place in this magnetic gradient.
So basically,
going
what you're
up
saying
and
is
down at the same time.
it's a dynamic polarity. It's a dynamic polarity of up
Yes.
and down. This is why you can't hold a cloud down. This is why
It's
clouds go
interesting
up.
stuff.
Welcome, Puff. I like your profile picture, Puff.
Thanks.
It's kind of weird how something can have like the same storm in it for like thousands of years, though. No.
Yeah. I think it helps with how big it is, probably.
So just like the storm doesn't go away because it's just so big.
I mean, I'd assume a bigger storm lasted longer. You could look at like a hurricane compared to those little wind vortexes that can pick up randomly as a comparison.
Hey man, I've seen some huge hurricanes and some huge tornadoes that they come and they go. They come in, they wipe shit out, and they're done.
Yeah, and there are also some
Small
that last
ones,
weeks at a
big
time.
ones. You know, I've seen small ones last a long time. I've seen big ones just come in, wipe shit down, you know, and be done. You know, so it's subjective, I'd say.
I mean, I'd say probably generally a bigger storm lasts longer than a smaller one. There's more stuff to work with.
Well, then you'd have to find out how much energy is created by certain size storms. then you'd have to figure out just how big this storm is on Jupiter, and calculate for how long that should go on for the size of it. And you might actually reach an answer. I haven't actually tried to do that yet, but I'm sure if I actually applied myself, I could figure that out. And I would probably guess, if I had to hypothesize, I'd hypothesize that there's no fucking way that Jupiter's had a storm on it lasting that long. Given its size, it's I don't know. It doesn't make much sense to me. But this is me. I gotta go check on my dogs though.
They say that largest storm is 300 times the size of the Earth. Isn't that a fun little thing to imagine?
I mean, if it's that big,
300 times the size of the Earth, but Jupiter is smaller than Earth, isn't it?
no,
Jupiter is like
No,
1,000
bigger.
times the size of Earth in their model.
My misunderstanding.
It says here that the red spot has a diameter of 15,400 miles. So almost twice the size of the whole Earth.
And how long has that storm been going on? Looking the same this whole time? Like, not even a hurricane, looks the same, or, stays in the same direction. Like, it moves. This thing don't move. I'm a storm, and I'm right here for...
Existed for about at least 359 years. Yeah. I mean, I'm guessing it helps that the entire planet is made of gas.
Isn't that interesting?
Liquid.
The entire planet is made up of gas, but somehow it's a solid. Interesting.
No. That's what most people think. But if you actually look into the finer details of the heliocentric model, Saturn and Jupiter, it's only the surface. It's the first few hundred miles,
if I had to
few
guess,
thousand miles is gas. But when you get down to a certain level in their model, it's liquid, super dense liquid.
Well, yeah, I was about to say, if I had to guess, it obviously, its core is not going to just be gas because of how much pressure is just happening at that scale. So,
are you telling me the vacuum of space is compressing that gas down to a liquid?
I didn't say that.
Is that how that works? What gas pressure in a vacuum? This vacuum of space, does it create a gas ball and compress it into a liquid?
I don't believe that the vacuum compresses it.
What is it? Magic? What compresses it?
I guess so, bro. Might as well be magic.
Is it J-Slat?
Is it gravity?
Might as well be magic.
So magic. It's magic, everybody.
Yep.
Oh, one way or another, it's nothing demonstratable. GG, is the Earth flat? Or is it a ball? Oh, never mind.
Well, for everybody that's on Earth, it's locally flat, but it's curving somewhere else. That's the new Glober's strategy. That's it. Just ask them that question and they give up.
Sorry, if anybody was talking to me or asked me anything, I'm about to walk my dogs, so I'm going to be muted out and not really paying attention for a little bit.
Jenna,
As she says, I'm leaving. I won't be paying
all right.
attention.
She said she was gonna take care of the
How
dog.
may I help you? I'm walking my
I
dogs.
found
just
I found
pulled
a
from my
link,
pocket.
like a short video of that is related to what I told you about the tether, the
Oh
space
yeah, yeah,
tether.
yeah. I'll get a look at that. I'll look at it.
Don't forget to bring a plastic bag for your dog. And try to bring a biodegradable one because we're trying to be good to the earth.
I actually always have biodegradable doggy poo bags.
Just use
Lavender
my
scented.
hands. I just use my hands.
Ew, gross.
Oh, maybe you could use a leftist's hands. That's what the left hand is for.
I don't want to use any plastics. I just use my hands and I put it in my pocket.
Pocket mulch. That was a joke on The Simpsons.
My doggy would back up into the bushes, so I never had to take a bag.
Yeah, just walk your dog in the pastures, and you don't have to pick up after them.
He was a good boy.
In a situation where we still remember that, biggest political enemy at the time was fine.
I've got a story for you guys. My neighbor was sitting with my neighbor, and he brings up flat Earth, and he starts telling me that he starts telling me what flat earthers believe. He said they believe that the sun is like a diesel engine, and the reason why there's clouds is because that's what the diesel engine is putting off. That's the sun is a diesel engine, and it makes the clouds. And I was like, stop right there. I know a lot of flat earthers, and none of the ones that I know believe any of that. Right? I'm like, first of all, if you're seeing that kind of stuff and it's just like up on your news feed, it's typically bullshit. But as the conversation progressed, right, I was asking him a question. He's like, how is Earth not a planet? And I'm like, well, what does planet mean in Greek? I mean, this got to the point where he was so triggered that, like, by a question that he just got up and walked away. He's like, this is going to turn into an argument. I was like, no, it can be a simple discussion. It doesn't have to turn into an argument. Oh, I can get the talking stick out if we need, but people want to bring up flat Earth, and then they get triggered and don't want to talk about it. I'm like, why did you even bring it up? It's fucking crazy. And I didn't even get to the part about the NASA document that states that there's rigid aircraft that are flying in a flat, not rotating Earth. Hadn't even gotten that far before I was like, fuck this, I'm out. I'm like, holy shit, you're just rage quitting a live chat, like IRL. Man, I got the coolest animals ever. I got 2 little dogs and a cat, and they all coexist in the kennel together when I'm at work. It's pretty awesome. The cat is leash trained. He already knows how to sit on command. He's just a few months old, man. He's awesome. I told him, go on, get in the kennel. And he's like, okay. Slowly gets in there. I got good animals. But I guess the animals are only as good as the trainer, right? I'm the trainer.
That's true. If you watch Caesar Milan enough times, you find that the dysfunctional animals have a dysfunctional owner.
Exactly. My animals are way cool, man. I'll be like, all right, time to go in the kennel, right? And, most animals will resist going into a kennel. Mine are like, okay, we're going in. I can even tell my dogs it's bath time. Go ahead, jump in the bath. Let's get in there. And they will jump into the bath. I don't even have to pick them up, anything. They're like, okay, it's bath time, I guess. Pretty good stuff.
My brother's dog, she will resist the bath by just laying there dead. So she doesn't go hide anywhere. She just flops over and won't move. You have to pick her up and bring her to the bath.
Oh my gosh. You can't bathe me if I'm dead. Blech. That's good stuff. My boy dog, he's long hair, right? Like my dogs are the same dog. They got the same parents. But my female is short hair and she's like 5.5 pounds. And my male is long hair and he's like 10.2 pounds. But my male dog, he doesn't really like taking a bath. But if I tell him get in the bath, he'll be like, all right, he's reluctant, but he'll jump into the bath on his own, jump into the bathtub. And he doesn't like it. But we can go out to the lakes and the ponds and everything, and he's all about it, man. He's going to dive right in. He's going to swim as far as he can before I'm like, get back here. You're going too far. That's crazy stuff. And then my girl dog, she doesn't mind the bath at all. She's like, it's bath time? I'm getting pampered. But she doesn't like going swimming. I'm like, these dogs are so flip-flop, yin-yang from each other. And now they have a cat.
My brother's dog too. That I take her for a walk near the lake, and she wants to go into the water. She sees water bowls left out for dogs. She wants to put her paws in the water.
Yep.
But hey, it's bath time. Flops over dead.
Shoot, and you know how cats are like, they're like, fuck off with that water stuff. No, my kitten goes playing in the water dish.
I've seen cats that swim, like they just jump off boats right into the water and swim.
I took my little kitten swimming at the lake the other day, and he wasn't too fond of it, but he did it. And then I just wanted to see. I'm like, let me see if I put the kitten on my boy dog's back and see if he'll swim the kitten to shore. Sure as shit, I put that kitten on my boy's back, and he swam the kitty to shore. Cat on his back. I'm like, no way. Pretty cool.
Yeah, there was. I saw a story about a dog that was depressed, so the owner got the dog. Also got a cat. They recently got it, and the dog perked up, got better, and the cat would sit on this. It's a larger dog, so the cat would sit on the dog's back and go for walks with them. And sit there.
That's awesome. That's awesome. My cat is going to end up getting bigger than both of my dogs. I already know. Yep. He's a little orange tabby boy. But he's way awesome. He's already like leash trained and everything. He doesn't mind being on the leash. If I'm like, come on, let's go. He's like, oh, we're going. And then he'll just take off running on the leash, and he'll be pulling on the leash so hard that he ends up just walking on his back legs. I'm like, well, where the fuck are we going? Awesome animals, man. I got the cat one of those little floppy fish things, Oh my gosh, at first he didn't know what to think about it. And now he's just like, I'm going to tear this thing up every day. He rears up and looks like Godzilla before he pounces on it. You know, I bet it'd be great to be a dog, you know? You don't fucking know if the earth is a globe or if it's flat. It's just a dog. Stress free, man.
Yeah, on X today, I read a story about birds that fly from like South Africa to Finland. They put a tracker on it, and the thing bloody flew in straight lines, pretty much. And then it like made a right turn to follow the Nile, and then it followed like the one river there, or the Red Sea or whatever, and then it went up and went around the Black Sea, and then went straight to Finland. It was the craziest thing ever.
Imagine that, birds flying in straight lines and shit. Can't have that on a globe.
Yeah, let me find that story here.
Well, this is cool. This is one of those times where I'm stuck driving a long time. And I'm driving under these green clouds and gray clouds, and they're doing the whole vortex thing.
Oh, snap. I've seen that before. That's tornadic conditions.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
I'm more worried about like being stuck in a hailstorm.
Yeah, don't move to Texas.
You know, the first time I ever saw the sky go really weird and green like that, I was actually living in San Bernardino, California, and I was probably like, I want to say like 9, 10 years old. And then it started to snow. It snowed just enough for us to make some snowballs. There was also some hail in it and everything too. Weirdest storm ever, Southern California. But then I moved to Oklahoma, and that shit just became common. We're like, oh, the sky's turning green. It's going to get gross. Oklahoma's part of Tornado Alley there. Although the part in Oklahoma I lived in, still technically live in, it's like my home base. They don't really get tornadoes. I mean, they've had a few touchdowns on the outskirts of the county. But other than that, in Muskogee, Oklahoma, there really hasn't been like a tornado within the city in over 30 years. That's not to say it's not going to happen, though. Or that it couldn't happen. I mean, I've been in some absolutely hellacious weather. I blame my mom for this one particular time, because she's like, we're going to church come hell or high water. And boy, if the sky did not open up and things started flash flooding, and we still went to church. Oh my gosh. High winds.
Oh yeah, that's the Lord testing your resolve.
Oh man, my mom's like, we're going, come hell or high water. And I could write a book on all the weird experiences I've had in my life, and that was definitely one of them. And God's like, oh yeah, hell or high water. I'm going to give you high water. Get your ass to church. Yep. And when we got there, everybody was like lined up, like crowded up in the center hallway because I mean the tornado sirens were going off. I mean the winds are whipping like freaking crazy. I mean we're talking like 60, 70 mile an hour winds just tearing stuff up. And a almost tornado was trying to touch down just on the outskirts of the county there where the church was. And luckily, it dissipated before, making a full funnel and contacting the ground. But that was, wow, come hell or high water. And God said, let there be high water.
Are there any snake handling churches in Oklahoma?
Shoot, I don't know. I went to a Mormon church, the Latter-day Saints, not like the polygamist one.
Oh, I see. I didn't mean like the polygamists were snake handlers, but I guess they are too.
No, that's not too far off base. Nah. My whole thing with Mormonism, man, I've been asking questions about it. I mean, basically my whole life. My grandparents are Mormon. My dad's parents, and so I was kind of like born into it. I'm baptized when I'm 8 years old because, like, yeah, an 8-year-old totally knows right from wrong. Like, fuck no, I didn't really know right from wrong at 8 years old. But that's some crazy
Wow.
stuff.
I mean, isn't that connected to a lot of outer space lore? Like, wasn't it the first like space Jesus religion before Scientology?
Not like Space Jesus. It was just that ultimately, I think it was a guy who went into the mushrooms and he's like, he went into the forest, ate some mushrooms, was like, I'm gonna pray on these, about these mushrooms, and had some visions and stuff. And then he was led to a hill where he found the golden plates, which is now allegedly the Book of Mormon, the Doctrine and Covenants, and the Pearl of Great Price. But my whole question is, these plates, right? Of gold. Like, there's no fucking way that a human being of any stature could lift these plates, these solid gold plates, out of the ground. I mean, we're talking they're like over 400 pounds. But why aren't they
didn't you put them in a hat too?
They're just gold plated.
Yeah, they're gold. I don't know if they're just gold plated. I don't know that. And I like, why aren't these things in like a museum or something? Why aren't they in like a
I'm gonna say something. A second ago when you were saying there's no way that he's gonna do X with the gold plates, I thought you were gonna say there's no way that a guy would pull a bunch of gold plates out of the ground and not sell them.
There's that too. Yeah, there's that too. But I mean, like, how is just this one guy gonna pull these allegedly solid gold plates out of the ground by himself? And then there's these plates they're not in a museum or anywhere. That the lore is that the angel Moroni or something like that took the plates up to heaven, after Joseph Smith had translated them. I don't know. They were some Freemasons too, though. Joseph and Hiram and their father, Joseph Smith, Hiram Smith, and their father. They had to have been Masons. I mean, I stood in the jail where Joseph Smith was shot. Like, they've got the floor plexiglass. You can still see the bloodstains on the floor. People were being weird and like trying to pick up the bloodstains and like save them, like fucking weirdos. And so they had to plexiglass the floor of the jail, in the Carthage jail, where Joseph Smith was shot by like a bunch of outlaws. They were like, we're coming to get you. Some pretty crazy stuff.
I mean, it's worth pointing out, if the story is true, it'd be the first point in time that anyone pulled gold out of the ground and not tried to sell it.
That's what I'm saying. I'm like, that's kind of weird, right? And then there was the seer stones. Like, South Park did a whole freaking episode on this. Whole freaking episode. Joseph Smith was called a prophet. Dum 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 dum. And then he looked into the hat where he had the seer stone. Dum 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 dum. It's very
folklore. It's very, very lore. I don't know. I've had a lot of questions about it my whole life, and even though I've read Bible and I've read the Book of Mormon and I've read the Doctrine and Covenants and the Pearl of Great Price and I've read the Enuma Elish and I've read the Nag Hammadi. I've read all of these things, right? And I just don't see exactly where the Book of Mormon would fit into any of that, other than somebody had already read the Bible and some of these other things and was like, let me make some side stories, some add-ons. That's what I get from it. Like how like Hollywood will release a movie and then they'll release the third one, right? And then they'll have to like go back and be like, oh, side story. By the way, we're making a movie, but it's a side story of the original story. And to me, that's what the Book of Mormon is. It's a side story. It's just some add-ons to the original
How does Flat
story.
Earth fit in?
Yeah, that's the whole thing. Is I sat down and talked with my dad about this because my dad just recently got back into the church and everything, and he's restoring his faith and all that. And he's like, "Well, they say that the Earth is an orb. It's an orb." And I'm like, "You need to go back and read this." I'm like, yeah. Like Mormonism has people thinking that the Earth is a globe too. And my dad.
Not only the Hebrews, but the Native Americans thought it was flat. So
yeah. Hebrew cosmology, Islam cosmology, Nordic, all that stuff, Hindu. Yeah, but people want to argue that, oh well, they didn't have technology all that long, way back then, and so basically the argument is that our ancestors are stupid. And I'm like, I don't agree with that.
you get your own space pizza someday.
Do what?
So I thought part of Mormonism is like if you're good or whatever, when you die, you get your own planet to roll over.
Oh, no, not quite like that. It's like, it's kind of similar to like how
to be fair, I was raised Mormon, and that's actually what I was taught in Sunday school. Yeah, exactly.
Really?
That.
They didn't teach us exactly that. Like what I remember being taught is that there's like the celestial, telestial, blah blah blah. There's like 4 different levels. Depending on how good you do, is going to depend.
Oh yeah. They also teach. They also taught us that there's no hell that you can go to no matter how bad you are, but there's just 3 different heavens, and you go to a different heaven depending on how good you are, and the best heaven is a lot better than the worst heaven.
Yeah, and that like the lowest form is like it's like a holding cell, and you get like a second chance to like repent or whatever and like prove yourself. It's like getting out on good behavior. That was the takeaway that I got from it.
The funny thing is actually in the Mormon religion, don't misunderstand me. In the Mormon religion, there is such thing as hell, but in their religion, it's a place that your soul in the past at another point in time would have chosen to go to. They say that hell exists, but the people that are there are people that chose to go there before they had a chance to even be born on Earth. So it exists, but no one you'll ever know here on Earth will ever go there. Kind of a funny thing.
Yeah, it doesn't necessarily. Yeah, I know, and yeah, you're not wrong. That's pretty much the same thing I was taught. It never made sense to me. Did it ever make sense to you?
No, and the book never did either. The Bible or the Book of Mormon, neither of them made sense to me.
Oh, the Bible makes sense to me as far as it being a history book and a record of lineages and wars. Is it fair to say that?
Yeah. I just mean like certain like philosophical verses. I just remember throughout Sunday school, they'd always read a whole bunch of stuff from either book and be like, oh, and it means this. And I'd be like reading it myself out loud or reading it in my head and be like, okay, if you say so, it sounds like gibberish to me. But I mean, the historical references, yeah, I'm not gonna, say those aren't real.
Right. I mean, the genealogy is definitely in there, but it's there. I'm really interested in the genealogy, but memorizing the lineage is good fucking luck. I've been working on that for like 5 years. I still can't tell you who begat who begat who begat who, you know? I mean, I can somewhat, but like, no. Not the way the Bible tells it. But also, I think it had to do with Constantine changing up stuff, editing the Bible. The Bible is not, it's not original like anymore. Like, if that makes sense. Maybe I'm not articulating well enough, but yeah. Check that out. Them birds flying in a straight line. That's cool stuff.
Must be those magnetic lines that they follow.
Something like that, right? Them ley lines? Do vegans like the smell of fresh cut grass? Asking for a friend.
That's barbarism.
They might like the smell of fresh cut ass.
Wait, okay, remind me what barbarism is.
Like a barbarian?
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, I'm asking the vegan in the chat. Are they gone? Are they still here? Oh, I guess they're gone. Dang, that's all it took? I am a god. See, the only reason why I asked that question is because, according to research, the smell of fresh cut grass is actually a distress pheromone. Same thing with like fresh cut vegetables too.
I was just thinking a little while ago how I feel like growing tomato plants, even though I can't really eat tomatoes because, like, or at least I can't eat so many of them because I can't eat so much sugar and so many carbs. But I want to grow tomato plants because the plants themselves smell really good.
Oh yeah, they do. Also, bell peppers. Bell pepper plants smell really good. And chili plants. My favorite smelling plant that I like to grow is cannabis. Turns out, I got a couple really good green thumbs. I even germinated a mango seed and turned it into a little tree. And then I had to hit the road and I left it with a friend and it died. Go figure.